While Inti took charge of the communique, Che and I got into a conversation which gradually attracted an audience. I was amused by his jokey tone, but there was something suspiciously naive about Che's argument. I realized that he was drawing me out, looking for information. I remember the conversation clearly. I defended modern art in all its abstract variations because, I said, not concentrating on the purely figurative was exactly what creative freedom was all about. Che maintained that the people have the right to understand art, that it should not be the exclusive domain of the elite. I replied that art is not something you understand, you either feel it or you don't, you like it or you don't, and there is no art more popular or accessible to the masses than the Black African art that influenced Picasso's most avant-garde work, whereas previously he had been a classical master. Che argued that art should serve the revolution, by teaching. I agreed, but said that technology in the form of photography and film had taken on this more graphic role. Art itself is transcendental, more abstract than a manual, I said. As the debate became more political, I said I regretted the revolution had surrendered its avant-garde banner in art, that this was like renouncing poetry, regressing to grotesque socialist art, which was neither one thing nor the other. If revolution was the vanguard of society, then avant-garde art should reflect the revolution, and in fact almost all the painters, sculptors, writers, and musicians of the avant-garde movement were revolutionaries. Many were Russians, or rather Soviets, who joined enthusiastically in the first phase of the revolution, believing that they had found creative freedom, but were then harassed, banned, exiled: Malevich, Rodchenko, Kandinsky, Mayakovsky, Stravinsky. And in Cuba? What happened in Cuba? Asked Che, malevolently. For the time being, we can only speak of pre-revolutionary art, I conjectured. Cuba had been very advanced artistically, given the influence of the US, but nearly all the artists had left. Yes, he said, the cultural minority who lived off the Americans left with them, but there are Cuban artists who are with the revolution. I'm not sure, I insisted. There is a horrific social realist artist who paints guajiros, in straw hats, holding machetes with sugar cane in the background, and he is the official favorite. Was it so bad? I rather liked it, he said, suspiciously seriously. I liked Portocarrero, I said. He was not only not figurative, but homosexual. His elongated mural of Venetian mosaics on the facade of the Habana Libre Hotel was the most beautiful part of the building. Was, because it was no longer there. Years later I realized from reading some of Che's writings that not only did he know more about modern art than I did, but he had used our conversation as an opportunity to have a natural non-academic debate, knowing we were being listened to, as if at mass. But the real hot topic was the disappearance of the milk. A final inspection of the storage cave unleashed Che's anger, and suspicion again fell on an Aymara lad, Eusebio, because of some rather contrived evidence. Funnily enough, Che did not have a bad opinion of him, because he had performed well on the march. When Che's ragged column had first returned to camp, Eusebio was accused of stealing various tins of milk because there were empty tins under his hammock, which he swore had been there before. He had been expelled from the guerrillas and sent to the Resica group, humiliated and made to do menial work until our return to camp. Now he was being accused of stealing another 23 tins of milk, which had disappeared from the cave. It seemed quite odd. Eusebio had come with us to Gutierrez, taken part in the action on April 10 and come back with us, loaded down like a pack horse the whole time. At what point did he raid the cave, carry away the loot, and drink it? Che called me over for a chat, to tell me of his latest plan for our escape. This time we would walk to Muapampa, a village on the Sucre road. We would occupy the village to give us time to get food and medicine for the sick, then Debray and I would stay there and find a way to travel on by ourselves, if that was at all possible. Failing this, we would have to stay with the guerrillas until they had escaped the army dragnet and found space to dig in between Cochabamba and Santa Cruz to the north. his assessment of the situation in the short term was pessimistic. The group's mobility was minimal because lack of food had reduced them to a state of physical collapse, and this would not change until they contacted their urban network. Nor were there enough supplies to consider lying low until the sick could recover. With the death of Rubio, the countdown for the guerrillas had begun, and there was no hope of new recruits for quite some time. Meanwhile, behavioral problems had arisen, the thing that Che feared most. These problems would not be resolved unless he imposed the full force of his authority. The missing milk was an example of the sort of thing that could happen, and each incident was like a cancer gnawing away at revolutionary morale, if, that is, his own patience was not exhausted first. He gave the impression of having a lot of pent-up anger caused by similar events, left over from the Congo perhaps, which undermined the possibility of forging the new man who was essential to the superhuman project he dreamed of. In addition to the disputes over food, there were more serious ones about indiscipline. Che did not agree with the results of the investigation into the missing tins of milk, and doubted the accusations. He said something terrible, "I have no proof, and I don't want to start shooting people like you did in Salta. But if we get out of this hole and on our feet again, I'll crush the balls of whoever it turns out to be, even if it is a Cuban." It was a Cuban. So I learned nearly a year later from Leon when we were in jail together, a Cuban who was a terrible problem in the final stage of the march. About this and other events he mulled over and thought worth mentioning. Che said something that should be taken into account because it suggests a reason for the inexplicable omissions in his diary. "I have to be careful what I write. We might be surprised at any time and backpacks containing inconvenient information could be left scattered around." This moment did not come until he was captured and killed while we were on trial in Camarai. But it had always been on my mind because it would have meant the end of the laboriously woven farce I had constructed after capture. The fact that he hardly said a word about me in his notes meant I was able to maintain my role as an idiot caught in a trap until the very end. The intimate tone of the conversation, not confined to work, made me feel comfortable enough to ask a question that had occurred to me before leaving Cordoba. What would have happened if, having organized publicity beforehand, Che had flown in directly to Aziz Airport, Buenos Aires, where hundreds of activists would be waiting for him to guarantee his safety and his life? Of course, I ventured, he would immediately have been arrested. But that would have been illegal since there were no charges against him in Argentina, and his arrival would have demonstrated how his charismatic presence could mobilize hundreds of thousands of potential young revolutionaries in a flash. Or maybe not. Che looked at me searchingly and, before walking off towards his hammock, replied in a hoarse voice, "I don't believe in science fiction." We stayed in the base camp for 2 more days before leaving it for the exclusive use of the army. These were tense and silent working days for Che and his officers. Telepathic communication seemed to be sending out the same nostalgic messages. Tanya, who was having serious difficulty keeping up on the marches, probably because of parasites, talked about La Paz and her favorite cafe. Poppy talked about how he avoided taking taxis in La Paz since he seemed more Cuban than usual in a taxi. The Bolivians talked about the fabulous spicy chicken dishes at food stalls in the market. I had become good friends with one of them, a young doctor called Mario Gutierrez Ardea, aka Julio, and we would sit and chat whenever we could. I remember his warmth and humanity, more of an apostle than a fighter. We left at dawn, following the course of the Nanchuazu upriver. Tanya and Alejandro, who were ill and therefore unable to stand the pace, walked separately with 2 compañeros in support. At nightfall, we bought abundant amounts of food from a hamlet, pork and corn, and some potatoes for a change. Hidden in the forest, we sat around an overflowing stockpot and had an end of festival banquet that took us all night to finish. The following day, Che decided to divide up his forces, for 2 unavoidable reasons: first, so that the sick could rest, and second so we could move on more quickly to the village of Muipampa where they could buy supplies and finally offload the burden of us visitors. It is tempting to speculate now about what effect Che splitting off from a third of his force might have had on the final catastrophe. We passed the confluence of rivers where people are most likely to settle, and had to take extra precautions not to be detected. The next morning we came to another larger hamlet where several bridle paths crossed. We posted guards in all directions, resulting in the capture of various peasants. We wanted information, so we had to detain them while we cooked, to stop them giving our presents away. This precaution was a bit tardy because over the previous couple of days quite a few children and adults had managed to slip away. At midday, one of the guards apprehended what Che called a Greek gift, an Englishman guided by some Guarani children who had run off 3 days earlier when the guerrillas passed their house. The astute Englishman had found them when they reached the village of Lagunillas and persuaded them to retrace their steps that same night. The so-called Englishman was George Andrew Roth, a freelance Anglo-Chilean photographer, who had accompanied the army to the base camp when it made its first incursion. He was a maverick, intrepid and enthusiastic, interested only in a scoop to enhance his journalistic reputation. He arrived in the dark gray summer suit, white nylon shirt, and blue tie he had been wearing in Santiago de Chile when he heard the news that guerrillas were operating in Bolivia. With just his camera bag and a toothbrush for luggage, he got on the first plane to Buenos Aires and introduced himself to the U.S. news channel CBS, who gave him an advance to travel to Nancawazoo. In La Paz, he went to Army Command Headquarters and managed to get himself a permit, signed by General Juan José Torres, which allowed him into the zone of operations as a war correspondent. While we were trying to escape via Gutierrez, he was at the base camp. When the Guarani children appeared in the village of Lagunillas where the army was billeted, he immediately hired a horse from them and offered them money to take him to the guerrillas, avoiding the army cordon. This was despite the fact that the already restrictive security measures imposed by the army had been tightened since the disaster of April 10. And here he was, in his city suit and tie, wearing slip-on shoes, his legs dangling down the flanks of his horse. He had done what we had failed to do, connect with the local population, make them serve as guides, and break through the military cordon. The first thing Roth asked was if he could interview the guerrilla leader, and if he was in fact Che Guevara, a rumor circulating round the army. Roth recounted in detail his stay at the base camp with the troops, the discovery of Braulio's diary, the alleged photograph of Che with a pipe, the discovery of the Cubans' luggage hidden at the finca and Tania's jeep in Camaray. A depressing scenario. The discovery of the jeep meant Tania's cover was blown, as were her years of working as a mole to embed herself in the ranks of the government, the armed forces and the security services. One thing was clear. The guerrillas were no more than what they appeared, a group of sick, exhausted men, alone against the state. Che discussed our escape with me again. He said that Debray had outlined a plan whereby we could use the Englishman to make our escape, taking advantage of his status as a bona fide journalist, with a safe conduct from the military top brass. But there was the problem of the Englishman's real identity and whether we could trust him. Among his papers and documents were personal details showing that in Puerto Rico he had at one stage belonged to the Peace Corps, a U.S. civil society organization used by the State Department and the CIA to penetrate indigenous Latin American communities. His passport had been altered from student to journalist. He had lived in the United States. He was English. He was Chilean. He was a photographer. The guerrillas suspected he was an infiltrator, so I questioned the plan and said to Che, "What's the point of putting ourselves into the hands of an enemy agent? Nevertheless, Ramon, I shall follow your orders." We left it there for the time being. The outcome would depend on Debray's conversation with Roth. He would ask him to help us find a way out in exchange for an interview with the Bolivian chief, Inti. The negotiation went ahead and Debray thought Roth was sincere, that his willingness to take risks on our behalf was genuine. He had weighed everything up and wanted to be the Herbert Matthews of Nancawazoo. It sounded credible. Che noted in his diary, Carlos reluctantly accepts. So we reorganized the escape. Che wrote an apocryphal interview text, which, if everything turned out well, Roth would know was his. We had said goodbye to Tanya, Alejandro, and Joaquim, Negro, the doctor, Braulio, Marcos and some of the Bolivians, Moises, Pedro, Ecobedo, Apolinario, Walter, Victor, and also to the Resica, Pepe, Paco, Eusebio and Chingolo, who remained behind under the second in command, Joaquim. We carried on marching till dusk, when the middle section set up camp and the vanguard went ahead to explore the area until they found a track. While I shaved and changed my appearance from filthy militiaman to a supposed journalist, who was nearly as scruffy, another argument arose between myself and Inti. Che asked Pombo how much Bolivian money there was so that he could give me some to replace my funds and my Buenos Aires tourist clothes which I had left in Tanya's jeep. I had to get to La Paz and then travel on to Argentina looking reasonably presentable. Pombo had 5,000 Bolivian pesos available. Inti said that was extravagant. It did not seem very much to me, since there was transport to be paid for and eventually bribes at some point. Inti trivialized the problem. In this country, you can buy a general for 400 pesos. I told him that was a stupid underestimate, since even before firing a single shot, Tanya had given a 500 peso bribe plus expenses to the driver who brought us from Sucre to Camaray. And now the whole area was at war. I had to get out of there, and I could not bribe by credit card. Che agreed with me and Pombo gave me the 5,000 pesos. In Che's diary entry of March 21 he wrote, "I will give 500 pesos to send off and 1,000 to get around with," but he is talking about the dollars needed for Argentina, not about local necessities in Bolivian pesos. And anyway, the amount was increased, without my saying a word, to $2,000. He said, "I think $2,000 should do it." It was a very cold night and, without a jacket, my clothes were not warm enough. I looked suspicious, so Che spontaneously presented me with his jacket, an imitation sheepskin with an artificial wool lining, made in Czechoslovakia. It was the one he was wearing when he arrived in Bolivia and in the photo of him and Tuma beside the jeep, waiting to board the barge en route from Santa Cruz to Gutierrez. In this jacket, I changed from criminal to construction engineer. Poppy and Pombo were present when Che gave me my last instructions and we had our last conversation. He said he was almost certain we would be arrested, but since the opportunity to get out had arisen, we should take it. He had thought of giving me a pistol, but if we were detained, it would be worse for me. Che said, "You take command of the group and go over the hills. Try to avoid villages and walk at night. Mount a rearguard guerrilla action. If you manage to get out of the military zone, go as far away as you can in whichever direction possible. If you're arrested, the most important thing is to conceal the presence of Cubans here and my presence too, for the time being." He thought for a moment, his fingers stroking his beard, then with a gesture of disdain, as if he were chucking ideas into the rubbish bin, he said in a loud voice, "But, if you see they know everything, go for it, try and make as much noise as possible. So I can be myself again, and wear my beret." Returning to Che's diary, what relation do those words of advice, and his concern that I might be cold, bear to what he writes on April 30 in his monthly analysis? "Danton and Carlos were victims of their haste, their desperation to leave. We embraced again in silence. I turned and walked to where Poppy, Chino, Pombo, Urbano, and Tuma were waiting their turn to say goodbye." 34. Under arrest in Huipampa, April 20, 1967. Some nights when the moon is full, the light on open ground is so clear you can read a newspaper. So, emerging suddenly from the dense forest, to drop down into the valley, I could see obstacles on the path quite clearly. It gave the landscape an eerie quality, like a black and white film, and together with the relative silence of the jungle, heightened the drama of our march. At midnight, when the group accompanying us reached the path to Huipampa, they made contact with our advance guard who told them a couple of things that forced a change of plan. The tip of the advance guard had bumped into a group of village people patrolling the area on a self-defense mission. They were quickly disarmed and provided some valuable information. The reason they had mobilized was to act as a buffer between the army, which had occupied the village, and the guerrillas. They wanted to avoid any confrontation that might bring death and destruction to the village. Miguel, commander of the vanguard operation, set up an ambush, assigned the prisoners to Inti, and sent NATO to inform Che. When the rest of us arrived, we made a mistake that was to have serious consequences. In the light of the splendid moon, we saw the prisoners talking animatedly to Inti, trying to convince him of their good faith. We did not immediately realize that by the same token they could see us in the exact same detail. Inti tried to repair the damage and, having explained that we 3 journalists were also prisoners of the guerrillas, ordered the 2 groups to be separated, on different sides of the path. NATO returned a couple of hours later with Che's latest orders. The operation was to be abandoned again, given that a dozen men could not fight a whole company of soldiers for a village without knowing where its sympathies lay. Che ordered the Englishmen released, and left it up to Debray and myself to decide our course of action before the guerrillas withdrew from the area. Inti took the 2 of us aside and explained the choice we had: go back with them, or stay and try to make it out ourselves. Che wrote a personal diary in all his campaigns, and his Bolivian diary has become a cult document and a testimony of irrefutable historical value. But a diary is only a diary, a mere record of circumstances, emotions, and everyday events. It reflects feelings rather than rigorous political, military, or moral judgments, a task he would leave as far as he could to the future, as he did with his diaries from the Sierra Maestra and the Congo. They were intimate jottings, written not to be published but for him to evaluate by himself at a later date. Although he took precautions in case it got lost, as he himself told me, he was not worried about semantic exactitude or strict logic. There were occasions where his honesty even made him doubt the justice of his own actions, if there was not enough proof to back them up, but this did not prevent him using irony and humor. Che had seen my reaction to Debray's plan to leave with Roth, but he did not see Debray's reaction now, there on the side of the path. He was not there to see it. He was told about it. But he was told wrong. If we consult Che's diary, when he explains the exit plan, it says as follows: the Frenchman asked to talk the problem over with the Englishman and as a sign of good faith, ask him to help get us out. Carlos accepted grudgingly and I washed my hands of it. The same day, April 19, he writes, NATO reported to me at 1 o'clock. He asked for instructions and I told them to withdraw, given that it was now late, to release the English journalist, and let the Frenchman and Carlos do whatever they thought best. At 4 o'clock we began to withdraw even though we had not achieved our goal, but Carlos decided to stay and so did the Frenchman. This time it was he who did it grudgingly. What actually happened was that, for Inti, Debray was not only a philosopher but also French, whereas I was only an Argentine. Nothing strange in that. The whole Latin American left, the Argentines included, would react the same way in the short term. So he goes up to Debray to explain Che's orders. But Debray says, I agree with whatever Carlos decides. He passes the ball to me, and not for the last time. So it is my opinion Inti hears. And my opinion is that the guerrillas are making a great deal of frustrating and exhausting effort just to get us out, because we have missions to carry out on the outside. What is difficult now after the recent battles will get more and more difficult as the army turns the whole area into a military zone. If we have to leave, we have to do it now, it is our last chance. Che has given me urgent orders and, to my mind, that is because they need to be carried out straight away. At the same time, I tell Inti, these guys have seen our faces, you can't release them at the same time as us. Inti assured me he would bear it in mind and promised to hold them until Che gave orders to the contrary. I added, if the village is a couple of leagues away, we need a few hours start. Okay, fine, said Inti. We said goodbye in the half-light. The moon was disappearing behind the hills surrounding the valley. The only thing left visible now was the road to Muapampa. So there we were, the three of us, the Englishman, the Frenchman, and me. We began the crazy moonlit walk, each carrying a small bag, the Englishman's camera, our few crumpled clothes. Following Che's instructions, I proposed getting as close as possible to the village before leaving the track and going into the forest, because the first shock of being on our own was that we had not the foggiest idea where we were, nor where we were headed, nor where the track we were on was located. When Che met with his commanders they pored over maps, but we didn't see a map the whole time we were in the camp. The absurdity of it is that for 30 years I thought we had walked westwards from the camp, until I read in books published on the 30th anniversary of Che's death, that Muapampa was to the south, almost on the same latitude as Camarai, further down than the Casa de Colomina or Lagunillas, on the other side from Gutierrez but further south. If I did not know then where I was, now I know we were totally disorientated. There was immediate opposition to the rearguard guerrilla action that Che had outlined, and I put forward. Roth said a categorical no, because he had a safe conduct signed by the Army High Command in La Paz to travel in the war zone and it was crazy not to use it. I argued that that should be our trump card, but if we did not need it, so much the better. Falling into the Army's hands was always going to be bad for us. The Englishman replied that he had promised to help us legitimize our status as journalists and get us out of the area, not to leave one lot of guerrillas and form a mini-group of our own. He had a point. That was what he had promised Debray, but he had not been given the full picture, like my false papers and the dubious nature of Debray's claim to be an innocent French journalist. It was better to tell the truth and I proposed we say that we had come to the area before anyone knew anything about guerrillas and before military requirements for safe conducts and special passes were in force. This was undeniably true, and the situation was just as dangerous for him, being taken prisoner with us. Like it or not, our fates were interlinked, and it was best to minimize the risk. The further we got without having to use his documents, I argued, the better it would be for all of us. Moreover, by this stage in the discussion, we were in complete darkness. The moon disappeared and the track turned into a black tunnel in which we could see nothing. I stopped and insisted, in a whisper, on the need to avoid the village, but objective conditions were against me, and so was Debray. His argument was that the army would shoot us like birds if we moved about at night in a military zone we were not familiar with. He insisted his idea of taking advantage of Roth's legitimate status was still valid, it was the only bona fide thing we had. And he was right. I had to admit that if we came across a soldier on guard duty, we were dead men, but the same was true on the track in total darkness because we could not see if there was a bend, a stream, a house, nothing. So I proposed, and they agreed, we climb the hill above the track, and look for lights that would indicate where the village was. But in the pitch black, finding a way through the undergrowth up a steep hillside we were not familiar with was impossible. Our dejection was manifest. I tried to think of some logical way out. We would have to wait for daylight, carry on up the hill, locate the village, skirt round it, and find a road out the other side. The situation obliged the two reluctant parties to accept the plan, but not necessarily go through with it in the morning. Roth refused, and Debray agreed with him. Meanwhile, the temperature started to drop and the Englishman shivered in his light summer suit. Humor found a chink in our misery and we joked at the way our teeth chattered, like tap dancers. I only had the jacket Che had given me. If I gave it to Roth, I would be worse off than him, in a white dress shirt, in addition to my leaving outfit from one of the Cubans, so I passed him a stick to bite on. But Debray had a jumper under his padded jacket and lent it to him. Huddled together like old women at a funeral, we spent the rest of the night sitting in the undergrowth, leaning against a low fork in a tree to stop ourselves sliding down the steep slope into the dark. Soon afterwards we heard the sound of angry voices, getting louder as they approached. A group of men were walking rapidly down the track we had left to climb the hill, shining torches and talking at the top of their voices, either because they wanted to be noticed, or to ward off evil spirits. We began to make out words and realized it was the locals the guerrillas had captured, and whom they were supposedly going to detain for some hours. The Frenchman and I were just about to lament their release so soon after we set off, when the Englishman tore himself away, leapt up and rolled down the bank before we could grab him. He went crashing through the undergrowth, making a terrific rumpus, hurtling down the hill like an avalanche, and landed up on the track, in the path of the chattering locals who, stunned into silence, commended themselves resignedly to God. Roth got to his feet, brushing his clothes, and said in a loud voice that we could hear perfectly from where we were still hugging the trees, "Good evening, seigneurs. Could you please tell me how many kilometers to the village, and if I can find a taxi there," as if he were coming out of a bar in Santiago or Buenos Aires. The petrified locals, fearful of shapes and shadows that wander around at ungodly hours, stammered in an incoherent chorus, as they shuffled around him, and fled in terror, "Good evening to you too, Señor. Just over there, about a league." "No, Señor, no taxi. At this hour?" "Maybe tomorrow, Señor," and disappeared into the night. Debray and I climbed down and, sitting by the track, we may have chided Roth for not asking if there was a bar as well. The darkness gradually morphed into fraying wisps of mist clinging to the forest, and the rising sun silhouetted the solitary track we had to follow, or not, according to the prevailing opinion. My arguments were even stronger now, I thought, given that the inconvenient witnesses to our connivance with the guerrillas were now in the village, instead of behind us. But, strangely enough, this fact reinforced the others' idea of normality. They imagined that emerging from the middle of the jungle, like honest journalists with nothing to hide looking for a taxi, proved we were bona fide. Their underestimation of the Third World, and crass ignorance about the susceptibility and intelligence of its peoples, with long experience of having to defend themselves against everything and everybody, told us a lot about how untouchable the white man from educated and opulent societies feels, even failing to recognize the signals the locals sent out by coming to look for guerrilla forces 10 kilometers from their village, as if they had been sent a telegram with the day, time, and route chosen. Roth walked down the middle of the track, followed by the Frenchman, who made a declaration of independence by throwing in his lot with the Englishman, and I brought up the rear, pissed off and pensive. In all revolutionary organizations, armed or not, you never challenge the leader responsible for an operation whatever the circumstances. You do not have to have a machine gun to impose a decision. In this case, I was leading only myself. In our farewell talk, Che had told me to take command, but we were alone and I think that was the intention, take command and go over the hills. Mount a rearguard guerrilla action. If he had meant to include Debray, he would have said it in front of him. Che, like poets, had a great ability to predict things. I think you'll be arrested, but you have to take your chances. The problem was that I did not know where I was headed, the time it would take to get out of the area across the mountains if need be, how I would survive, without even a penknife to cut branches, dig, or skin an animal. I thought of giving you a gun, but it might make things worse. I could not, then, dictate any plan to the Englishman, nor to Debray. The landscape began to show signs of human activity, cleared land, plots of maize, some distant shacks. The track widened and turned right, circumventing adobe houses with tiled roofs emerging out of the mist. Before the bend, I stopped one last time, asking Debray to reconsider, saying that I was going over the hills. He said exactly what I had been mulling over in my mind: we would have no chance of surviving in the jungle, we would need to go to villages to buy food, and the filthier we got, the more suspicious we would look. The logic was irrefutable. Only someone with suicidal tendencies would deny it, and I certainly did not. At that moment, I had to choose between the perhaps and the nothing. I chose the remote possibility we would get out of this. The widened track was an avenue leading into the village, lined with typical low colonial adobe houses, their small windows hidden behind blinds or wooden shutters, a stone step at the door and a narrow flagged pavement along the front. The avenue ended some 200 meters further on at a house that made a right-angled turn, closing the block and creating a long rectangular space, in which the shadows of the night still clung to the corners, while the first rays of the sun sought out the cornices of the roofs. When we entered, walking down the middle of the road from the south, soldiers appeared from the north with a curious symmetry and, on seeing us in the distance, stopped short and fell over each other. They obviously had orders to split into two columns and began spreading down both sides of the street, sticking to the walls like limpets, or rather like the shadows projected by their silhouettes, as they advanced towards us, their rifles cocked and taking aim. We continued walking gingerly, in a line, avoiding brusque movements so as not to shatter the nerves of frightened recruits fingering the jealous triggers of old Mausers. No one said a word. The only sound was soldiers panting and weapons clattering. After the first soldiers had passed us, to our left and right, they closed ranks behind us in a pincer movement. Only then did a rather hysterical or martial voice order us to halt, announcing we were under arrest. The Englishman became the group's spokesman and declared we were journalists, but, as was to be expected, the officer did not believe in press freedom. He shouted "Shut up," and ordered us to empty our bags on the ground, which we did. The man was not stupid, he did not want to run any risks. He then told us to undress and pile our clothes in front of us. We undressed to our underwear. "Everything," he shouted impatiently. It was the first time I had practiced the art of public striptease without music, before a platoon of stone soldiers and an impassive officer. "Socks as well," he exclaimed. He ordered a soldier to collect the documents and Roth's camera, summarily inspected everything, then allowed us to get dressed again and put our things back on. Then, surrounded by soldiers, we were taken to the town hall, where the army platoon was stationed. It was an old building with a veranda, a few paces from the corner of the small square. Suddenly our ruse seemed about to work. The prefect, roused from his bed, arrived at his office with his staff to represent the civilian administration. He took charge of the documents and, with the military commander, set up an emergency tribunal to clarify the reasons for our presence in the area. The Englishman mounted his legal case, referring to the permits signed by the Army High Command in La Paz, and by General Torres himself, as more than legitimate and valid, while Debray began to assume the same natural level of importance, requesting a telephone, there were none, to call his embassy in the capital. I said nothing, trying to pass unnoticed. The prefect asked the women in the crowd to prepare some breakfast, since we would not get a taxi before 9 in the morning, and in any case, the officer had to wait for instructions from 4th Division headquarters before anything could be decided. The whole thing looked more and more like a hectic work meeting. The Bolivian-style breakfast arrived in the prefect's modest office, and like castaways we devoured the mincemeat with fried eggs and freshly baked bread and coffee. Sitting on a bench in the corridor, Debray used the apparent normality of our situation to ask me to help invent a contact in La Paz that we could both use. Standing in front of him, as if we were discussing lost cows, I said off the top of my head, "Thin, tall, high cheekbones, big eyes, black hair, slightly Indian looking, name of Andres." But the bonanza was short-lived. In the course of the morning, among the growing number of onlookers, came the ex-detainees from the previous night, witnesses to our having been with the guerrillas. Like old acquaintances, we recognized each other's faces, somewhat marred by exhaustion and the crude light of day. "Those idiots are guerrillas," shouted one, and lunged at us, forcing soldiers to intervene. Pandemonium broke out in the crowd egged on by our accusers. The army restored order and we were transferred to the building's interior patio, a paved square surrounded by a veranda supported by ceramic pillars. The officer separated us, placing each of us by a pillar with a guard so we could not speak to one another. We did not see him, but a reporter from the La Paz newspaper Presencia climbed onto the roof of the house next door and took our photo, an act which saved our lives. My photo, which appeared in the Córdoba Daily La Voz del Interior wearing Che's jacket, smoking, leaning against the pillar, right hand hooked in my belt, in a recognizable pose of mine, reached Ana Maria, Oscar, and the other Córdoba compañeros, although they did not know the name I was traveling under. Less than a week after their initial appearance in Presencia, in an amazingly effective race to offer journalistic protection, these photos of Debray, Frutos, and Roth provided irrefutable proof that we were alive and prisoners of the Bolivian army. Hours on your feet are not recommended after several nights walking. Exhaustion took over and we slumped against the pillars. But the little soldier had orders that we stand up, you shit, he said, but with more respect than fury. The day went by like that, while the village returned to its habitual drowsiness. The Joint Civic Military Command decided to take us inside again, but still incommunicado. We had no chance to discuss strategy or develop any line of argument, except the invented figure of Andres and the fact we had only seen small groups of guerrillas, a decision we had taken in the nick of time. A small helicopter, making a menacing noise, landed in the patio. Debray was led to it and it took off again. At dusk, the roar of blades breaking the air announced it was back. This time it was Roth's turn. I remained alone with the same guards. Friendlier now, the danger had diminished. They told me that Colonel Rocha, commander of the 4th Army Division in Camaray, had demanded the prisoners be handed over. He considered them guerrillas, carrying false documents. The news, as recorded in Che's diary on April 20, said, "They told us that the 3 who left had been arrested in Huipampa and 2 of them are in trouble for having false documents." Bad news for Carlos, but Danton should be all right. Debray had his valid passport, but the army was obviously referring to the false press passes, with the false authorization from the president. In the days that followed, I could see that my passport was standing up better than I had hoped. Apparently I had to wait for the helicopter to return before I could be transferred, and I spent the time putting my emotions in order and preparing a minimal plan of action. Events were way beyond my control, but I had to adapt to them with clarity and forethought. First, I weighed up the general situation. Clearly my first mistake was not obeying Che's orders to the letter and striking out on my own over the hills. It is useless to speculate about its viability now, but it led to the worst error a revolutionary can make, not to die at the right time. I have before me a letter from one of my closest compañeros at that time, Oscar del Barco, written 35 years later apropos of a certain documentary film. "Your arguments are valid, rationally valid, but the left, that left, is not interested in rationality. They would rather you had died and not come out alive. That left can understand you, but will not accept that you didn't die." Yet saving their lives, the members of that left, was one of my concerns at that time, and I decided to make sure they were safe, no matter what it cost me personally. But the left always demands martyrs, because it does not live in the real world but through iconography, like all religions. Moreover, I had important instructions to carry out that were, to my mind, still urgent despite the fact that I was in jail. The guerrilla situation was disastrous for 3 main reasons: total lack of communication, isolation from the local populace, made worse because guerrilla successes in battle meant the deaths of young soldiers, the sons of the nation's poorest people, and the deplorable state of the guerrillas' health, which could only deteriorate because of the first 2 reasons and progressive debilitation. The tasks Che asked me to carry out, given my previous experience, were aimed at alleviating this perilous situation. I was to re-establish contact with the clandestine grassroots and outside support networks that could supply human and material resources. If this failed, there was no way for them but down. Obviously they could not incorporate defeated army units, as the Romans used to. But the numerous volunteers who had been trained, or were being trained in Havana to join the liberation struggle generated by the guerrilla FOCO, needed to be called to action. Overcoming these hurdles did not depend entirely on me, of course, mine was only one of several attempts that were possible. But I had to do my part, even if it was only to communicate what was actually happening, because the United Left was intent on glorifying the guerrillas. As it happened, mine was the only attempt made. To my mind, as long as I was alive, I had to play the card of asking for legal assistance, and pretending that events had overtaken my innocent intentions. If I could see a lawyer, I thought obsessively about our Argentine lawyers, Lonati or Roca. I could pass on Che's instructions and things would take their course, regardless of what happened to me. Having come emphatically to this conclusion, I had to put it into practice. But I needed to be alone. I couldn't think in the midst of all this civic-military hysteria. I faked intestinal colic, due to the freezing nights, spicy food, and nerves. They took me to the toilet, in a corner of the corridor. I reviewed my belongings. Miraculously they were all intact. It was vital I save the $2,000 which, if I was able to, I would give to the lawyer for Anna Maria and to cover any expenses incurred. The problem was how to keep them safe. I knew we would be searched any time now. Incredibly they had not already done so. Despite forcing us into nudism, they had not so much as put their hands in our pockets, nor taken anything from us. I was ready to lose the 5,000 Bolivian pesos, but not the dollars, so I tried putting them in the solace of my moccasins, also inherited from another of the Cubans, but it made them very bulky and I could not get them on. The soldier guarding me was banging on the toilet door, so I had to go out without finding a solution. To my surprise, the time at my disposal was extended when I learned the helicopter would not be making another journey that day because of the mist. My turn would not come until the following day. From that moment, my brain worked non-stop for the next 2 months. The colic turned into fully fledged diarrhea and I kept asking to go to the privy. I had invented a way to hide the dollars and everything depended on the time I was able to spend alone with Che's jacket. Where the collar met the synthetic wool padding of the back, where the label usually is, I made a hole by ripping the seam about 3 centimeters. I inserted the rolled up notes and worked them down between the lining and the fake leather to the bottom hem. It was not easy because the rolls got stuck and I only had a few minutes for each visit, during which I had to make all sorts of onomatopoeias and appropriate sounds. $2,000, in $20 and $50 notes, means innumerable little rolls that refused to pass inadvertently. I had to spread them out along the hem which, fortunately, did not have any seams. It took me most of the night and several visits to the toilet to complete the task. The next morning, I dozed on the bench in the corridor until the guard changed and new more excitable military behavior made life harder. They did, however, offer me a coffee. The helicopter arrived at about 9. They tied my arms and led me to the waiting machine. The transfer technique was self-explanatory since the helicopter had only 2 seats with a narrow space behind where I was put, on the floor tied to one of the supports. As well as the pilot, there was a guy from the Criminal Investigation Department who pointed a gun at me. The machine made an infernal racket as it took off. It was like traveling in a noise bubble pulled from above. I was twisting my neck to see the scenery below when we entered a dense, totally impenetrable white mist, and my interest turned to panic. Nerves also affected the crew, rightly so, and they forgot about me. We flew blindly for a few minutes when, suddenly, the pilot pulled back on the controls. The layer of cloud lifted and 5 meters in front of the helicopter was a wall of rock, a mountainside we would have crashed into had it not been for the pilot's instinctive reaction. The helicopter turned its tip and, instead of stamping us on the rock like hieroglyphics, flew away like those suicidal folk who hurl themselves into the abyss tied to an elastic rope. Coming out of the white carpet, I saw the contour of a hill disappearing into the jungle. We would never have made it that far. We landed in a clearing used as a football pitch. They took me unceremoniously from the helicopter, like a pig tied to a rope, and led me to some nearby huts. It was a barracks, Chorty, on the outskirts of Camarai. I was handed over like a parcel to some officers in campaign uniform who already had my documents, doubtless brought on the first flight. "You. What's your name?" shouted one of them. The performance was about to commence. During my training courses in Havana, we touched on counter-interrogation techniques. The officer with whom I did the intelligence course repeated over and over again, "Deny everything. Don't stray from the memorized text and deny everything that doesn't fit it, even when it's obvious. You know nothing. We don't know you." Of course, it is one thing to be taught on a course, and quite another to know what will later be required politically. I knew that I had to play my role myself, and I could not expect anything from anybody to make it sound convincing. The idea, broadly speaking, was this: I, under the name of Carlos Alberto Frutos, was a volunteer member of a committee set up to defend political prisoners of meager means in the provinces. I was an engineer by profession, and I helped the committee by writing articles on the subject for limited circulation journals. This was why, or so I thought, I had been contacted by a Peruvian, Bolivian, or Central American woman called Edma or Elma, and invited to a meeting on the rights of political prisoners in countries ruled by dictatorships where human rights abuse was rife and undeniable. Apparently there was money for expenses, flights included. I had agreed to participate as an independent journalist, and we were to meet in La Paz at the end of February. I was then told the meeting would be in the interior, and I had to travel to Sucre. A French journalist, Debray, an international observer, was on the same bus, and that to me that gave the whole thing credibility. In Sucre we learned our journey was not over, and we ended up in a guerrilla camp, disguised as a farm, where the first thing I did was to complain about the deceitful method used to bring me there. In other words, I had been led to believe I was attending a semi-clandestine but legal meeting, not an armed conference. I demanded to leave immediately, but events had overtaken me. Both Debray and I had only been in contact with a small group of guerrillas in charge of supplies. I wanted a lawyer to defend me. The defeats the army had suffered made the officers in charge of the interrogation angry and bitter. Their tone was persistently violent, and their threatening behavior suggested the outcome had already been decided. That same day, April 21st, Che wrote in his diary of the news on the radio of the death of 3 mercenaries, a Frenchman, an Englishman, and an Argentine. There must be a response to this disinformation campaign so we can teach them a lesson. The officers talked of Che and Cubans leading a foreign invasion. Your accomplices have already confessed, they said, don't waste our time. The tactic followed the manuals: set us against each other, get us to accuse each other. I had to stick to what we had agreed and deny everything. Meanwhile, there was another striptease session. As I was getting dressed again, the officer going through my clothes picked up the jacket from the floor and emptied the pockets. Then he went on to check the sleeves, lapel, and seams. As he ran his fingers downwards pressing the edges, I sensed catastrophe. He started on the bottom hem, squeezing it with his fingers, until he came across something strange. Scrutinizing the lining, he eventually found the hole. Using his fingers as pincers, he dug down to the bottom of the jacket and found something. Widening the hole to get his entire hand in, he began fishing out rolled-up dollar bills, like a magician taking rabbits out of a hat. The shouting that broke out was confusing. I could not tell if they were cries of indignation or joy. $2,000 could be spread around quite nicely. The cantina would soak up the 5,000 pesos. They ordered me to be handcuffed, and a captain, or perhaps a sergeant, a big black guy, put my hands behind my back and tightened the steel handcuffs as far as they would go, to the sound of a cricket announcing bad weather. I was practically dragged over the entrance to the barracks, where I was locked in a shed full of debris and rubbish. It had even been used as a shit house. They threw my jacket and bag in after me, in an effort to respect my property. The window had been boarded up with wooden planks separated by millimeters and nailed from the inside. The door, also of wood, was locked and secured with chains. The flies buzzing above the shed provided the mood music. Standing in a space 2 meters by 2 meters, I reflected that they had not given me time to pee, something I had wanted to do all morning, and now that I was finally in the appropriate place, I could not do it. 35. The CIA takes charge. I could not see my arms, but the pain became proof they existed. It began to span the whole of my back, especially my shoulders and neck. My hands, it seemed, had swollen and each pore pricked from inside with a permanent neuralgia that sent spasmodic electric shocks not only along my arms but in a straight line down my body. I felt it pass through my buttock, my calf, and die at the bottom of my foot, or negotiate my ribs upwards, and dig into my neck, behind my ear. My hands had gone to sleep, and the pain came from my wrists where the steel handcuffs were tightest. They were the sort that got tighter the more you moved, an error I could not commit because there was no margin for it. Buried deep in my flesh, they became so completely fused with it that the steel ring emitted pain like an external bone tumor, and throbbed through each link of the chain between the hands. Between muscle cramp and stomach cramp, I saw the dawn break through the gap in the door. The barracks sprang to life, soldiers lined up in some kind of uneven and unwilling order, only to later disappear, and I imagined them having breakfast of heaven knows what. I made a few futile attempts to get the attention of each new guard. At midday, 24 hours after being incarcerated, they came for me. During the morning there had been some movement of vehicles and men, and I had seen tables and chairs being set up in the garden opposite. And that is where I was taken, handcuffed, and wet as I was. There were no introductions, of course, but among the group of soldiers waiting, were two civilians who appeared to be in charge. The tallest, an authoritarian Bolivian whom I came to know as Major Quintanilla, had organized my first interrogation session, but the professional asking the questions was the other one, a Dr. Gonzalez, who as soon as he opened his mouth proved to be Cuban, the other kind of course, in the pay of the CIA. His technique was completely different from the terse Bolivian, and he demonstrated it straight away by asking the major to unlock my handcuffs. A sergeant brought the key and fiddled with the lock until my liberated arms hung by their own weight. I could not move them, not even to look at my hands. Dr. Gonzalez, a pale-skinned man with a high forehead and black hair, the collar of his white shirt over his jacket in tropical sporty style, adopted a paternalistic stance. "No, not like that, Major, that's not how we do things. Just look at this." And raising my hands, he demonstrated what this was: 2 pieces of swollen meat as big as feet, sliced by bloody purple furrows where my wrists should be, and fingers like sausages. Still protesting, he began massaging my arms, from fingers to shoulders. He asked for ice, there was none, alcohol, none either, and continued for a good half hour until he restored my circulation and I could feel my fingers. After making me drink a jug of water, which he held for me like a good Samaritan, in a strange tense atmosphere that I could not call totally farcical, they sat down at the other side of the table, took out papers, documents, notebooks, and a tape recorder. There are 2 elementary interrogation techniques, based on contrasting principles: the use of violence to get information while the subject clings to life, and the intelligent use of facts to confront the subject and push him into a corner until his defense collapses. They both start from identifying the prisoner's personality and behavior in any particular circumstance. But, while the former is a dead end, because the prisoner's death is also a failure, the latter works on the simple logic that the accumulation of contrasting information leads to success. Information can be exaggerated and or false, but using it and following the thread can get to the truth. In a nutshell, the technique has to demonstrate the futility of denying known facts and the advantages of collaboration, an end to the pressure, restoration of identity, final respite, including prison or death. It was the way of the KGB school, whereby the victims thanked the party for allowing them a glorious death by firing squad. But like any theory, this technique can be turned on its head and have unexpected consequences. The professional interrogator starts from what he knows. He is not operating in a vacuum. If the prisoner has principles or reasons that motivate him, he finds out more than he tells, and rations what he says in order to maintain a secret balance in his favor. One big lie is made up of innumerable small truths that end up creating a splendid illusion, like a jigsaw. I don't pretend that I had mastered the technique in those days. But when I read Real Professionals later on, I was convinced that the fixed idea I had of omitting everything to do with Argentina and insisting on contacting my own lawyer was instinctively the right thing to do. The picture I painted of myself was not at all flattering, or even relevant, but it was very effective. You only have to compare my final statements to the interrogators with the story told in this book of the real role I had played. However, I base my success on two things: 1. My total denial of any link with the events in question and hence my repudiation of them, following the advice of my Cuban military intelligence instructors, and 2. The amount of knowledge Dr. Gonzalez had was evident in the way he channeled the interrogation in certain directions, his accuracy and precision, the names he introduced, and the gaps he left. It was like driving a car with two steering wheels. One was mine, a secret one, and I gave it an inadvertent twist whenever I could. Some things were undeniably true. I was arrested after the first 3 battles, the bloodiest defeats the army suffered at the hands of the guerrillas. From then on, all I could hide was my past, not the existence of the guerrillas. The army already knew where, when, and how to fight them. I could only accept or deny what was more or less known, and use that knowledge. If, for example, the question was about the number of Cubans, it was because their presence was worth knowing about, and any Argentine presence was not. If they name Antonio and Arturo, it is because they already know their names, they cannot invent them off the top of their heads. I can delay my recognition, accumulate shared facts and release them when some route is blocked, knowing that it will not be news or do anyone any harm. The questions also helped in the sense that they provided information about what was happening. If details came out that they could not have known about, they must have come from another source. So, there were signs of other detainees, although they were not confirmed until much later. My initial aim was to gain time with my false identity, Carlos Alberto Frutos, civil engineer, in the hope that Manuel in Buenos Aires would raise the alarm among our compañeros in the 3 or 4 cities most involved in the EGP, and that would give them time to put in place the necessary safety measures. You can never know where an interrogation that starts with a massage will end, but the assumption that we were dead ducks hovered over us like the trump card in a poker game. In the first session, I merely identified the person in the passport and reiterated the story I gave when arrested in Huipampa. But it gave me a clear idea of how to weave threads into a fabric. I did not know Frutos and his family circle, so I had to invent everything and, more importantly, I had to remember what I invented, because a basic knowledge of police techniques shows the interrogator may suddenly return to previous questions looking for inconsistencies. The first round of invented names I got from conjuring up groups of old friends, lost in time but not in my heart. This gave me a certain flexibility and the chance to create the organogram: parents, children, brothers, relatives, friends, family anecdotes. It was a particular social milieu and space/time framework that was easy to remember. My main worry was how quickly I would be identified. In Argentina, all 6-year-olds get a cédula, a police ID. It is based on civil registry records and the fingerprints of both hands, and is kept in the police archives. It was not until the 2nd or 3rd week that they began this process. I was also worried about hiding a very hot potato indeed. In the years following the consolidation of power by the Cuban revolutionary government, the primary aim of U.S. intelligence in Latin America was to undermine that power and destroy the example set by the Cuban model. Naturally, they were anxious to capture informers who had come out of the Cuban program to export the revolution across Latin America. Every so often some bureaucrat or other took the plunge and fell into their net, but they were usually tram salesmen looking for a way into exile or counterintelligence agents persuaded to get into bed with the U.S. In me they had a first-hand source that was potentially an unimaginable diplomatic and military propaganda coup, a real complication for the Cubans, and worse still, it implicated other countries. But they did not know it, nor could they imagine it. I, on the other hand, did know. It was a time bomb I had to swallow, even if it exploded inside me, or in the best of cases, would take so long to digest that it would ruin my life anyway. The alternative was to make them kill me. But I did not want to die. So I sacrificed my vanity, and passed myself off as a first-class imbecile, consistent and believable. The boarded-up shack became my cell. They furnished it with an old wrought iron bed, probably from a rubbish dump. The iron and bronze supports were kicked into place, but nothing could sort out the sagging rusty wire mesh base, which did not even have a mattress. Before bed, I ate the plat du jour, which was what the troops got every day, a sort of soup of potatoes and maize flour, with bits of fat or crackling floating in it, served on a tin plate accompanied by a tin beaker, both dented, for my own personal use. I also got a piss pot, a narrow-necked milk bottle. When the night sentry arrived at 7 o'clock, my right wrist was handcuffed, with difficulty, to the wire mesh base. I used Che's jacket to cover the part of the mesh without holes and lay down, able to change position painfully. 12 hours later, with the change of guard, I was given breakfast, my beaker full of mate, and a piece of bread. They also took off my handcuffs, so settling myself by the crack in the door I observed what was going on. In mid-morning, I saw them setting up that day's tribunal. Debray and Roth were to be questioned together, instead of devoting a day to one person as they generally did. After that everyone disappeared, for the weekend, I supposed, and came back from La Paz with renewed gusto. But, despite Quintanilla's tendencies, our treatment did not change. We were never tortured. After Debray's initial kicking and my mashed wrists, they did not touch us again. A mantle of protection had suddenly fallen over one of the prisoners and extended to all of us. The guardian angel was General Charles de Gaulle, irrefutable hero of the Second World War, founder-president of the Fifth French Republic. We did not know it, but Debray could have expected it. His mother was a Gaullist member of Parliament for Paris. General de Gaulle's prestige stemmed from having granted independence to Algeria, despite fierce opposition from the most reactionary sectors of his armed forces, who had been losing influence since Vietnam. Yet paradoxically it was the sector that had most influence over the Latin American armies. It is wrong to think that it was only the North Americans who were ethically corrupt. It was the ex-generals of the OAS who introduced anti-subversive methods, no-holds-barred violence, torture of prisoners and civilians, widely practiced in those countries where they trained local armed forces, including the U.S. Years later, Argentine torturers were their model students. Some of the generals recognized that the French techniques had been successfully applied in the dirty war of the 1970s. In our day, the Proas cupola of the Bolivian army, which included President Barrientos and Generals Torres and Ovando, was being challenged by the pro-French sector, led by the Oruro garrison's General Banzer, over its proposal to negotiate over the lives of us prisoners. And again paradoxically, the negotiations were with that very same French government. Meanwhile, I clung tenaciously to my story of the deceptive invitation. It was one thing, I argued, to participate in a legally organized Latin American conference in solidarity with peoples daring to fight oppression, and quite another to end up with a guerrilla group that had been forced into military action before we had time to leave. I had done nothing but refuse to participate and wait until I could leave. I had not seen the leader who, it was true, they called Ramon. I did not know if the men in charge were Cubans. I could not tell their accents from others, possibly Central Americans or Ecuadorians. We had only seen small groups of guerrillas, since they kept us foreigners away from military operations. There was, however, an iron rule in place: if you did not work, you did not eat, so we had to help collect firewood and water, and carried our own sleeping equipment and other general loads. The Argentine part was of special interest to them, and there I could let fly, based on what I remembered from all kinds of magazines and pamphlets in Buenos Aires, endlessly analyzing details of politics, the unions, and the clandestine struggle, and naturally I overdosed on reports from conferences on human rights, freedom of expression, and culture, until my interrogators got tired and changed the subject. I needed to remember my gradual introduction into those circles, quite normal in a more or less democratic Argentina in a permanent state of political ferment since the fall of Peronism, but without straying from what was common knowledge, union meetings, fashionable study centers and seminars, which in actual fact I had avoided like the plague. They wanted to find a link between those activities and the guerrillas in Bolivia. It was like playing cops and robbers. One morning, out of the blue, they took me and the Frenchman to a runway. A little Cessna landed and we were pushed into the seats behind the pilot, handcuffed together. The other front seat was occupied by Major Quintanilla, a Colt .38 in his hand. The plane took off towards the north, or so I thought, seeing the jungle-covered hills to the left and the desert plains to the right. We were flying directly over the area where the drama of armed ideology was being played out. Debray and I could not talk to each other, but some telepathic communication must have gone on. It was the first time we had been together since our arrest, although I had seen him almost daily through my crack in the door. We both sported the authentic prisoner look, a few scratches, a lot dirtier, but basically intact. The plane landed in Santa Cruz de la Sierra, probably at a military airfield, and truckloads of troops were deployed to accompany us to a barracks. We were still the responsibility of Major Quintanilla, who finally introduced us, a tad theatrically, to the 8th Army Division's head of intelligence, Major Salcedo. Quintanilla was a police major and head of intelligence for the Ministry of the Interior. Only rivalry between the commanders of Divisions 4 and 8 explains this prisoner transfer operation. Instead of the chief of the interested section doing the interrogation, in this case Section 2 of the 8th Division from a neighboring military region where the guerrillas were expected to be heading, the individual sessions remained where we had finished the previous day. Here they merely took personal stock of the statements we had made so far. The prisoner interrogations were still in the hands of the team based in the 4th Division barracks in Camarai, controlled by the CIA. Halfway through the afternoon, we got into the Cessna and returned to the Chorty barracks outside Camarai. We sat in the same seats for the hour's flight, and for the very first time a viable way of escaping occurred to me. Why not relieve Major Quintanilla of his revolver? The Major, a typical example of the South American macho, freed from the critical eye of his boss Dr. Gonzalez, was keen to exercise his power. So, twisting round in his seat, instead of speaking, as if we did not understand Spanish, he used the barrel of his cocked gun to indicate he did not want us to move, speak, or look at each other. But every now and again, his attention was distracted and he looked out of the front window at the scenery. With my hands together, I thought, I could lunge forward, wrest the gun from his hand, press it to the pilot's neck, and get the flight plan altered, or rather, carry on down to the Argentine border. But this was not Hollywood, I was not the star of a film, and my impulses were subordinate to my reason. I tried to move my arm, but it was anchored to Debray's and we had no visual contact. Any action that depended on being able to move freely, without being able to, was crazy. The imponderables were, a stray shot might hit me, he might have another gun for his right hand, he might be stronger than he looked, and most probably, the plane might not have enough petrol. One morning a third person appeared. Wearing a dark gray suit, a white shirt and a tie, he put a briefcase on the garden table and took out several things. From the few words I heard him say, I detected an unmistakable Argentine accent. He was from the Argentine Federal Police's Special Political Brigade. He took 10 fingerprints with professional expertise, like a manicurist, then handed me a petrol-soaked rag to wipe the ink off my fingers, which given their recent treatment were still like half-peeled bananas. He said goodbye to the interrogators and went off to get his plane without a word to me. Almost immediately I started on a new version of my story. The Buenos Aires police would clearly not tolerate being made fools of, and had sent an identification section expert to make absolutely certain. Now all I could do was wait for the results. The dry, threatening tone the interrogators used became ironic, insisting on family dates, details, ages. The questions were as fictional as the replies. We were all pretending. The weekend went by gloomily. In the next session, all hell broke loose. I was sitting in front of the interrogation table. The day was sunny, but cold. The interrogators came out of the office. Quintanilla stormed towards me, furious, hurling insults, kicking the air, and knocking over chairs. He was overreacting, of course, but behind him Dr. Gonzalez seemed livid too. It was the only time I saw him lose his cool. While the major shouted for the firing squad, something he could not do, Dr. Gonzalez swore at me between his teeth, "Bastard. You little shit. You made me look like a fucking idiot. You tricked me like a kid." The racket they were making was ridiculous. They must have already traveled from La Paz together knowing who I really was. Or maybe not. The telegram may have come straight to Camaray. I did not know. The point was that, while Quintanilla said we have to shoot this fool, Dr. Gonzalez pointed out that while I had wasted their time, from now on it was plain sailing. "We're going to listen to what Señor Bustos has to say to us," he said, and let slip a few signs of what they now knew. They knew my real identity down to the last detail: a painter, from Mendoza, well-known leftist, friend of communist artists and painters, traveled around Argentina making contacts in political and cultural circles dominated by international communism. "Let's start again," I said. And we started again: date of birth, parents, brothers and sisters, last address, education, jobs, political activities. It was easier. I could describe a concrete past, not at all subversive, full of famous people known for their pacifism and concern for human rights. Artists and poets, musicians and writers, actors and bohemians who had never held a gun or so much as a firework, committed to the struggle for peace and nuclear disarmament. That was my world, and they knew it. I exchanged the false history for my real life, more romantic than combative, or both things interrelated. However, I retained my basic reason for being in Bolivia. I was active in peace and human rights movements, and supported political prisoners fighting for justice and against exploitation. "Didn't you do that in 1952? I asked. The false passport was normal political behavior too. When I went to Buenos Aires to meet the person responsible for the invitation, a certain Isaac, a name given me in Córdoba by Elma, I discovered I was going to La Paz and needed a passport. I did not have one, and getting all the proper documentation from the police would take too long, so I gave Isaac a photo and he got one for me. The newspapers were full of politicians and union leaders flying to Perón's house in Madrid under false names, so I took the risk. The web I wove, a mixture of truth and lie, was unraveled daily, and my heart was in my mouth each time my secret came perilously near to being uncovered. Some information cropped up about my trip to Cuba in 1961. I made it as far-fetched as I could, saying that I had planned a trip with my then-wife Claudia, but that we had split up and wanted to hide the fact from her wealthy family, so we left Mendoza to keep up appearances and eventually parted company in Chile. I went south to Osorno, to manage a seaweed processing factory, a job offered me by a friend in Santiago. The story was true, except that it had happened 10 years earlier, and never got past the project stage. The friend was called Marija Moragas and I met her at a Continental Culture Congress. I hoped Claudia's family's visceral loathing for revolutionary Cuba would prevent that lead being followed, and that was in fact what happened. But it was not all so dangerously easy. It did not make sense that an armed organization involving Cuba, and leaders of the status of Fidel and Che, would invite me by mistake. On the other hand, it was all so preposterous that it could be an error or overestimation by the Cubans of the level of commitment of the Argentine left. There were too many false trails and Dr. Gonzalez was already suspicious. When he thought he had all the facts, they turned out to be false. Okay, how the fuck do I know any of it is true? Painter. How do I know you're a painter? Okay, draw something, damn it. Draw a gorilla. I felt the parachute open. Instead of diving into the abyss, I could descend gently, and keep pulling the ropes until I finally landed. Dr. Gonzalez sent someone out to buy a small pad of drawing paper, and a thick pencil. I drew a gorilla who looked more like a tramp. The impact was as instantaneous as the image was useless, the power of the virtual was more real than the bloody actions they had taken part in. Things moved fast after that. I had the opportunity to reinforce my own story, probably at the cost of my own honor. I did not hesitate. The choice between my own image and the secrets of the revolution was simple, and I made it. The public might be suspicious, but my compañeros would be safe. It all hinged on credibility. They had to accept that I was a genuinely neutral witness, willing to collaborate so as not to be linked in any way with the other side. Who had the soldiers seen? I asked myself. After the ambushes, the prisoners not only saw but talked to various guerrillas, they were treated by guerrilla doctors, they confessed to other guerrillas. Managing more than just a coincidental likeness would be a miracle anyway, and that boded well for me. A good draftsman can repeat from memory a face he has drawn numerous times, but he cannot make a faithful copy of faces that rush in and out of his memory in chaotic situations. I drew what they might find recognizable: beards, a certain look, recognizable features. The order was not important. Deep inside I had a clear idea of where I was heading. I could almost guess what they would ask me to do next. In the days leading up to this watershed, it had become clear that they knew the composition and leadership of the guerrilla group. They made me listen to other interrogations, so I could not go on pleading ignorance. Subsequent speculation, for reasons of press or murky interest, about who did what when, did not change what the army knew. It did not matter what Debray or I said, nor when we said it, they already knew. To get a picture of the chronology, best examine the statements of the defectors. They had already established the presence of Che under the alias Ramon, a group of Cubans under his command, some Peruvians and, naturally, Bolivians led by members or ex-members of the Bolivian Communist Party. All of them were shielded by pseudonyms, which was their purpose. As for our being there, the reason fluctuated like a kaleidoscope. Debray, who had arrived with his own passport and cultural baggage, was in fact more illegitimate than the person who had arrived illegally, because his being important was worth something, whereas mine was insignificant. When they found my suitcase in Tania's jeep, it contained a few clothes, catalogs of Buenos Aires publishers, a photo of Cortázar and 2 Oruro devil masks bought in La Paz. When they opened the Debray file, they found Cuba, Fidel Castro, Maspero, world-famous philosophers and writers supporting the great journalistic adventure to find and interview Che Guevara. Shortly after my real identity was established, Debray wrote a letter to Dr. Gonzalez in which he clarified and corrected details and dates of his previous statements, the circumstances under which Castro told him he could see Che, how, when, and where. I realize under these circumstances there is no point hiding today what will be headline news tomorrow, he writes. Neither knowing the truth nor speculating about it would alter the drama of an isolated guerrilla army prepared to fight to the death. Or would it? When we said goodbye, Che had said, "But if you see that they know, blast off, spread the news, make as much noise as possible. Then I can be myself again and use my beret." That was not some throwaway phrase. He had hit the nail on the head, the importance of his presence. But my unconscious drive to self-preservation initially buried the possibility of making such pronouncements. When I began to see the need for them, I found the crucial element was missing: the press, the indispensable medium for making a noise, however great or small. This was consistent on the part of the army. In the almost 4 years I was a prisoner, I was not allowed a single contact with the press. And this applied exclusively to me. The only article was written without my knowledge by the Argentine magazine Gente when we were taken to Camarai in July. But from our perspective in Argentina, our hopes of success were always based on Che leading the struggle, his ability to get the masses to join him. Without a base in the people, against a powerful army, in an immense country, the struggle was an illusion, more than risible, impossible. Our project could be saved by informing the people, and they would choose whether to accept or reject it, on the basis of their own yearning and the historic merit of the figure proposing it. Keeping his leadership a secret meant denying him support. That was the view taken years later by Bolivian journalist Humberto Vázquez Viana, Loro's brother, in his book A Guerrilla for Che, and also intimated by General Gary Prado in his book How I Captured Che. The next step was difficult, because it meant a dual challenge. Drawing Che would be both risible and a commitment, not only of memory but also of emotion. If I had no voice with which to make as much noise as possible, I had to use my other talents, and I was prepared for Dr. Gonzalez to say, "And Ramon? Draw Ramon." The drawing was a rough sketch. The important thing was not the outward appearance but the inner strength, which I was unable to capture. It looked more like a hungry poet and bore no resemblance to Ramon, or to what he represented. Yet he was considered the success of the guerrilla drawings. Nonetheless, Dr. Gonzalez was soon removed. Of all the drawings I had to do, those of Chino and Nato were the best. Better too was the drawing of Poppy, of whom I was especially fond. There still remained the strategic objective I had to carry out, to protect my network by drawing Argentine contacts that did not exist. But I had to let them force that out of me. I don't think the drawings changed the interrogation process, but suddenly one night, we were dragged out and piled into a jeep that took off along a mountain track. In the middle of the night and the middle of nowhere, the jeep stopped behind an army truck and we were pushed out. I thought our final hour had come. But it was just a change of vehicle. We were hauled into the back of the truck carrying a load of soldiers and continued our journey to a mini barracks in the jungle. It was a camp where a Bolivian Ranger unit were being trained by U.S. instructors, an eventual Green Beret regiment. I was put in an empty storeroom, the sort used for harnesses or tools, where I could only stand or squat in the space between shelves, with my knees against the wall. The old wooden door was chained shut, but it had a few opportune slits at eye level. During the day I could see a lot of troop movements and U.S. officers talking to Bolivians in a kind of pidgin cowboy Caribbean. They seemed to be the technical directors. We only spent a couple of days there, but it was clear we had been abducted clandestinely because even going to the WC had to be done when no one was about. We were eventually taken in a U.S. military helicopter to La Esperanza, an old sugar mill to the north of Santa Cruz. A prison had been improvised in a dilapidated house in the old administrative quarter, surrounded by a covered veranda in the best tropical colonial style, with a corridor separating the rooms where we were quartered. Debray was to the right, and I to the left in a corner room, with boarded-up windows and torn mesh mosquito netting. I don't remember where Roth was. Debray suggested we exaggerate the strength of the guerrilla contingents to more than 100 fighters, of which we had only met 2 or 3 small groups, the ones they already knew about. This coincided with what I had been telling my interrogators. The idea was to dissuade the army from searching for them because that would be dangerous for the small groups of guerrillas in their present state. In the short term, exaggerating their size could be favorable. I was not sure how many men the army could mobilize. The U.S. General Staff theory was, more troops, less mobility, but greater ability to encircle the enemy. In practice, the poorest army in the southern cone relied on its human resources to multiply its activities. We did not know it at the time, but, for the first time in Latin America, the Bolivians were using a theory that was both new and appropriate, creating their own guerrilla groups acting independently and simultaneously. The strategy of isolating the guerrillas was decisive in the struggle. The US-trained troops did not join the action until the very end. Two things happened in this peaceful place which gradually brought an end to the interrogations of Roth and Debray, though they continued with me. The first was that Dr. Gonzalez was replaced by another Cuban exile, Gabriel Garcia, also a CIA agent. He was more energetic, more obviously an employee of the company. He tried to control everything. He told me that Dr. Gonzalez had finished his work and returned to the US. My interrogation was only just beginning. It would depend on me how long it lasted, and whether it would have a happy ending. He was mainly interested in my contacts in Argentina, and in the links between them and La Paz. My line of collaboration was clearly defined. They seemed receptive to my arguments since everything seemed to fit the political preconceptions the CIA had about local and regional left-wing politics. The communist parties were openly against the armed struggle in Latin America, and Argentina was no exception. Young people there were abandoning the party ranks and the political scene was dominated by the power of the Peronist labor organizations. The masses had not supported the Cuba-backed guerrilla experience in Salta for that very reason. The left was only united through solidarity with their jailed militants, and I had been very active in that campaign. Nevertheless, someone had been behind the invitation I had received, and that person must be the bridge to a continental-wide project, like the one now taking place in Bolivia. Gabriel wanted to know who it was. He asked me to provide a written statement, which I did. My mistake was to hope my statements would make as much noise as possible, but that I could keep my secrets at the same time. I more than achieved the second objective. But the CIA stymied my first objective by not publishing my statement. They used the figure of the defeated collaborator, that I had laboriously created through my drawings and my lacking in content statements, added information to it gathered from other sources, and then finally presented it as a great work of CIA intelligence. Yet the work, of counterintelligence, was done by me to protect the information I had accumulated, the direct implication of Cuba in continental subversion, the complicity of other states, and the safety and freedom of all the members of our organization in Argentina. I pretended to be on the sidelines politically, even against the project I worked for, seeding a little information each day, until I broke and delivered the names and drawings of the two contacts crucial to the CIA investigation, Isaac Ruttman in Argentina, and Andres in La Paz, neither of whom existed. When I lived in Buenos Aires in the 1950s, I met a guy who later became my best friend in the city. We met in the Chamberí, a cafe bar on the corner of Córdoba and San Martín, where in the late afternoon artists and literary people gathered in a pina. In fact, there were various pinas going on simultaneously. The pina next to ours centered round film and socialism, and at the table alongside us sat a film critic called Leo Salas who was always banging on about Ingmar Bergman, in the years when the Swedish director was more famous in Argentina than in his own country. Leo's friend, who became mine too, was called Isaac Schusterman, or Isaacwato, a Jewish socialist who dreamed of adventures, far away and improbable rather than political, and managed to join the crew of an Argentine merchant marine ship going down the Atlantic coast to the south. On his return, sailor's bag over his shoulder, Isaac came straight from South Dock to our pina in the Chamberí. We spent many enjoyable times. I did not become friends with the critic, because for me the film genius in those days was Orson Welles, not the remote Viking, and that particular heresy was unacceptable to his heirs. My friend Isaacwato came to mind the first time I mentioned someone called Isaac in Buenos Aires in my interrogation. When the moment came, broken by my defection, I gave his face to Isaac Ruttman, so I could draw a Jewish face properly. The name, Ruttman, came from another Jewish friend, from Mendoza, called Reutemann, but I changed the spelling. Next I drew the Bolivian contact created to help Debray, who we knew only as Andres. These two people became famous at my expense, despite never having been born. One day I was writing the resume of my statements that Gabriel Garcia had asked for. I was trying to clarify what I had really said, and divested of the rubbish other people had said that Garcia wanted me to approve. There was sudden agitation at the entry checkpoint when a couple of vehicles passed the barrier and drove down the avenue of jacarandas in front of our house. A jeep, followed by an army truck full of soldiers, advanced slowly until it passed the house and stopped a little further on. In the jeep sat General Ovando Candia, Commander-in-Chief of the Bolivian Armed Forces, whose photo we had seen on scraps of newspaper in the bathroom, or in magazines the soldiers on guard duty had lent us. It was an unmistakable image, and the reactions to him confirmed it. Changing windows, my eyes followed the reception committee as they came to greet him at the next door house. Shortly afterwards, they called for Debray and took him to the general. No doubt about it. The commander of the Bolivian Armed Forces wanted to talk to the Frenchman. A couple of hours later, they came back with Debray, while the general went off the way he had come. The Frenchman told me nothing about the meeting. He behaved as if nothing had happened and as if I was some idiot who could know about his visits to the bathroom but not about his posh outings. From then on, Debray was not interrogated further, while Garcia kept pressing me for details about my contacts, etc. One morning, I was told to collect my belongings and the three of us, including Roth now, assembled at the door to the house. We were handcuffed and taken to a clearing where an enormous U.S. Army banana helicopter was waiting. We were pushed in through a sliding door in the side, together with a group of Green Berets carrying automatic rifles. The flying mastodon flew over the jungle. It was impossible to tell in which direction, or how long the journey took, but it was over an hour, in any case. It was all too obvious, however, that wherever we landed in that desert of short flat jungle, we would never ever get out. And that was the idea. We eventually landed in a clearing in the carpet of vegetation. There was a three-sided thatched adobe house with a central patio and a pond, the fourth side was enclosed with barbed wire. It was deep in the jungle. The living part of the house with wooden windows was at the front, the right-hand side seemed to lodge the guards, and on the left were chicken coops and corrals. A tall, thin middle-aged man in a captain's uniform came out to greet us, followed by a pathetic female figure and a couple of children. The officer in charge of the transfer operation handed over his prisoners, inspected half a dozen soldiers who appeared from nowhere, and ordered them to unload supplies from the helicopter. He said goodbye like someone in a hurry to leave hell, leapt aboard the whistling monster, its blades already whirring, and disappeared into a cloud of dust. The captain, depressed-looking but with courteous manners, a wrinkled face, reddened eyes, and chaplain-style mustache, thought it opportune to inform us that we were all in the same boat, isolated from the outside world by 200 kilometers of jungle. The best thing to do, he said, was relax, keep out of the sun, be on the lookout for snakes, and try to make the best of things. His wife would cook, and the food would be the same for the family, prisoners, and guards, providing we did not threaten his family or question his duties as head of this outpost. He then took us to our rooms, the chicken coops on the left-hand side, of course, emptied of their former inhabitants. The geese, ducks, and hens, having been transferred higgledy-piggledy to the tumble-down shack at the end of the line, were flapping noisily together in the patio round the pond. Soldiers were sweeping the chicken shit off the floor with branches, trying to make room for some recently arrived camp beds, with straw mattresses and blankets. They put one in each room. Debray took the nearest to the house, Roth the one in the middle, and I was in the last one which, judging by the grey feathers, had housed the geese. The doors, mere symbolic structures to protect the fowl from mountain foxes, let in the sun's rays like shiny metallic sheets. At night, stearic acid candles threw sinister shadows onto the spiders' webs. There was no real need for padlocks, but they still used planks to bar the doors. It was early June, deep winter, though it made no difference in those latitudes. The next day, the captain invited us to inspect the property after an excellent breakfast served devotedly by his good wife. Away from the house on the left, a couple of hectares had been cleared for maize and vegetables. Staring into the jungle, we could see just how thick and tangled it was, low but impenetrable. The days went by slowly and peacefully. Chatting in the shade on the patio every morning, a strange friendship formed between Debray, Roth, and me, although limited by natural reserve and some taboo topics. Roth was the friend in common, an apex of the trio, and he brought optimism and good humor. One day he said he had a confession to make, and lowering his eyes admitted, "I'm a member of the army." We looked at him calmly, as if it was not beyond the realms of possibility, and he went, "The Salvation Army, ha, ha." He told us of his adventures in New York while he was training for the Peace Corps, when it was fashionable for students to carry knives and whip them out on the slightest pretext, especially to girls. He was a good sort, and just wanted to strike it lucky someday as a freelance photographer. During the month, we received 2 visits. We were locked up as a small helicopter landed and, to my surprise, the visitors came to my cell. It was Gabriel Garcia and the Argentine policeman, not a very high-level visit, but exclusively for me. Opening his briefcase, the Argentine said in a policeman-like voice, "There are 2 Isaac Rutmans in Argentina, one is 75 and lives in Buenos Aires, and the other, a cripple, is in Rio Gallegos, Patagonia." He took out a file of photos, as if they were of underworld villains, and asked me to identify the fugitive Rutman among the notorious criminals of the Argentine left. From the police photos, I honestly could not have even recognized Codovilla even if I had wanted to. They left me a carton of cigarettes and a vaporizer. My bronchial infection had deteriorated in Shorty and I had asked for one. When they had left and normality returned, Debray said to me cryptically, "Carlos, lies have short legs." "Depends on the boots the cat wears," I replied. The second visit was at the beginning of July. The roar above suggested the Marines were landing, but in fact it was the enormous banana helicopter. We saw the dust storm briefly before we were locked up. The visitor was an important figure, significant for the 3 of us. He was Monsignor Kennedy, Bolivian Army chaplain and U.S. citizen. We were politely invited from our cells to be introduced to the ecclesiastical dignitary, who professed interest in our health in the name of the Christian faithful who had been praying for us and would be pleased to know, via him, that he had found us alive and well. We each had our photo taken with the priest, and the committee of Gabriel Garcia and Major Quintanilla took their leave. We waved them goodbye as a family, as if they were leaving a happy party. It was clear they were granting us among the living status. The helicopter returned a couple of days later and we were told to pack our toothbrushes. There was an emotional goodbye from the captain and his wife, whom we were abandoning. We looked down on them from the air, waving furiously, in the middle of that great solitude, their children clutching their legs, surrounded by the ubiquitous foul. 36. On trial in Camarai, October 1967. Receptions do not always have red carpets. Awaiting us on the Chorty Barracks airstrip was a Bolivian Army combat unit, trucks, jeeps, officers, and couriers shouting orders and scurrying from one side of the helicopter to another, all deployed in organizing a military detail with weapons at the ready, at the door of the machine. We got out to a patently hostile atmosphere as if we were aliens not even to be treated as human beings, because of the mantle of prejudice hanging over us. The key to this animosity was the accusation that we were foreign mercenaries. The guerrillas were portrayed as mainly Cuban, Peruvian and Argentine. The army played up its fatalities as an attack on the national honor of a people whose humblest of sons, mere conscripts, were being killed without anything to justify the massacre. We were dragged handcuffed to one of the trucks and dumped in the back like parcels. There was a bench on each side and we were distributed along them with soldiers in between. I was at the back of the truck on the right, next to the officer in charge, who cocked a .45 pistol and leaned the barrel on my left cheek, forcing me to look at him. It was a very disagreeable sight. His face oozed sadism and a line of saliva appeared to dribble from his obscene mouth. Major Echevarria, commander of 4th Army Division's intelligence section, proved to be a total psychopath. The truck drove off down what seemed to be a riverbed but was, in fact, the road to Camarai. The summer rains had caused the rivers to overflow and flood the roads in town, so that every crossroads was plowed up and little channels of stones made our journey torture, and for me dangerous, because the gun barrel dug into my cheekbones and banged against my lower molar which had been aching for days. The threat of my head being blown off when we hit a pothole, ultimate odontological solution, hung over me until we stopped. We had arrived at 4th Division headquarters, on the corner of Camarai's main square, where on a Sunday night 4 months earlier, we had listened to the music of the military band. I was dragged off the truck and put in a small room. Later, when the situation calmed a little, I discovered what had been happening hierarchically within 4th Division. Colonel Rocha, whom we had heard on the radio while we were still at base camp, had been replaced as commanding officer by Colonel Rick Duran. All the middle-rank officers were new, and there to wash away the humiliation suffered and avenge the dead. One morning, they took me from my room to an interior patio, which was like a garden. Roth and Debray were already there, each standing with a guard. On the other side of the lawn, behind some ropes like a boxing ring, was a crowd of journalists and photographers. We were introduced to them like some strange species. No questions were allowed and the ceremony finished with no contact except visual, and the popping of camera flashes. A photographer, who identified himself as the correspondent of the Buenos Aires magazine Gente, asked if he could approach me to measure the luminosity on his light meter. Given permission, he jumped the rope, came up to me and, putting his apparatus purposefully to my chest, whispered, "Your wife is in La Paz." "Thank you," I replied. At the end of the session, another journalist came up and managed to say a few words to me. It was Carlos Maria Gutierrez, from the Uruguayan magazine Marca. He said, as if we knew each other, "Don't worry, Ciro, I'm going to Cuba to see about publishing Che's Congo diaries and I'll stop them trying to frame you." I never heard from him again, and Che's Congo book was not published for another 30 years. The army spokespersons announced to the press that, since we had been arrested under the 4th Division's jurisdiction, we would be tried in a military tribunal right here in Camarai. A couple of days later, I was told I would be receiving a visit of 2 half-hour sessions on consecutive days. The major withdrew, giving way to my wife Anna Maria. A soldier stood by the blank wall facing the bed, and a sergeant posted himself at the door. Anna Maria and I hugged each other in an interminable embrace that lasted the entire 30 minutes. The emotion of seeing each other paralyzed us, but the interior strength of the militancy we both tacitly shared, incredible as it sounds now 32 years later, meant we acted more like comrades than a loving couple with 2 little girls. The lump in my throat reflected my concern for my family, but in Anna Maria's ear I murmured details of my failed mission. I explained the core argument of my statement to the Bolivian authorities. I told her she must urgently inform the Cubans of the dire situation the guerrillas were in, no food, medicine, no radio, and that, in my opinion, they could not survive 6 months in that state. Given that I was describing what I had seen in April, the prediction was terrifyingly exact. I said, "Remember these words and repeat them to me tomorrow. Go to La Paz, find Dr. Aurier, and give him the instructions Che had given me." I can't remember the exact words, but in essence it was to warn the urban networks Rodolfo or Renan Montero to find a safer place for the money, and get the Cubans to send any available volunteers to the area between the Cochabamba, Santa Cruz Road and the guerrillas' zone of action, and somehow miraculously try to regain contact with them. Our time was up and they took her out. The following day we had another half-hour visit. Anna Maria and I went over the instructions. She had remembered them correctly. She also brought the news that Debray's mother had arrived in La Paz and apparently declared that I was a CIA agent while her young son was a renowned philosopher with an inquiring mind. This slanderous remark had not helped Anna Maria get permission to travel to Camarai, but it was finally granted by General Torres, who told her she had the misfortune of being married to the most dangerous of the prisoners. This was intriguing. What did he really know and what was guesswork? Or was he just playing executioner? When they first landed in La Paz, Ana Maria and Ricardo Rojo, with whom she traveled from Buenos Aires, had contacted a prestigious Bolivian socialist intellectual, Sergio Almaraz Paz, leader of the opposition PIR and founder of the Grupo Octubre. The contact was made through another Argentine, Gregorio Celser, a historian who worked with the group in La Paz. Almaraz offered Ana Maria moral support in the hostile environment created by the police, and practical support in negotiating the arbitrary obstacles the army was putting in the way of anyone associated with their Argentine prisoner. The Grupo Octubre tried to help Ana Maria contact the guerrillas' urban network, but Dr. Arie was no longer in Bolivia, and without him it was impossible to use the passwords, valid only for him, to reach Rodolfo and Renat. Not only had Dr. Arie gone into exile in Chile, but Cuban intelligence had recalled their man Renan Montero from his post in La Paz in March, immediately after the first combat. He was not replaced. I only learned this extraordinary information many years later. Ana Maria returned to Argentina and prepared the textual reports to send to Cuba. The EGP leadership in Córdoba asked a pasado y present reader without a political/police record, who I knew only as Gordo, to go immediately to Havana. When he reached Havana airport, he was interrogated by Cuban intelligence. They took Ana Maria's report from him and dispatched him back to Prague on the same plane, without a word of explanation. Havana had decided to side exclusively with the international figure of Debré. They never tried to make contact of any kind with the EGP in Argentina, the grassroots organization founded by Che. In La Paz, Almaraz suggested hiring a trusted lawyer, Dr. Jaime Mendizabal, to take on my defense. I had always hoped to have an Argentine lawyer, but it did not prove viable. From then on, there was a clear intention, and not only inside Bolivia, to isolate my real political persona, to which I contributed initially for reasons of general security, by denying me any contact with the press. Over the next 3.5 years, this developed into an elaborate political maneuver in which I was not allowed a single interview. Camarai became a focal point for the world's press, journalists of all nationalities converged there, to the joy of local commerce, pensions, hotels and brothels. But, although many journalists, not only Latin Americans, were interested in seeing me, none of them managed to break the cordon sanitaire around me. Bolivian intelligence prohibited it and, worse still, concocted false statements. At the same time, articles appeared presenting me as the counterpart to the main figure Debré, the brilliant European intellectual, revolutionary in the revolution, versus the obscure unknown South American. To understand this more clearly, we would need to know what went on behind the scenes when General Ovando and Debré made their pact at the sugar mill and what happened in government-to-government negotiations. It does not seem quite correct to say de Gaulle and Barrientos, perhaps de Gaulle and the Bolivian army. General de Gaulle began by changing the staff in the French embassy in La Paz, and it was no routine change. From his still quite recent confrontation with the colonialist generals of the French army, leaders of the OAS in the case of Algeria, he rescued his closest collaborator, Dominique Pontchardieu, a colonel in military intelligence. He had appointed him as the ambassador to Bolivia in 1964. A few years earlier, in Vietnam, at the fall of Dien Bien Phu, one woman had come to symbolize the honor of France, discredited by the paratroopers who had literally been killing each other to get on the escape helicopters. She was the last official representative to board the last helicopter after helping the last of the wounded. She was a nurse, Genevieve de Galard-Terobi. Her fame and photo had circled the globe under the nickname of the Angel of Dien Bien Phu. Now she was appointed by de Gaulle as the French consul in La Paz, with the specific mission to attend to the safety and well-being of the beloved French prisoner. As soon as the consulsa got her accreditation, she rushed down to Camarai for the first of a series of visits over the next few months, and periodically during the 3 years after the sentence. However, it was not only the French government that showed concern for Debré. The number one enemy of a Bolivian government at war with Cuban guerrillas, the revolutionary government of Cuba to be precise, hastened to maintain a legal and press presence to support Debray, a personal friend of Fidel. The task fell to an interpreter at the Cuban Ministry of the Interior, a Venezuelan woman called Elizabeth Burgos, with whom Debray had a relationship. They had to obey strict rules that the Bolivians imposed, but then frequently modified. Money seemed to be no object. Up to this point, everything was more or less what I expected. Deny everything, Chico. We don't know you. Ivan had told me in Havana. At the same time, there was sustained coverage of the famous prisoner by the international press, at its height during the trial but continuing afterwards to a point where ordinary Bolivians started to find it sickening. They didn't see why, as well as bearing the brunt of the fatalities, their own victims, the soldiers, should by contrast be anonymous. And the army used all its resources to maintain that anonymity. The molar at the very back of your teeth is called a wisdom tooth because it appears when you mature, becoming ready for responsibility, ready to settle down. Its only purpose is to cause you pain. The swelling became so noticeable that they decided to send me a dentist. This could only happen in Bolivia. That idea that the dentist was an honorary army officer did not make me very happy, especially since it was our resident psychopath Major Echevarria who had authorized the treatment. However, the captain who arrived, with soldiers to help install a huge great pedal-manipulated chair in my room, was none other than Dr. Zamora, brother of the secretary of the pro-Chinese Communist Party. He was a thin, careful man who was not only very friendly and dissipated my fears immediately but also worked with delicacy and absolute professionalism, without x-rays, breaking the molar to extract it from the gum, and causing me no unnecessary pain or any subsequent complications. The farce of the military tribunal had now been decided. The first measure was to transfer us from divisional command headquarters to somewhere more user-friendly to facilitate legal access for both the preliminary investigation and the defense. I was told to collect my few belongings and, leaving by the tradesman's entrance, cross the road to the officers' club. Roth and Debray were waiting with their guards at a table on the veranda beside the dining room. We were offered coffee, and while Dona Maria, the club manager, was serving us, a perfectly orchestrated mob of young students broke through the military police barriers, surged through the dining room and onto the veranda in a furious demonstration of repudiation of the foreign criminals, and attacked us. The scene was set up to demonstrate to the international press both the extent of local hostility and the protection afforded us. The officer in charge, a certain Navy captain called Hurtado, was trying to usher us away quickly through another door. He pulled Debray and Roth with him, but I stayed seated drinking my coffee, waiting for the irate crowd. The attackers did not know what to do with this unexpected about turn of the script and came to a halt. The eventual outcome was that Debray was allowed to hold his first press conference, in which he debated with the student representatives. By then, I had been locked in the room that would be mine for the rest of the year, until after we had been sentenced. The two rooms allotted to Debray and me looked over the street on one side, and onto the tiled interior patio the size of a tennis court on the other. On its right was a covered veranda leading to the club dining rooms and on its left an entrance for vehicles. On the opposite side of the patio was the toilet and we would walk over to it a couple of times a day. Debray was in the first room, I got the second. To my great surprise, it already had one occupant, Ciro Algaranaz, the Casa de Calamina's inconvenient neighbor, who in his eagerness to join our cocaine business, had fallen between two stools and been arrested by the army on the day of the first battle. Legal proceedings had been brought against the two deserters, one of them called Solis Jokoke, Algaranaz and one of his laborers, and us, the two foreigners. Roth, in a separate development, had by now been freed and expelled from Bolivia. Algaranaz was a poor wretch, who felt superior to the Guarani laborers he exploited. Engaging in illicit activity, the imaginary cocaine, was normal for his class. He kept to himself, and did not say much, out of respect. His family visited him every day with food and fruit, which he refused to share with me. The defense lawyers arrived, each under his own steam. Jaime Mendizabal made a good impression on me. He was quite young, with experience defending workers from the Bolivian labor union, linked to the Sergio Almaraz Paz Grupo Octubre. Our first interview was, however, rather difficult because of the restrictions the army wanted to impose. Jaime threatened to leave Camaray and return to La Paz if he was not allowed to exercise his profession unhindered. They wanted to reduce the interview time to a few minutes and even wanted our meetings to take place in front of officers from the Army's intelligence division. Jaime had to waste a couple of days in discussions and only had a few hours left to catch the last plane of the week and get back to La Paz with only a few documents available to him. Getting funds for Jaime to travel back and forth to La Paz, or lodging in Camaray once the trial started, was difficult. In the end it depended entirely on the goodwill of the Grupo Octubre in La Paz and the solidarity committees mobilized by Ana Maria in Argentina. The Cubans did not contribute a cent, neither to the defense costs nor to support my abandoned family. While we were still kidnapped, Debray's mother and the French embassy had hired a well-known La Paz lawyer, Dr. Walter Flores Torrico. But things started to go wrong when the lawyer told the press that his client had interviewed Che in Nankawazu. Debray was angry because he had made a pact with the 4th Division not to make this information public. So, the Frenchman swung from having the most famous lawyer in La Paz to not having one at all, and then taking on his own defense. This was not acceptable to the army and they provided him with an army lawyer, Captain Dr. Novillo, who performed his duties adequately. Meanwhile, Jaime and I were having problems too. He wanted to paint me as a militant figure, if possible a heroic one, which would lend a sparkle to what would be his most important legal role to date, possibly with international resonance. But I stubbornly refused to change the role I had assumed and tried to make him understand. What was the point of taking on the role of imbecile to protect myself and all those behind me, if only a month later I was going to put them all at risk for my own personal glorification? The clandestine Argentine network had been safe so far, and I wanted it to continue that way. Ongania's military dictatorship in Argentina had closed the borders with Bolivia and provided the army with new FAL rifles, a Belgian model manufactured in Argentina. Mendizabal did not like my idea, but his loyalty to his group and to me made him stick to his task, even though he could achieve not much more than providing moral support. As the tribunal took shape, its members started appearing in the officers' club and would come to see the prisoners before sitting down for a few beers courtesy of Dona Maria. This custom extended to all high-ranking 4th Division officers given that they lunched, dined, and drank in the club. One way or another, we got to know them all. One evening before dinner, Captain Hurtado fetched me from my cell and took me to the dining room to meet the tribunal's prosecutor, Colonel Remberto Iriarte. He was an educated man who prided himself on his fluent French and English, acting as spokesperson for the foreign press. Needless to say he was not inviting me for dinner, but for a little chat. We stood together in one corner of the lounge. He began with a nationalist preamble about the brotherhood of Andean nations, their common history, and their continual humiliation by arrogant Europeans. The Frenchman, he said, was an overbearing example of this, making statements attacking the army on every possible occasion. On top of the row with his lawyer, his arrogance had upset the 4th Division commander, Colonel Richteran, who in a fit of pique, had made for Debray a convict's suit of green striped ticking with huge numbers on the back and chest, which the psychopath Echevarria had forced him to wear. They shaved his head and exhibited him to the world's press as the French mercenary and war criminal, unleashing an international scandal and irate protests from the French embassy and the consulsa, as well as prominent intellectuals, from Cortázar to Sartre, Garcia Marquez to Bertrand Russell. The prosecutor let it be known that they were studying the possibility of reintroducing the death penalty, and that the tribunal would ask for the maximum sentence, that my situation was as serious as the Frenchman's without having the support he enjoyed. To prove it, he showed me, without letting go of the paper, a telegram from the President of Argentina which said the government of the Argentine military junta which I preside, will not raise any objection to the decision taken by the Camarae Military Tribunal, and accepts the sentence it deems necessary, whatever it may be. Signed, General Juan Carlos Onganía, President of the Republic. The prosecutor went on, given that the armed forces took a more tolerant view towards me as an Argentine, the government of General Barrientos and the Bolivian army, through him, offered me the chance to receive a milder sentence if I told the tribunal that Debray had borne arms like any other guerrilla and taken part in the battles. I replied that I could not say that, because we had been together the whole time and nowhere near the guerrillas' military operations, and did not even know what was happening in the vanguard columns. It would be a false accusation, against my principles, and besides which, it would contradict my own earlier statements. Think about it, he said, bringing to an end our little chat. A few weeks later, shortly before the trial began, the maneuver to take me from my cell quietly at night was repeated. This time Captain Hurtado was accompanied by a sergeant with a submachine gun. They took me to a little room on the other side of the patio. There, waiting alone in the dark, was General Alfredo Ovando, exclusive clandestine visitor to prisoners of varying degrees of fame. He told Hurtado to wait outside, and the sergeant to cover him with the submachine gun from the door. A 60-watt bulb hanging from the ceiling was the only light in this smelly room with peeling walls. Ovando was tall and thin. He was wearing a uniform shirt, and his general's stars gleamed on his shoulders. He talked in a low voice and, without any preamble, he said, "I give you my word as a man and as commander of the armed forces that, when the trial is over, you can leave Camarae for the country of your choice, with your wife and daughters, provided you state during the trial that Debray bore arms and took part in the battles. Only that." For a second time, I refused the offer point blank. "I can't do that, General, because it isn't true and it would be a contemptible thing to do." "Think of your little girls," he added. "I am thinking of them," I answered. He called the captain and told him to take me back to my cell. It is useless to speculate about why the Army High Command wanted to accuse the Frenchman, either through proof or false statements, of having borne arms in combat. On the basis of things I remember or have read subsequently, I can suggest reasons but have no proof. To exchange him for technical and military equipment? Was it the only justification for a harsh sentence? Was the harsh sentence needed to negotiate a way out of non-negotiable positions? Did the French government not want to negotiate because they were convinced there would be a legally acceptable result? Did they have to increase the value added of the merchandise to be redeemed? In any case, their quarrel was not with me, according to another officer who used to try and chat, mostly in good faith and non-aggressively. The officers would begin arriving in the late afternoon, before dinner. They would sit at a table on the veranda beside Debray's door, and depending how many the round was for, ordered a meter or half-meter of Paisana beer. Bottles were ordered by the square meter and that determined the duration of the session. Lieutenant Colonel Libera Cortez was a guy you could talk to. He was the officer commanding the patrol reconnoitering the Nankawaza River, after the oil workers had seen Marcos's men but before the first ambush. He was one of the old guard from the nationalist revolutionary movement. Depending on their degree of inebriation, the officers said theirs was a revolutionary struggle too, so they could not help but feel a certain admiration for Che and his guerrillas. "In this war of propaganda and celebrities," he said, "you're less arrogant, you've scored a point, earned our respect." The hoo-ha surrounding the trial meant the officers shared the dangers of war with the spotlight of fame, that is, being invited to the Marietta restaurant by Life magazine or Paris Match. Camarae had become a sought-after posting. The General Staff School benefited from the local war praxis, and its students settled down there. One of its graduates, Captain, then Major, Juan Garcia Mesa, became the new commander of the intelligence section, replacing Echevarria. They were like chalk and cheese. Garcia Mesa had a big wide smile of perfect teeth which got him nicknamed Crocodile. He was determined to show signs of good faith, and prison conditions certainly improved on his watch. He was always trying to debate his vision of Latin American history with Debray, supposedly as part of the school's curriculum. I left the club on 2 occasions, but they were not related to interrogations or press interviews. I was suddenly put in a jeep, Tanya's jeep, in fact, now in army service, and trundled off to Chorty barracks. There, I was taken to a corner of the parade ground to identify corpses brought in from the jungle by helicopter. Anyone who has ever seen a corpse after a couple of days in the tropics will understand how impossible that is. The corpses, like animals carried away by the river, swell up in the positions in which they die. Features, posture, any personal traits, disappear. Their skin is the color of earth, clothes in tatters stuck to it, stiff, unrecognizable organic matter. Their mouths open in dull sounds like distant echoes, their eyes half closed, their gazes lost in infinity, and an appalling smell. I had heard rumors that Joaquim's group, split off from the main column, had been massacred. But the only corpse I thought I recognized was Negro, the Peruvian doctor who had stayed to look after them. He was on his back on the ground a little way from the others, a hand on his chest, as if he was sleeping in the sun, his face serene. I did not see Tanya among the bodies, they were all men. But the number of dead, 8 altogether, suggested it really was them, and they had been murdered. Che noted in his diary, on September 4, the radio brings news of a death at a new clash in Vado del Yeso, near where the group of 10 men was wiped out, which makes the news about Joaquim look like a trick, but on the other hand, they gave a physical description of Negro, the Peruvian doctor, killed in Palmarito, and his body was taken to Camaray. Pelado assisted with the identification. This seems to be a real death, the others could be fictitious or members of the Resica. In any case, there is a strange tone to the reports that are now focusing on the areas Masacuri and Camaray. The trial kept being postponed from week to week, and we were now in September. Mendizabal told me he had to go through endless red tape to get travel permits, and any other legal or family authorization would be refused. He had continual problems accessing documents that were crucial to his preliminary investigation, and got them only for a few days at the last minute. He said Debray's lawyer, Dr. Novillo, gave him more help than the members of the tribunal whose job it was supposed to be. The prosecution centered on 2 main points. Debray and myself were accused of being mercenaries and combatants, responsible for 30 to 40 deaths to date, plus the wounded, and charges of theft. They would be asking for the maximum sentence, but it was still not known whether President Barrientos's request to restore the death penalty had been granted. The panorama was somber and uncertain. The defense consisted of denying our participation in any military action whatsoever. In this the Frenchman's statements coincided with mine. However, in an event of such magnitude, once military action was known to have started, only authorized journalists could be considered neutral. That had been Roth's defense before he was released. It was harder to plead innocence when we were already there, and had arrived clandestinely. The explanation I had concocted began to sound like the only plausible one. And I knew it, having spent many sleepless nights, devoured by mosquitoes, trying to come up with an alternative. Finally Mendizabal arrived to announce that the trial was beginning. He thought our appearance would play an important role. Looking like gentlemen rather than dangerous criminals was more likely to win them over. So he took my measurements to get a suit made up for me in La Paz. I was not happy about it. I did not want to be smartened up. But he said he had discussed it with Novillo, and he in turn with Debray, and had decided to change the outlaw look for a more acceptable one. When he came back for the trial, he brought a gray pinstriped suit which was a perfect fit, with an almost new white shirt, tie and shoes, collected by Almaraz's friends in La Paz. On the morning of the trial, Mendizabal and Novillo waited in the patio to accompany us to the tribunal building. I came out of our room with Algaranaz in his black wedding suit, but Debray caused a delay by registering his rejection to the illegal military tribunal, refusing to participate in it, and centering all attention on himself. In the end, his media show over, and thanks to his lawyer with whom he had been working for the last few days without mentioning that he rejected the trial, Debray appeared at the door to his room in his normal everyday clothes, a navy blue long-sleeved shirt, outside his trousers, unshaven and uncombed, as befitted a proud prisoner, defenseless and alone, confronting the forces of repression. I tried to go back into my room and change, but the soldiers had run out of patience. They made us get in a canvas-covered lorry, waiting at the entrance, surrounded by a mass of photographers, cameramen, and more or less spontaneous demonstrators. A French writer knows how to create a good autobiography early in life. Anna Maria had arrived in La Paz for the second time, accompanied by a group of prestigious figures, lawyers from the Argentine League for Human Rights, among them Dr. Cerruti Costa, a Peronist, Dr. Lopez Acado, from the Socialist Party, and another from the Communist Party whose name I can't remember. However, no matter how much red tape they went through and strings they pulled through local opposition and even government politicians, they were not given permission to travel to Camaray. General Torres put the responsibility for this firmly onto General Ovando's shoulders, and both of them blamed the state of insecurity caused by popular demonstrations against the mercenaries. Ana Maria did not get to the opening of the trial, but Ricardo Rojo, forewarned by his first experience, came overland by train to Oruro and then by taxi to Camaray. Mendizabal helped him to get permission to say hello and spend about 10 minutes with me. He was not allowed into the courtroom for some technical reason, so we sat outside and chatted under the trees. Ricardo was a great big man, balding, warm and affectionate, and a true son of Buenos Aires. He had a soothing effect on me, exuding love from my Argentine friends. He even extended his feelings of solidarity to Debray who was with us. He greeted him unceremoniously and the Frenchman took to him immediately. He told me later, he is the warmest human being I have ever met. It did not stop Ricardo Rojo being expelled from Camaray. Finally, the doors of the courtroom opened and we went in. It was a rectangular hall with a raised podium at the end, rather like a church, with all the symbols of the law on display. Facing the podium, separated by an aisle, were rows of chairs and benches, lent by the community. A few stairs led up to the podium and on it, beneath a long banner saying "The sea is our right, regaining it is our duty" and Bolivian flags draped either side like curtains, was a long table covered by a red cloth with another flag over it, and chairs behind for the 5 judges. To the left was the prosecutor's pulpit, to the right, the table for the court registrar. In front, on the right and perpendicular to the podium, was the table for the defense counsel and at an angle to him, sat the 2 principal defendants. Behind, in the second row, were the other accused. Local dignitaries and public figures filled the 200 seats on the floor of the hall. The tribunal members made their solemn entrance, headed by the president of the tribunal, Colonel Guachala. The latter had been made to look ridiculous a few days earlier when he was asked the million-dollar question by European journalist philosophers, "What will the result of the trial be?" "The death penalty." Guachala said he did not know the answer because I am not Homo sapiens. From then on, anyone and everyone added fuel to the fire, taking pot shots at the tribunal's honor. The world's intellectual class mobilized on behalf of its own, and turned morality and ethics on its head, aligning themselves with those on top of the social pile rather than those on the bottom. A German activist interrupted the opening ceremony to read a communiqué questioning the tribunal's legitimacy and demanding the release of the young philosopher, a paradigm of the fight for freedom. All hell broke loose and an exchange of insults, applause, whistling and shouting paralyzed the proceedings and provoked an energetic reaction from the tribunal's president, who banged his gavel so hard the wooden top flew off and hit someone in the second row. The session was suspended until the objectors were removed from the hall. Order was restored, but not gravity. The main charge and other official documents were read out. The prosecutor set out his stall. "Evidence," he said, would prove that we had taken part in the criminal events that had thrown a nation into mourning. For our part, through our lawyers, we pleaded innocent to the charges against us. After the order of proceedings for the prosecution and defense was established, the opening session was closed. Our truck left the officers' club for the tribunal each morning, Monday to Friday, and although the show went on for a month, its script, and especially its finale having been approved to the last detail, the crowd of locals, foreigners, and professional onlookers watched every arrival and departure without fail. The guerrilla war had intensified, producing more fatalities, so there was no cause for satisfaction. Public opinion, however, seemed to have taken a turn to the left, as a reaction to certain repressive measures taken by the army. It had gone from fighting guerrillas to the criminal massacre of striking miners at the Siglo XX mine near Oruro, on the night of San Juan in June. President Barrientos had been seduced by power and moved away from the populism he had once espoused to adopt the national security doctrine methods recommended by the U.S. There were days of high tension, for example, when the prosecutor presented his witnesses. Yet, like in the theater, we knew the scenes of emotion and terror were not for real. Both sides lied. Several soldiers, said to be survivors of the ambushes that happened while we were with the guerrillas, related fictitious events, flushed with excitement. One pointed to me and said, he was in the river, among the stones, and fired a submachine gun at me. Another soldier denounced Debray for something similar. None of it was true. One day, the prosecutor called the two officers captured in the first ambush, Major Plata and Captain Silva, who were questioned by Alejandro while I feigned being an armed guard. I had been afraid all hell would break loose, but now I had a feeling it would not happen. If the army was using false witnesses, it was because the real witnesses had not come forward. It was the sort of thing that might happen if two neighbors or work colleagues met by chance in a house of ill repute, a sadomasochistic brothel or a pedophile sect. Both would keep quiet about it, even if they had not explicitly agreed to. They had seen me, armed, assisting a Cuban guerrilla, but I had also seen them behaving in ways unfitting for Bolivian army officers. In the end, neither of them mentioned the fact. Major Plata made a very measured statement, only verging on the emotional when he talked of the death of soldiers, mere boys. A disaster befalling them out of nowhere, without warning, an unknown enemy, chaos, wailing, shouting, the size of the tragedy, after the lethal strike. However, in reply to the prosecutor's question about some of the prisoners present, he said he had not seen us, either then, or later. Captain Silva, always the more nervous of the two, exaggerated the gun battle, which in fact had been little more than a few volleys, in an attempt to illustrate the danger he had been in. Yet, looking me straight in the eye, he too denied having seen us. As witnesses, they accentuated the dark, evil side of the action, which obliged the army to promise to wipe out the guerrillas. That left the survivors of the second battle. The little soldier I captured might have had something to say. But the actual witnesses were all false too, obviously so, as they recited texts from memory. I think that panic-stricken little boy waited till he got home to his community in Oruro or Sucre to relate what had happened to him. If he even came out alive, that is. The prosecutor had to prove all the crimes, not only those committed in battle. The guerrillas were accused of stealing from farmers. This was an important detail, because respect for the property and families of the local inhabitants was crucial to encouraging farmers to support the guerrillas, and the government needed, therefore, to undermine this support by discrediting the ethics of the guerrillas in the eyes of the public. To this end, the prosecutor called a peasant farmer from near the village of Gutierrez, where we had made our first unsuccessful attempt to escape. It is useful at this point to look at the social composition of the scant population in this area, using the excellent analysis of the subject by Humberto Vázquez Viana in his book A Guerrilla for Che. The original inhabitants were Guaranis, who had settled in the Chaco region long before the Spaniards arrived. The MNR's agrarian reform in 1952 had given the Guaranis ownership of land that was de facto theirs, but the dominant social class was made up of mestizos or Quechuas who came to the region with the idea of farming cash crops, whereas the Guaranis' economic life revolved around subsistence farming. They were not interested in expanding or modifying their habitat, but were used to changing habitats according to their moods or the climate. They were also historically famous as the indomitable warriors who had stopped the advance of the Inca Empire, defeating them in a famous battle at the fortress of Samaipata. They knew the area like the backs of their hands. Two children made a mockery of the army cordon by leading wrath to the guerrillas, and were the true owners of the land. The witness, however, owned the house where the guerrillas had camped and bought a pig that took us all night to barbecue and eat. He was an ambitious mestizo. A Guarani would have said we paid him for the pig, as we did in actual fact, but this farmer was molded by capitalist society. He thought the state would pay him for any damage, so he swore the guerrilla had stolen 100 pigs, the fruit of years of work, as well as destroying his corrals and fences and threatening the women in his family. The room fell silent, overwhelmed by the weight of the prosecutor's argument and the witness's lies. I passed a piece of paper to Mendizabal on which I had written hurriedly, "Ask him how many trucks you need to transport 100 pigs." Mendizabal understood the irony and took the sting out of the charge, which was left with non-existent pigs scattering in all directions. 37. The death of Che Guevara, October 9, 1967. Through seeing my lawyer every day and the officers at their libations in Dona Maria's club, we gleaned much more information than before, and we knew that military actions were not going in our favor. What is more, the officers were euphoric, a bad sign for us in the short term. They would often exaggerate victory or talk of it in a loud voice on purpose, knowing we were listening, but their upbeat mood was enough of an indication. It is hard to simulate such expectations, and it was not all show. Things were not going well for the guerrillas. On top of the catastrophe of the rearguard column being wiped out, there was talk of the vanguard being ambushed, with the death of Coco Peredu and other guerrillas. There was something in the air, you could feel it in the courtroom. With judges whispering among themselves and aides-de-camp going to and fro, the prosecutor was losing his audience. According to Mendizabal, Barrientos thought it was all over, and Ovando considered the defeat of the invaders imminent. On the other hand, it could have been a ruse to counteract the political crisis Bolivia had been thrown into since the massacre of the miners in June. One Tuesday morning, however, excitement turned to jubilation. The judges were in a powwow with the prosecutor on the podium, when he suddenly turned round and declared he was in a position to confirm that the famous Che Guevara had been captured and had died from his wounds in La Higuera. When I had stood before the pile of corpses weeks earlier, I had been gripped by a sense of tragedy way beyond my own personal feelings. Even so, this news hit me like a bullet, targeting my emotions even more profoundly than that macabre spectacle in Chorty. We were on our feet, I don't know why, perhaps the prosecutor had asked for it, to inform the prisoners. A deep silence descended on the room, broken only by the clicks of the cameras shooting in our faces, and a timid buzz of satisfaction that grew as it circulated round the hall. The spectator part of me got the upper hand and, turning my head full circle, I looked at the images around me. The officers on the tribunal were embracing. Debray put his hand to his forehead, in a gesture of despair, and kept it there. The reporters crowded round us, behind the benches. In the windows, cameras held above heads were filming and taking photos. Time seemed to stand still, until the tribunal broke up for the day. The following morning, Debray asked for the floor and said he wanted to withdraw his defense. From now on, he wanted to be considered equally responsible for the revolutionary project for which those brave fighters had died. He sincerely wished he could meet the same fate as my compañeros. Che's death also meant the capture of his belongings, among them his diary. Reading it would make the show trial practically irrelevant. Yet I was comforted by Che's words. He had said, "I have to be careful what I write, I could be ambushed one day and my backpack lost. In fact, despite his desire to meticulously chronicle everyday events, he refrained from making any reference to things that could compromise me in any way. Not a single word describing our old project, or the new one under his leadership. Nor did he write things like my telling him about Rubio's death, which I know affected him deeply. And not only that, he made it look as if Inti told him part of the story, when Inti was up on the hill, in the sentry post, and not down by the river where I was. In short, he did not make matters worse for me, nor mention the work I was to do in Argentina. To me, those words, said in the calm of a conversation at camp, show that Che did not say or write anything in vain. The tribunal made good use of the publicity, and some paragraphs mentioning Debray were quickly sent from the Army High Command in La Paz. But actually the trial came to a rapid close since there was nothing left to discuss. There was just time for the accused to speak. Debray read a manuscript resounding with emotion that he had penned alone in his cell. It was his best moment. With the full military tribunal listening religiously, he gave an interpretation of American history and current revolutionary events as a continuation of it. The courtroom applauded, so did some army officers. As for me, my lawyer and I had another disagreement. He wanted me to write an historic speech, reclaiming the essence of Che as an Argentine. But I said if I did that, I would have to start telling the truth, and that meant throwing lots of people to the lions. We did not know what the Frenchman was going to say, but that was not why Mendizabal was so insistent. For him, history remembers the grand gestures, the famous phrases, not serious intentions or mediocre reality. I did not give a toss for that argument. So I wrote 5 lines, in which I disclaimed any responsibility, insisting I had come to Bolivia because I was invited to a completely different kind of event. It took me half a minute to read it out, but even then I was very nervous about the public's reactions. The tribunal devoted a whole day to sitting behind closed doors, and when they came back to the courtroom for the last time, it seemed the fiesta was continuing. The members of the military tribunal were dressed to kill, and even the military police had new uniforms with a lick of paint for the PM on their helmets. Still greater numbers of international press and specially invited guests packed the doorways, and the courtroom, its windows open to combat the heat, was full to bursting. On the podium, the stars of the show played out the final scene, but the cameras were focusing on the extras on the benches. The tribunal's president, Quachala, banged his gavel for silence. Another member read the tribunal's verdict, which found us guilty on all counts. Quachala then pronounced the expected sentence for the foreign mercenaries, Regis Debray and Ciro Bustos, 30 years, a life sentence, in a military prison. The other defendants were freed immediately, either because they had deserted opportunely or had collaborated, or for lack of evidence. The journalists fought to get near us, while a kind of general enthusiasm enveloped us rather than those who had been freed. One way or another, we had won. Part 5. Prison in Camarai. 38. A 30-year sentence. 30 years begin alone. Algaranaz packed his things and departed emotionally, leaving the room for my personal use. Like anyone renting an apartment, I did a spring clean. I stuck a photo of Anna Maria and the girls on the wall, made myself a reading corner under the window where Algaranaz's bed had been, and tried to mend the huge holes in the mosquito netting covering the windows. I rearranged the furniture. It consisted of a box with a primus on which to make coffee, another which served as a library with a few books, and a table and chair from the club. The scenery outside the window was neither attractive nor very active. The routine of the officers' club carried on as usual, and it was only on weekends that we heard voices, and drunks having arguments. Through the bars on the window, we could spy a slice of life on a corner of the square. 2 houses further up to the right was Camarai's only cinema, with matinees and evening shows on Saturdays and Sundays. That's when youngsters would march up and down and, passing our windows, shouted their messages, Regis, my love, or goodbye, Pelladito. and the most daring among them walloped the shutters. It is strange how seductive criminals are. From then on, the rhythm of the day and its eventual altercations depended on what Regis Debray and his team did. The multitude of foreign journalists who had come so far to see him did not want to leave without an interview, so there were press conferences every day. Only with him, mark you. My 30-year sentence did not merit a single article. Reporting on Debray became staple fodder for European publications for the next 3 years, on anniversaries, at New Year, on national days, etc. What with processions of journalists, help from the embassy, the consulsa visiting on average once a month, and his wife every 2 months, Debray had in no way been abandoned. With the approval of the former president of the tribunal, brand new General Guachala, and 4th Division Commander, General Rick Duran, authorization had been given for Debray to marry Elizabeth Burgos. He asked me to be his witness at the wedding, but the Civil Registry Office refused because I had no legal document in my real name. I don't remember who the eventual witness was, but the wedding, presided over by the registrar at 7 in the evening in the Officers' Club Lounge, was a proper social event. With the help of the embassy, the mother of the groom brought cases of Moët Chandon and Chivas Regal, which the tribunal members plus the 4th Division top brass finished off like magic. I was invited, although I did not have the proper clothes, so Debray and I were like a couple of postmoderns in shirt sleeves, among the bestar generals and bespangled ladies of the court. The happy couple withdrew early, around 9, and so did I, since there was no dancing. The honeymoon was spent in the Frenchman's cell, transformed into a fairytale bedchamber for a week. Rumors circulated that we would be transferred to a more serious military prison, and names of terrible places were bandied about: Viacha, high up in the Altiplano, Coroico, in the tropical rainforest. Debray played his cards in favor of the Panoptico prison in La Paz, a sinister place if ever there was one, controlled by a series of mafias. But it had the advantage of a separate political section, safe from pathological prisoners but exposed to ideologues. Debray was so keen on it that the army got suspicious and, thankfully, the idea did not prosper. Debray saw himself running an international office, connected by telephone, with diplomatic links and a diary chock-a-block with personal interviews. The alternative, he said, was confinement, human and political degradation. I thought differently. Our relative isolation made us a special case, and since we survived, thanks to General de Gaulle, not to Debray, as products to be used in some future trade-off, we needed to be kept in good condition. They would not leave us to rot in some god-forsaken garrison, yet being on the crest of the wave did not improve our chances. There were too many offended army officers about. Although the decision had been made, we did not know what it was, and in any case our lives went on with a semblance of routine. Our mail was controlled, but at least there was some. Anna Maria hoped to get some money at Christmas and New Year art fairs by selling paintings donated by well-known artists, organized by Ignacio Columbres of the Argentine Artists Association. I was to have no visits this year, but on Christmas Eve, Dona Maria acted as go-between for a series of anonymous transfers. I was lying on my bed reading when I heard scraping on the metal mesh window giving onto the patio and a voice saying, "Don Ciro, Don Ciro." I then saw Dona Maria destroying my repairs to the netting by trying to push in a bottle of champagne and a couple of packets tied with a string. "Some ladies asked me to give you these, Señor Ciro, and then don't tell anyone, I don't want to get involved." There was roast turkey with potatoes, rice with mayonnaise, spicy sauces, jams. The champagne was cold, but sweet unfortunately. Only in Bolivia. In mid-January, Anna Maria came for a second visit, the first after the sentence. She installed herself in the Marietta. This hotel-restaurant cum 3-star headquarters of international organizations had added private bathrooms and showers to its rooms. After discussions with the divisional commander, she was given a permit for 2 visits a year, allowing her to see me 2 hours per day during a stay of 2 weeks or sometimes a bit more, according to the time and money she could afford. On that first occasion, to compensate for Debray's wedding, they gave her a couple of nocturnal visits. Her personal situation in Argentina, alone with two traumatized little girls under a military dictatorship, had got worse, and she had had to go and live with her parents in a small apartment in Buenos Aires. My girls, about 2 and 3 then, drew pictures as all children do and sent them to me. Their works of art almost always involved a strange person object with 4 rolling legs and knobs under a rectangle with squiggles on it. It was the television, where they saw the father they had lost. Anna Maria brought books, carefully selected because of the cost. Some were donated, others were sent by friends, curiously my most intellectual friends, like Oscar del Barco, sent the worst type, like cowboy novels I had never read in my life, because they thought I would only want to read comics. Only once was a book confiscated, A Plan for Escape by Bioy Casares, which had nothing to do with prisoners escaping. In February, Elizabeth Burgos came again. She crossed the patio accompanied by the sergeant in charge of the keys, who retired to wait patiently with a beer in the dining room. I watched from my window only because something was happening outside, but without paying much attention. 5 or 10 minutes later, the sergeant had to abandon his beer and answer Debray's call. I then saw Elizabeth walk quickly and angrily out of the club. According to the sergeant, Debray had refused the time stipulated for the visit, which was short in fact, only half an hour. He told Elizabeth to go back to La Paz on the plane she had come on, one that arrived twice a week in the late afternoon and left the following day. It was yet another episode in the tug-of-war between omnipotent forces to which I was a mere spectator. However, a few days later, Elizabeth complained in the Diario de La Paz that, Ciro Bustos' wife lives in Camaray and they share his room like a normal couple, while I only get 30 minutes. 30 years are nothing, it all depends how they are spent. Having a political enemy next door can bring acrimonious confrontations but also some benefit. A religious fanatic of an enemy can be a daily penance. But a revolutionary pope, enemy of the human race, is Dante's Inferno, requiring infinite intelligence and patience to deal with. Debray and I were scheduled to have 30 years of it, although fortunately, in practice, we only did 10%. To cap it all, to the rumors of our transfer were added rumors about something mysterious being built in the grounds of 4th Division headquarters just across the road. Some said it was an impregnable fortress, others talked of a cage like in a zoo. And that's what it turned out to be, a cage. 39. Lunchtime in the cage. Lunch was the strategic objective of our morning. Mornings spent waiting for it went by slowly, ponderously, altered only by the daily rituals of barracks life, changing of the guard, insulting chore dodgers, square bashing and new profanities. But that all went on outside the cage, on the other side of the walls and mesh netting. Inside the cage, the only turmoil was inside our own minds. Our attention was divided between the small pleasures of freshly made coffee, news on the radio, or the magical power of music, transporting us through the bars of the peephole in the door and wafting us away on the vibrant air of the morning light. But mornings could be busy too, when the sudden clatter of the cage's chains and locks clearly announced a visit. It might be another lesson in political zoology. A recently posted major or colonel, accompanied by his wife, keen to see the international fauna, the jewel in the 4th Division's crown and envy of the entire army. They would open the 3 doors, and we would have to come out to stand in the patio of the cage like monkeys. We could see the officer and his wife, and sometimes their children, looking at us excitedly, and we had to listen to their stupid questions. Or it might be some sergeant rushing in all of a sweat to inform us of the new rule, going into effect immediately, prohibiting electric light after 10 at night. Tragic news indeed, because the night had to be attacked with a goodly bout of reading, totally divorced from the outside world, far from the cage, alone with our complex and neurotic thoughts. For a few hours we escaped the pettiness of our reality, rediscovered our inner selves, connected with our consciousness. But night has its dangers too. Doctors say it is when our organism lowers its defenses, neglects its psychophysical alliances, and surrenders to death. What's more, the inhabitants of the night come out. Cockroaches reigned supreme. They were huge, some about 5 centimeters long, a sort of rusty red color, appearing from God knows where, and advancing along the supports holding up the tiled roofs until they all but covered them. And they didn't just lie there quietly. They bustled and jostled with almost inaudible crackling noises. Many lost their footing and fell onto the unsuspecting reader, like a fleeting fag end. The rain of falling cockroaches was so bad I managed to beg a mosquito net off the sergeant. Mosquitoes were on hand too, a source of permanent harassment. If my pyrethrum and Palo Santo spiral ran out, I was stuffed. They arrived with the El Mundo radio news at around 9 and battle was waged all night, not conducive to enjoying reading and music. There were some nice bugs, almost good company, but others were invisible, clandestine, and attacked the few books and clothes we had. The fiercest creatures were a kind of termite, invisible to boot. Once inside a book, they did not wait to demolish it entirely, as any self-respecting termite would do, but spurred on by a peculiar traveler's instinct, continued without pausing through all the adjacent books, no matter how thick the book, how good the paper, or how famous the author. When they reached the end of the shelf, they began tunneling homewards, until someone picked up a book and found the insides eaten by the subterranean censor. The night stimulated feelings. I wanted to live it to the full, make it last longer, delay consciousness. Night also heightened perception of the good and bad around me, as well as the things I longed for. The suppressed desire made me sweat profusely, running off in rivulets, soaking the mattress. Despite the spotlights on the four corners of the cage that kept the patio permanently lit, I sensed the dawn approaching with a mixture of relief and resignation. There was still time for a period of quieter sleep, free of demons. Between 7 and 8 in the morning, the chains jangled, the door screeched, and guards came into the patio to undo our padlocks and open our cell doors. We had half an hour for our ablutions. We shuffled out like lingering ghosts, piss-pots in hand, and took turns to use the facilities while we discussed the radio news. Back in our cubicles, we returned to the long morning wait for lunch. With the inauguration of our brand new quarters, we lost our access to the food in the officers' club, our former home. The foot soldiers' daily fare, legua as it was called, was a soup of maize flour with noodles and bits of fatty meat or charqui floating in it. To a petty bourgeois stomach, unaccustomed to the rigors of permanent hunger, it acted like a laxative. With 30 years stretching before us, the consulsa arranged for Debray's food to be brought from the Marietta, and Anna Maria made the same arrangement for me, paying for it on her 6 monthly visits. But Leon was not part of the deal. He got the legua. The food contract with the Italian owner of the Marietta brought our relationship with the restaurant full circle, marking a year since that first dinner on its open-air terrace. The restaurant had had an unexpected boom since then, as Camarai became a center of international journalism. On the pretext of attending to gastronomic specifications, the Italian came to our cage and we discussed our refined culinary palates with him personally. We ended up with 3 alternative dishes: roast chicken with potatoes and mixed salad, pasta with meat stew, and steak with onions or fried eggs plus chips and salad. No arrangement was made for wine. We had to wait 2 years for this shortcoming to be rectified and, left to our own devices, we bribed the guards. Some situations were really comical. "Soldier," we called through the wire mesh. "Yes, senor," he answered, standing to attention. "When you go off duty, buy me a bottle of wine," I said, more as an order than a request. "No, senor, I can't," he replied, uneasily. "What do you mean, you can't? And while you're there, have a few snacks on me." He ended up agreeing. An hour later, he was back with a bottle hidden in his clothes. It was about then that Leon's luck changed. Leon was a great guy, a fantastic human being, a disciplined militant whom the Communist Party had put in charge of the Casa de Colomina. He had left his wife and children in the Beni, but they were abandoned by the Communist Party when it broke with the guerrillas, and he stayed on as a putative farmer. He ended up as guerrilla cum cook. Che appreciated him, writing in his diary on September 27, "Leon had a lot of promise." Sadly, that was the day after the vanguard column was caught in an ambush and he became separated from the group. According to Leon, he abandoned his backpack but not his gun, not a sign that he intended to desert, and scrambled up to the pre-established emergency point. Nobody else made it up there. He waited until it was clear he had to leave the area. On his way, he came across the house of an oil worker who promised to take him out by tractor, but only if he left his gun, which was too noticeable. He lent him clothes to change into but, instead of keeping his word, took him straight to an army post where he turned him in. During the first year of the Cage's life, Leon shared his cell with Paco for a few months. But their personalities were totally incompatible. Paco suffered from bouts of unbearable depression and was finally moved to a room in the military police headquarters over the road. So Leon ended up as the only inhabitant of the best room, the new one. But the wider space only increased his sense of isolation, lying alone on his bed, in an empty universe. Not even the thought of lunch helped him pass the hours. When Anna Maria came, she brought me non-perishables like sugar, coffee, cigarettes, and toiletries, and within the realms of the possible remembered Leon. He urgently needed pulses and cereals, a few tins and cooking oil or fat, to make delicious dishes from his native Beni. There was a military coup in Bolivia in October 1969, when the army openly seized power and General Ovando became president, and the coup coincided with the wine period, our third year in the cage, when conditions improved. The doors of our cells stayed open until 7 in the evening, illegal deals with the guards were much easier, communication between us was freer, and much easier with the outside world as well. I thought chess would be an excellent pastime, so I carved a set of figures from a broom handle and drew squares on some cardboard, with the idea of copying games I had seen in magazines and improving my rudimentary knowledge. Leon was enthusiastic too, so we decided to go one better. Our suppliers got us good bits of wood without knots in, and we asked for other materials like sandpaper, saws to cut wood, black shoe polish, cardboard, and shaving knives, with which we made instruments to carve with. I designed a chess set inspired by Niemeyer's cathedral in Brasilia, which was beautiful and modern and would not be too hard to carve. We set to work. The first thing I had to do was teach Leon to work in something so far from his normal work. He was a farmhand, a gaucho. To him, wood was cut with machetes or axes. I drew a proper scale model, with the exact measurements, and numbered the stages he would have to follow. Since we had no workbenches or clamps, we had to carve, polish and file all the figures while they were still on the long broom handle, leaving a good margin between them, before sawing them apart. The fine details, like the horses' heads, the queen's crown, the king's cross, the tops of the castles and bishops, were the last steps and the most difficult for him, but he learned and he did pretty well in the end. The black pieces were dyed with shoe polish, while the white ones were left as polished wood. I made the chess boards. One afternoon, an officer saw us playing in the patio. He liked the chess pieces and wanted to buy them. Leon sold him his set. He showed off his purchase to his fellow officers and there followed a wave of orders, that increased with time. Leon rose to the challenge and virtually ended up with a workshop producing unique quality artisanal chess sets for the local market. I don't remember the price, but it rose as the finished product improved, and ended up being a good source of income for Leon, allowing him to change his diet, his clothes, his spirits, and his humor. Although I labored from dawn to dusk too, all the income went to him. His detailed descriptions and day-by-day reconstructions of what had happened, every event, every anecdote, drama or amusing situation, were payment enough for me. Although I aimed originally to write only what I saw with my own eyes, I think it is valid to include what I heard with my own ears too. So I am repeating one of Leon's stories, probably the only time he told it, as we worked on our handicrafts. One day, while the guerrillas were in one of their temporary camps, with the army on their tails, he went down to get water and found an M2 left beside the stream. Returning to his job in the kitchen, he told Che, who sent someone, maybe Pombo, to find out who it belonged to. He returned with the rifle, which turned out to belong to Che himself. The punishment had already been established, so Che, who allowed no privileges for anybody, least of all for himself, did kitchen skivvy duties for a week. Leon told me it was harder for him, the cook, than for the helper, because how could he say, "Ramon, wash the pans"? He tried indirect methods like, "The pans need washing," or "I need water," and the chief went off with the jerry can to get it. We're low on wood, and Che went looking for dry sticks for him. There was nothing Leon could do, or he would have been punished for toadying, something Che could not stand. All Che's appreciation of Leon was wiped out by a sentence in his diary on October 3rd. It said, "Here ends the story of two heroic guerrillas, one of whom was Leon. Sometimes at the weekend, Leon ordered meat to barbecue, spare ribs, steak, etc., and a carafe of wine. We had real feasts, and even the Frenchman joined in, although being a refined gourmet prevented him from enjoying Criollo-style barbecued spare ribs. The local bourgeoisie and the upper echelons of the army used to pay me to draw portraits of their children and even their wives. In the worst case, they brought old photographs of dead family members, fathers or grandfathers immortalized in inscrutable poses, made worse by horrendous retouching or stylized backgrounds that the actual descendants wanted to make more human and bring up to date. Dogs, cats, and horses were likewise my noble models. I sketched officers' wives, Rick Duran's daughters, Garcia Mesa's white horse, all enhanced to make them more beautiful, except for the horse. A local lady brought her 3 children to my cell, one after another, and finally sat herself. She gave me photos of the drawings that I still have. One morning, a nurse came to examine me for my bronchial infection. My blood pressure, which was usually boringly normal, took a leap skywards. She was a spectacular woman, tall and strong, and very beautiful. She wore a long skirt buttoned at the front with disconcerting slits up the sides revealing sculptured legs, and an abundantly filled white linen blouse. While she fulfilled her duties with the pressure meter, the thermometer, and tiny syringes, I made various attempts at verbal rapprochement, which was the only thing I could aspire to anyway. She told me not to play with fire. She was General Barrientos's local girlfriend. As well as having been being president, he was a pilot and used to take advantage of his professional skills to make frequent visits to distant garrisons, piloting planes and helicopters himself, trips during which, accidentally on purpose, he attended to his extensive and well-endowed harem. Barrientos was el macho par excellence. The woman's reticent replies awakened my interest, and I made sharper, more provocative comments, finally inquiring tenaciously, "Is he as macho as he's painted? What technique does he prefer?" She intimated that he was without doubt very macho, but not great on subtlety, that he arrived like the master taking possession of his property and left deep in discussion with his advisors. What a waste! I suggested wickedly. He should stick to planes. A woman is not a machine, but something much more exquisite, that takes to the air only when she is finely tuned. And I set out in detail, sitting on the other side of the table from her, what button by button, step by step, kiss by kiss, in all minutiae, a person of such rank should do. "Would you do that?" she asked, as she gathered up her things, her neck and face covered in blushes. When the door closed behind her and I was alone, enveloped in the lingering fragrance of her perfumed talc, a state of vague unease came over me. Would I end up in one of those terrible punishment garrisons in the middle of the jungle? More than playing with fire, I had started a blaze. But no. It did not happen. Instead, to my surprise, She came back the following week with a weird and wonderful present, a very beautiful Angora cat, with one golden eye, the other a bluish-gray. It was her favorite pet. She brought it in her perfumed arms and gave it to me like a warm purring offering. I called her Pacha. Pacha had absolutely no problem changing owner and domicile and, after a quick inspection of my cell, decided to stay. She lived with us for several weeks and provided continual entertainment, locked in continual battle with the patio mice until there wasn't one to be seen. Then one night tragedy struck. She got stuck in the drain under my cell. Despite my pleas, not even the most indulgent guard was going to dig up the cell floor to save her. You could say she died in my place. Pacha's disappearance meant regressing to the everyday boredom of the cage, to its petty power relationships, time at a standstill, and life in the fourth dimension. In the outside world there were radical changes in society, political and military catastrophes, and historical advances by mankind, like setting foot on the moon, but our world was a watertight compartment, which had minimum impact, nationally, locally, even on the barracks. The radio was our umbilical cord. News and music reaching us over its magical airwaves was our sustenance. Initially, I had a small radio that received local stations and, with great difficulty, Radio El Mundo from Buenos Aires. Ana Maria brought me a better one with several short waves so I could listen to national and municipal stations from Buenos Aires with continuous classical music programs. What a privilege to be able to enjoy a symphony. Leon inherited my small one, and the sounds often overlapped, with Mahler acquiring unusual rhythms. If there was especially important news at night, I banged on Leon's wall and held the radio against it so he could hear it more clearly. In the final months, the radio became even more important. The communications room of the 4th Division's headquarters was a few meters on the other side of the wall. Throughout the day we could hear the communications officer's efforts to make himself understood, or repeat inconsequential messages to do with the division's internal functioning and even of a more personal nature, to other divisions or regiments round the country. Sometimes climatic conditions hindered reception and voices rose until they were howling. Better results would probably have been achieved by going up onto the roof and doing away with the Hertzian waves altogether. Distant voices, heard through whistling and crackling, as if the communication was coming from a First World War battlefield, asked a troop truck to reply, inquired after last month's payments, or requested a medical pass. A couple of months before our release, the conversations began to concern us and became menacing. A kind of internal opinion poll was being held over the airwaves. There was no doubt that rumors of our release were getting the officer class worked up. The paradox began emerging, like a photograph from the developing tray. Stuck in the cage, with neither voice nor vote, we were audio witnesses to a tide of contradictory opinions, from clashes between divisional commanders and officers of the High Command. They ranged from benevolent plans for deportation to demands for the firing squad. Sounds, not only voices, dominated our lives. The rattle of the chain on the door opening for lunch could be festive, like a pianola, or funereal, reminiscent of the gallows. Relations between the Frenchman and myself depended on his mood swings, and the news that arrived officially, via the embassy and Elizabeth, or unofficially, through journalists coming to interview him. Every now and again, we heard the chain on the door jangle and, peeping through the hole in our cell door, would see them come to fetch Debray. He would go out with his best hangdog look, unshaven, shirt outside his trousers, in sandals, but without quite managing a convincing Monte Cristo. When they came back, you only had to look at him to imagine what kind of mood he was in. He could spend days inside his cell, only coming out for minimum exercise, or he could have sudden bouts of cordiality and seek me out to pace up and down the patio discussing the latest world news, like the 10-million-ton Cuban sugar harvest, the 7-Day War, the moon landing, or, changing the subject, wanting urgent information about Borges, about where in Buenos Aires was the corner of Maipú Street where the writer lived, and how far it was from the National Library. I must go and see him as soon as I get out of here, he told me. Literature was a bridge that could have united Debray and I, but it was a bridge he crossed unilaterally. Over the course of her visits, the consulsa had brought him many important books and he built up a large library arranged in boxes stacked as shelves along the wall separating our cells. It included philosophical publications, including Telkel, and new unopened books that, after selecting certain ones, he sent back. He told me proudly that he had got his prison writings out by putting single written sheets between the non-guillotined pages of the books he sent back. Yet he never lent me a single one of the numerous books in Spanish that Elizabeth brought, although he could borrow any he found interesting in my small collection. However, he left his masterpiece of pseudo-egoism to the end of our last year as prisoners, after Elizabeth's last visit. He had read The City and the Dogs and The Greenhouse by Mario Vargas Llosa that Ana Maria had brought from our bookshelf at home for me to reread. The Peruvian's entrance onto the stage of literature in Spanish was a huge event. He was then without a doubt the greatest novelist in Latin America, capturing its turbulent history and the creative genius of its peoples. Debray and I had also discussed the whole gamut of Caribbean, Central, and South American writers, those of the boom and their precursors. On that particular day, he came into the patio, where Leon was preparing a barbecue, waving a packet of papers in his hand. "Look what I've got," he said very excitedly, and showed me the proofs of a Peruvian edition of Vargas Llosa's latest book Conversations in the Cathedral. It had already been published in Buenos Aires and I had read amazing reviews in magazines from there. The writer himself had sent them from Lima via Elizabeth. Always short of things to read, especially as it had been ages since Ana Maria's last visit, I was thoroughly delighted and naturally asked him to lend it to me as soon as he could. His reply was memorable: "I'll lend it to you later, for Christmas, let's say Christmas of 1995. This was September or October of 1970. Ana Maria brought the book to Chile after our release and I read it there, but thinking back to that unkind retort, he must have already known we would be leaving soon, before Christmas. The way he behaved for the 3 years we shared that space, knowing his back was being watched by Castro and de Gaulle, two of the greatest living heroes of the 20th century, caused me no end of problems. No sooner had we arrived in the cage, in March 1968, than he set up his lines of communication, again through the consulsa, so that his isolation was no more than a relatively fruitful inconvenience, like a writer shut away up a Swiss mountain with his books, papers, pipe, and cognac. He planned a method of dialectical cut and thrust with the local center of power, well coordinated with international support and regular visits from carefully chosen people. Straight off, he proposed a hunger strike to protest our conditions, and wanted to involve Paco and Leon, the two Bolivian survivors. They had not been tried or sentenced, so they were merely hostages of the army. They had absolutely no protection and knew that they would be the ones paying for any broken plates. I did not agree either, because a hunger strike influences the general public, not the oppressors. Without adequate press coverage putting pressure on the state, it achieves nothing. And even so, if the state is represented by an iron lady, as happened in the UK with the Irish prisoners, dozens of people can die and the powers that be don't lift a finger. We could not even tell the Italian to stop sending us food. The guards would have calmly eaten our lunch, without anyone in Camarai even knowing about it. But he had already decided and I could not refuse without having the whole world on my back. At least I got it restricted to the two of us who were serving sentences, leaving the Bolivians out of it. The strike went on for 10 days and was lifted without any gains except that the consulsa got them to promise to discuss the matter of a transfer again. We went back to our lunch routine, but the anecdote was registered in the Frenchman's Labourd autobiography. Debray subsequently asked if he could hire my lawyer, Jaime Mendizabal, so he could deal with the legal matters related to the negotiations about a possible transfer. I did not control Jaime's time or workload, so I told Debray to ask him himself via the consulsa. Jaime agreed and returned to Camarai. He reassured me that he was still my lawyer even though he would deal with some matters for Debray at the same time. He thought the transfer to prison in La Paz was only useful if we had good political support. If not, the Panoptico was a terrible place compared to the exclusivity of the cage. Working with Debray would also open up a source of income that Jamie had never had with me. The Almaraz group were paying his costs out of solidarity. Cuba and France would be picking up his bill from now on. Cuba was financing 2 or 3 monthly visits by his wife, a brand new lieutenant in the Cuban security services. She arrived laden down with top-drawer revolutionary presents, quality cigars in silver tubes, mature Bacardi rum, books, reports. During this last year, Elizabeth would stay no more than 10 minutes alone with him before coming out and sitting on the wall to get some air. "I can't stand it," she would say. I don't know if she meant being cooped up in the cell. We used to chat a bit, as if we were not connected in any way, as if dropping the odd slanderous comment was an occupational hazard. Cuban responsibility for this, like the presents, came from the top. The Cubans who knew me, had worked with me, and knew I had kept silent, held their tongues too, murmuring only on the odd occasion, here and there, their solidarity and understanding. Among them was the Cuban intelligence officer I met in Copenhagen 20 years later. He had received the letter I sent to Furry when he became Minister of the Interior, and he told me, Furry read it in my presence and said I knew Pelado would write something like this. It is heartfelt, but solid. Sitting on the wall under the wire mesh, Elizabeth talked about people we both knew, all of them members of Barbaroja Pinero's intelligence apparatus currently rewriting history. She told me who was doing what, recent promotions or postings, what country or continent they were in, as if she felt completely at ease with me, one of the gang, on holiday. But she did not bring so much as a greeting from anyone, no word of encouragement or reproach. Nothing. Not even a matchstick. Some very important and relevant things had happened during our first year in prison. In January 1968, 3 Cuban survivors of Che's guerrilla group made it out to Chile, with the help of some of Inti's old contacts in the Communist Party. 6 guerrillas had escaped the dragnet, but one of the 3 Bolivians, Nato, was badly wounded and begged his compañeros not to leave him alive in the hands of the army. Inti and Dario stayed in Bolivia while the Cubans were welcomed to Chile by the left-wing senator and presidential candidate, Salvador Allende. Also in the first few months of 1968, Che's diary, and the hands with which he wrote it and held it on his knees, were suddenly taken to Cuba by an unexpected messenger. He was an old acquaintance of mine, a Marxist and former leader of the MNR, Victor Zanier, friend of Amaru Oropeza, my Bolivian potter friend in Buenos Aires. The operation was organized by Antonio Arguedas, Minister of the Interior in President Barrientos's government, an ex-communist and self-confessed CIA agent during the previous 6 years. On orders from the CIA, his last order as it turned out, he phoned his ex-fellow traveler Zanier, a former assistant to Hernan Siles Suazo, political leader of the 1952 MNR revolution, and arranged to meet him on a certain corner in La Paz, where Arguedas himself picked him up in an official government car. With no more than a laconic greeting after all those years, he handed him a package saying, "You'll know what to do with this," and dropped him off at the next corner. In it, Zanier found photocopies of Che's diary and a jar of formaldehyde with 2 white hands floating in it. Not knowing exactly what to do with this, he began by leaving it in the safe house of a friend. Then he organized a trip to Chile, where he contacted the journalist Hernan Uribe of Punto Final, the weekly journal of the Mir, a left-wing group with links to Cuba. The Mir helped him continue his journey to the island with another of its journalists, Mario Diaz, and deliver the microfilmed diary to the Cuban leadership, and, some time afterwards, Che's hands. The laurels went to the CIA agent, Antonio Arguedas, who had previously been unmasked as the photocopy thief by the Bolivian Army High Command. They had asked to borrow 3 pages of the ministry's only copy, pages which were missing from the edition published in Cuba. Now without the backing of his former boss, Barrientos, who also had links to the CIA, Arguelles had to go on an international pilgrimage with his CIA minders, to try and explain the psychological motives behind his strange conversion from being the head of anti-guerrilla repression to sympathizer of the revolution. The global left, however, was united in its devotion and saw only what the Central Committee wanted it to see, not what was obvious. And it saw in this agent of imperialism a solitary hero who risked his life and his lucrative lifestyle as a spy for love of the revolution. Arguelles lived in Cuba for a time, was showered with honors, received the honorary title of Campanero, attended 26th of July ceremonies in the Plaza de la Revolución in the government box, and returned to Bolivia 2 coups d'état later. He was killed in a bomb explosion in La Paz in the 1990s. But the question is, why did the CIA tell its agent to give Che's diary to the Cubans? My answer, after much reflecting alone in the darkness of my cell, has the logic of the simple: the diary had to be edited by a source that was above reproach, since the masses of avid international readers needed to be satisfied it was authentic. There had to be no doubt about a single comma in the book, which would have been impossible had it been edited by anyone but the Cubans, and in particular if it had been done by the Americans. For the US, the diary represented the incontrovertible confirmation of the failure of a particular line of action, as told by its principal prophet and exponent. But the diary had a different, imperishable, value, the value of honesty itself as the identity of a revolutionary. The following year, Inti, the Bolivian guerrilla leader, reappeared to proclaim, "Let's go back to the mountains." But it was not long before he was found in La Paz and killed by Colonel Quintanilla's secret police. The Pareto's youngest brother, Chato, led another guerrilla attempt in the 1970s in Tio Ponte, in the Yungas, with a group of Catholic students who, as usual, proved more idealistic than tough practical fighters. Most of them lost their lives to the jungle. The army rescued the survivors. In April 1969, the helicopter in which President Barrientos was traveling, after attending a ceremony in an indigenous community, got caught in some electricity cables and crashed. Barrientos was killed, and was succeeded by his vice president, Jorge Siles Salinas, for a short time. He was succeeded by a woman, Lydia Guler, until the liberal populist faction of the army finally took power again, with General Ovando as president. Changes on the national political scene were felt only marginally in the cage. Our conditions improved slightly with the arrival of every new divisional commander and other officers. Longer recreation periods, newspapers, and all-night light did not turn it into a three-star hotel, but things were more relaxed. The plans for our transfer to La Paz did not materialize, and I suspect that Mendizabal, our common lawyer, represented Debray legally at higher levels of negotiation. There was no fall in international press interest in the Frenchman, and he had become an illustrious protégé of North American and European intellectuals. Only once, quite unexpectedly, did a visitor ask to speak to both prisoners. A joint interview was arranged. For the first time, both our doors were opened. The officer in charge had instructions to take us into the divisional headquarters offices. We looked at each other in surprise. We had no idea what to expect. A tall, round, sweaty Italian was waiting for us in a well-ventilated office, with big windows onto the garden. Our visitor turned out to be one of the world's most important film directors. Fortunately, my passion for cinema meant I recognized him. We Argentines see films from many different international sources, but primarily American, owners of the distribution circuits, French, paladin of our cultural aspirations, and Italian, guardian of our emotional and artistic roots. We also saw Argentine films, and Russian, English, Swedish and German, but Italian maestros were far and away the most familiar and popular: Vittorio De Sica, Roberto Rossellini, Luchino Visconti, Cesare Zavattini, and another more universal genius, influenced by neorealism, Francesco Rossi. I had seen his classic works of protest, Salvatore Giuliano, and Hands Over the City, which dealt with the relationship between crime and the political system, the criminal and the power of the state. Rossi had not come to ask us to tell our stories or to get a scoop. It was out of a profound respect for history in which, despite the marginal, secondary nature of our roles, we had a place. Continually mopping his sweaty bald pate, obviously disturbed by the presence of the head of Bolivian intelligence, but in a dignified manner, he told us in Italianate Spanish that he wanted to work on the epic tale of Che in Bolivia, with a view to eventually making a film. He wanted to know what we thought about the idea. Debray gave me the floor, for a second time, though it would have been logical for him to do it, given his star quality. Taking a deep breath, I began with a few niceties. I don't remember the exact words, of course, but I remember the sentiment. I said what an honor it was to be in the same room as the auteur of Giuliano. I said I knew his work and respected it, and for that very reason I thought a certain distance from recent events was needed, because what had happened was much more significant than a just cinematographic anecdote. And in any case, a complete evaluation would have to include Cuba, the genesis of Che's project in Latin America. Rossi listened attentively, nodding. Debray spoke in the same vein, with more rhetorical precision. The Italian maestro thanked us, I think he was moved and really grateful, and suddenly the meeting was over. I never heard any mention of Rossi's venture again. My other three visitors, apart from Anna Maria, met me in that same room for an hour. The first was my brother Avellino, who accompanied Anna Maria when she brought our little girls Paula and Andrea, to help look after them while their mother was with me. The girls are not on my list of visitors because you don't say today I met my left arm or I spent time with my legs. I was worried about the possible effect the cage would have on them, but in the end they came for 2 days and each spent one night squashed up with me in the camp bed. I don't know who was worst affected, them or me. Avellino was the brother closest to me in age and political commitment. He was a doctor in a poor area of San Rafael. He would write his patients' prescriptions and, chiding them, give them money to pay the chemist. I had told Anna Maria to warn him not to show his emotions in front of the guards. He behaved completely naturally, as if he were mainly concerned with the state of my health, and dispersed snippets of news about the family, my mother, my brothers and sisters, in front of the officer, who even joined in the conversation. Although he had to wait in Camarai for the whole group to return to Argentina, they did not let him visit me again. My second visit, which I more or less expected, was from one of our lawyers in Córdoba, my friend Horacio Antonio Lonati. He came on behalf of my old compañeros in Salta who had almost all been released by then, except for Hector and Federico, who were serving longer sentences. It was bound to be a very emotional meeting given Lonati's exceptionally compassionate nature, the mutual affection we felt for each other, and the difficulty of passing on greetings from each compañero under the ridiculous regulations and the censor's watchful eyes and ears. There was no time for full details of all their lives, but they sent words of solidarity and encouragement, even though they had had to keep silent during my trial. The third and last visit was unexpected, although I had intuited something a couple of days earlier. The cinema, now on the opposite side of the road from us, doubled as a loudspeaker in the afternoons, with deafening publicity for its own films and a variety of popular entertainment, dances, festivals, or bands passing through Camarai. For the past few weeks it had been announcing the forthcoming visit of a great Argentine folk quartet who would be playing on a specially built stage on the football pitch. It was none other than Los Chalcaleros, my friends from Salta. They negotiated permission to see me. Only one of them got the permit, and only because it was them. Once again I was taken to the office in command headquarters only to find my dear friend Escobedo Cabeza being very well looked after by several officers, who were staunch admirers. I had not seen them for many years, and had avoided their seeing me in Montevideo airport when I was working clandestinely. Accustomed to international fame, Cabeza was not impressed by the military fawning, but he was moved by our meeting. "What a fuck up, Che," he said over and over again, "what a fuck up." He offered to buy me whatever I needed in the way of clothes, radio, TV, which we couldn't get in Camarai, and he paid my food bill in the Marietta where they were staying. We chatted about a range of unconnected things until our time was up. He said goodbye with a big hug and went off to a night performance in a nearby town. We never saw each other again. General Ovando taking power meant a substantial change in Bolivia's political scenario. He represented the army's national populist sector that wanted to resuscitate the worker-peasant government of the MNR, of which the officers had nearly all been supporters. The opposition was the reactionary pro-imperialist sector to which Barrientos had belonged, and of which General Banzer was later the heir. Ovando gathered around him a team comprised of some notorious old lefties and other younger ones who set out a clearly nationalist program. In the cage we quickly detected changes, starting with the new 4th Division commander who, unlike his predecessors, never came to stare at us in the zoo. Instead, he appointed his aide-de-camp, a certain Lieutenant Ortiz, as his personal representative in charge of the prisoners. He came to see us every day, cordially inquiring about our complaints and needs. The cell doors stayed open during the day and sometimes even until the main door was locked for the night. The priest from the church next door, Camarai Cathedral, no less, was authorized to visit weekly, but for the sake of political coherence I courteously refused the first, and last, occasion he came to see me. Debray accepted, however, and received him on Sundays after Mass. Meanwhile, the foreign oil companies were nationalized. In charge of this particular task was the most revolutionary member of the civico-military government, Marcelo Quiroga Santa Cruz, Minister of Mines and Petroleum. From his parliamentary seat as a young deputy, together with the poet Hector Brodalinos, both coming to socialism from the socialist phalange, he had defended our cause. Several measures were taken that made us think things would change for us. In the medium term, the Ovando-Debray relationship forged in May/June of 1967 at La Esperanza sugar mill started to function again. A journalist cum advisor to General Ovando, Gustavo Sanchez, brother of Major Sanchez, detained by the guerrillas on May 10, 1967, began visiting the Frenchman in his cell. Halfway through this last year, 1970, Debray was on a good mood day and he told me he was writing an essay on the measures needed to transform a bourgeois army into a popular revolutionary force for President Ovando. To my surprise, he asked me to read it. It was a work that examined the basis of the Bolivian army, its origin and its previous attempt at reform during the revolution of 1952. That attempt failed because it did not change the army's mentality and hierarchy by incorporating the masses. It opportunistically and temporarily created workers' militias in the mines instead. An army is born revolutionary, not created after workers' massacres. It is the praxis of historical events that creates class consciousness, the armed wing of the masses that takes power by force. Officers should be trained to defend the interests of the masses, not those of the oppressors. They should be the vanguard, in the forefront of mobilizing task forces for emergencies, reconstruction, education, and development. Written with dialectical arguments and expressed in a didactic manner, Debray's essay suggested that the necessary requirement for bringing about this change might not be within the reach of the actual philosophy of the Army High Command, so the first thing to change would be that mentality. This very interesting essay was handed over on the last visit of Sanchez, Ovando's press secretary, who up until the end of 1970 used to greet me very amiably as he came in and out of the cage. His eyesight must have been as bad as his secret sources of information. Only a few years later, this same Sanchez wrote a book on the capture in Bolivia and extradition to France of the Nazi Klaus Barbie, in which he stated in passing that, at the Camarai trial, I had been given a light sentence of only a few years and released a few months later after collaborating with the army, commanded in those days by the very same General Ovando whom they were helping with the above-mentioned work. This type of double game got the Frenchman into trouble because in his visible battles with the local military authorities on behalf of the press, Debray sometimes lost the plot. This happened to him with Oriana Felici, the Italian journalist who interviewed history. She arrived in Camarai to interview the young rebel philosopher for an article, and following the established practice with the Frenchman, the army gave her permission. Debray left the cage as usual, immersed in his lucubrations, and came back a couple of hours later with a certain air of triumph. A few days later, the interview came out in an Italian magazine announcing it had been syndicated worldwide, including in the Argentine magazine Siete Dias. In the interview, the Frenchman attacked the Bolivian army in extremely aggressive language, inconvenient for the negotiations taking place at that juncture, and coinciding with the consul's good news concerning the army's intentions. Debray lost his temper and, desperate to show that his words had been distorted, blamed Félicie for the inflammatory passages, claiming she had misinterpreted what he had said. I remember him asking me if I knew the address of Siete Dias in Buenos Aires. He copied the address from a back issue I happened to have, and fired off a reply to be published with the article. The fiery Italian replied with an implacable letter reminding Debray that she had faithfully transcribed what she could hear on her tape recorder and that she found the erratic nature of his opinions contemptible. She finished with a scathing flourish, "One day, I'll meet you coming out of the Paris Opera, dressed in your black velvet suit, and I'll give you the slap you deserve." 40. Night flight to Iquique, December 1970. Lieutenant Ortiz was a young military school graduate, immaculately turned out, more like a professor than a soldier. His treatment of the prisoners was the best we could possibly have hoped for. He came early, between 7 and 8 in the morning when the sergeant opened the cells, but did not interrupt our favorite activity if by chance we happened to be asleep, not an easy matter because the noise of the locks was more efficient than any atomic alarm clock and woke us no matter how deeply we were sleeping. Before Ortiz came, we used to start dressing at the first sound of metal so that we weren't naked when they came in. But at least it was normal noise. Our neighbor's bell ringing for mass was more annoying. The lieutenant would come back at midday, like someone who had dropped into his club to read the papers. He kept us abreast of the news, and asked us if we needed anything. He brought things for Leon and took away requests for others. Letters, books, and communiques all passed through his hands with no trouble. In short, he was prepared to do everything we wanted, except let us go. In this new liberal climate, we managed to get details of the latest military coup, an attempt by military hardliners under Banzer to oust Ovando from power. Although it was resisted by the workers La Paz and Cochabamba, it would have succeeded. They had already got President Ovando to resign, had it not been for the head of the army, General Juan José Torres, who decided to take power himself, with the support of the masses. So, victorious anti-guerrilla generals, proclaimed anti-communists, succeeded each other using pro-socialist language, talking about a revolution of the people for the people. I even remember Torres saying on the radio, "Beloved people, my own beloved people," something that augured tragedies to come. I used to read late into the night if I had new books, and if I hadn't I would reread old ones. One of the books Anna Maria brought me was Operación Masacre by Rodolfo Walsh. It had made a huge impact on me when it first appeared a few years earlier, as it used a previously unknown technique for revealing the unspoken truth. It was a menacing foretaste of the role the Argentine military was to play in our future history, and marked the start of my disaffection with fiction, except for thrillers, and my growing taste for faction like that of Truman Capote. At any rate, it would not have passed the censor had it not been for Lieutenant Ortiz. After Anna Maria's visit I did a strange thing, I read the same book 3 times. I began as soon as she left, finished 3 or 4 hours later, then reread it into the small hours. At that point I started thumbing back through certain passages and ended up reading bits of it again until morning. Not every book had the same effect. We usually savored our reading, like dessert, leaving the best until last. At dusk on December 21st, the sound of a DC-3's engines announced an unscheduled aircraft, unusual given how difficult it was to land in Camarai, set as it is in a valley between the mountains, in the days when a pilot's eyes were his landing instruments. but the state oil company often flouted the rules when they used their own runway further out of town. It was a hot, soporific night, and the same old Christmas profferings and predictions on the radio had made sleep even more enviable. I heard the sound of the chain before the door was unlocked and knew the hands were unfamiliar, not our usual sergeant. It was still dark, so I supposed it was the middle of the night and I had been woken up more by the surreptitious movement than by the sound. Sweating profusely, I began to get dressed. Either there were problems with the padlock or it seemed to take longer because of the urgency. By this time, I was beside the door. I could tell various people had come into the patio. I opened the curtain and realized the patio spotlights had been turned off. To my right, I heard a voice whispering to Debray, and my immediate thought was that the Frenchman was leaving Camaret. But Debray seemed to be resisting, demanding authorization from his consulate. The whispering got louder. Suddenly, as if by magic, a face appeared at my peephole as Lieutenant Ortiz struggled with the lock and called, "Ciro, it's me. Get ready, you're leaving, you're free. At this time of night," I said skeptically. "Trust me. Pack a few things, the minimum," he said. After the heated arguments we had heard over the 4th Division's radio, it would have been easy to be skeptical, but my reaction was to trust the obviously delighted expression on the lieutenant's face. I started packing a few clothes, cigarettes, family photographs, and my radio, my link to the outside world. My books went into a Hessian bag we used for shopping. And, despite the stifling heat, on top of the little pile waiting beside the door went Che's jacket. The discussion was still going on next door, and on one of the lieutenant's trips back and forth between our cells, I asked him if I could say goodbye to Leon. Despite having received orders to the contrary, he put his fingers to his lips and opened Leon's door. Leon was standing fully dressed in the middle of his cell, under the light, as if waiting. We hugged each other, visibly moved. The lieutenant told him to stay inside, that he would be back. I found the sense of urgency, of illegality, worrying. The Frenchman finally came out, led by a tall, strong, unfamiliar man wearing a bomber jacket who urged him to follow. He greeted me, demanded total silence, and told us to walk in single file behind him. Outside the door to the cage, a couple of men with machine guns fell in behind us and we walked by flashlight to the 4th Division Commander's office, alongside what had been our visiting room. The office was large but dimly lit. Behind the desk was its current incumbent, who stood facing us for a brief ceremony. On one side were Debray and me, to our left Lieutenant Ortiz and a civilian in charge who turned out to be Major Torello, and behind them armed guards. The commander, half dressed in military uniform and half in civvies, as if he had been dragged out of bed, introduced himself as commander of the 4th Army Division in Camaret. He informed us that the armed forces, in the name of the Bolivian people whom it serves, have commuted the sentence of life imprisonment, are releasing you, and deporting you from the country. Major Torello, here, is in charge of the operation, and all that remains for me to do is congratulate you and wish you a good journey. Hand outstretched, the commander stepped towards Debray, who had not spoken a word during the whole proceedings. Debray bowed in some sort of acknowledgement but then seemed to back away without offering his hand. This did not seem to bother the commander, who without flinching turned to me with the same gesture. I shook his hand. I said I was happy to meet him now without a wire mesh between us, and thanked him for the decent treatment we had received under his command. Turning to Major Torello, the commander said, "Major, the ex-prisoners are in your charge. Carry on." The head of the commando unit outlined what we were to do. He made it clear that this was a high-risk operation, that some people opposed this course of action, so we had to be careful. "We'll go out into the street one by one, turn to the left, and walk separately about 5 meters apart, without stopping or looking back. When we get to the corner, turn left again. A jeep will be waiting with its doors open, get in as fast as you can. Walk normally in total silence. Let's go." All of us except the divisional commander set off after Lieutenant Ortiz through the dimly lit garden. With a couple of men ahead of us, we went out into the street. We turned left as we had been told and walked along an uneven pavement. I could see no one on the corner opposite the officers' club where a military policeman usually stood. There were no guards anywhere. We passed the windows of our former residence, the boards that used to cover them were gone. In my mind, I said my fond farewells to a town I hardly knew. The street was dark, lonely, and silent. The cinema stood out, a bulky mass among the flat, semi-colonial architecture on the block. With the windows and doors shut, it seemed impossible it could have made so much noise. I imagined I heard the din of the latest box office hit, Breaking Waves, naturally renamed Breaking Balls. On the corner I saw Tanya's Jeep, recognizable by its clear gray metal bodywork, now the property of command headquarters. Lieutenant Ortiz put my sack of books and both our bags on the floor of the back seat. He sat in the driver's seat with us behind him. Men armed to the teeth piled in on top of us. Major Torelio, squeezed between the driver and another soldier, ordered, "If you see anything suspicious, shoot first and ask questions later." The overloaded jeep set off towards Jordi. When the asphalt ended, we took a road to the right, and disappeared into total darkness, pierced only by the jeep's headlights. The road was quite bad but widened out into a curve as we approached a ravine which I did not recognize. The bridge was blocked by a small truck. The major called a halt and his commandos climbed out of the back. They were ordered to move the truck. "Throw it in the water if you have to," shouted the major. In the headlights we saw them surround the truck while the occupants were trying to fix it. They pushed it off the bridge and sent it crashing down the hillside. The jeep continued, picking up the commandos as it passed them on the bridge. I made the only comment of the journey. "Great place for an ambush." The stages of the operation gradually became clear, starting with something Lieutenant Ortiz had said before leaving the cage, the major's orders when we reached the airfield, and what he subsequently told us. The commandos had arrived in civilian clothes in a DC-3 supposedly belonging to the state oil company YPFB. The flight was obviously unofficial. The commando unit was transferred secretly to Camarai in a YPFB truck, and its office in La Villa was also lent as an operations base. The commandos mixed with the locals in the late afternoon. They ate, then checked out the activities of the local garrison's officers who, after their usual dinner in the officers' club, found their way to places of entertainment. At a previously arranged time, Major Torelio arrived at the 4th Division commander's house with his orders from the President and the Army. He was to be represented in the operation by his aide Lieutenant Ortiz, who every evening took the keys of the cage from the sergeant who locked up. That night Ortiz withdrew the guard. The headquarters of the military police, on the corner of the square opposite 4th Division headquarters, was likewise taken over, to neutralize any possible opposition. We arrived at the airstrip, a simple ribbon road of steamrollered gravel in the middle of open ground, with a little emergency hut on one side and a windsock on a mast opposite where the aircraft was standing. We got out, and as we were retrieving our bags Major Torelio brought us up to date with the mission and the men who had been left behind to tie up loose ends. He said we were awaiting orders from Camarai but in the meantime the area had to be secured until the aircraft could take off in the dawn light. He posted guards at each corner of the airfield and made us get in the plane. The lieutenant said his goodbyes. It was a friendly farewell. The plane was a troop transport that had not been modified since the Second World War. Inside the fuselage, under the windows, were metal benches molded into the form of seats running from end to end on both sides of an aisle. We climbed the sloping central aisle nearly up to the cockpit and sat on either side. The aircraft was like an empty tin of sardines, no question of air hostesses. One of the pilots, who had come out of the hut when the jeep arrived and had helped us board, now offered us blankets and cushions, reminding us we would have quite a few hours to wait and it would be cold. "Try and get some sleep," he said. When we were alone, Debray spoke for the first time since leaving the cage. "What do you think will happen now?" he asked. "The order is to deport us, so I'm sure that's what they'll do," I replied. "Where do you think they'll take us?" he pressed. "The only possible country in this is Chile. I don't suppose they'll hand us over to Ongaina or Stroessner. Where in Chile do you think?" "Iquique or Antofagasta," I said. "Iquique is nearer." Debray wrapped himself in the blanket. I did the same. We did not speak again. The runway in the narrow valley was surrounded by peaks which emerged covered in mist and vegetation as the day dawned. Piloting an aircraft there from memory could only be done by Bolivian pilots who, with their skill and knowledge of flying between the mountains and going up to land in La Paz, were capable of everything. Unlike in the Pampas, the mountains delay the arrival of the morning light. At about 5:30, surrounded by this magnificent landscape, Major Torelio came rushing out of the hut, followed by the two pilots. They got straight into the aircraft while Torelio gathered his men around the plane for a final talk. He was the last to board. When the door was shut, he came along the aisle to the cockpit, greeting us like kids on a school trip. "Good morning." "Good morning," he said and, banging the inner door with the palm of his hand, shouted to the pilots, "Off we go." He was no longer wearing a gun, but in uniform showing his rank. We seemed to be the only 3 passengers on board. Outside, doubling as ground crew, the commandos dragged a generator to the aircraft's fuselage, and soon each of the engines began to cough, splutter, and utter expletives, like anyone would at that time of the morning. The plane taxied to the end of the runway where, motors humming in unison, it began to vibrate in a last final effort. Fortunately, instead of exploding, the huge machine set off at speed, calming itself and our emotions with a wonderfully smooth takeoff. Avoiding the nearest peaks, dipping from side to side, we flew over houses that gradually turned into the low square settlement of Camarai. If you did not know exactly where you were, it would be hard to tell from the air. The only point of reference would be the plaza and the church. So, if that square of trees was the plaza, then that would be where, but we flew over leaving behind any chance of locating anything. But something did seem to be moving down there, perhaps clothes on a washing line? During the flight over the mountainous desert and the majestic apparition of the Pacific Ocean, Major Torelio and Debray struck up a conversation. The Major tried to keep it cordial, but the Frenchman turned it into a diatribe, attacking the Bolivian army, to which this officer, risking his own freedom by taking us to ours, belonged. The Frenchman refused to acknowledge that the Bolivian generals deserved any credit for this plan, apart from as marginal subordinates within a political arena where it had been conceived on a level of human dignity and international power, and not by lackeys. The arrogance of the First World, wiping out the most minimal and formal ethical obligation, was staggering to this representative of a humble South American country, who had taken the trouble to explain how the operation to save us was planned and had conceded the indifference of the majority of Bolivians to the solution to a situation created neither by the people nor the army. But nothing would curb the Frenchman's furious, uncontrolled rant. It seemed as if Major Torelio might eventually, and justifiably, lose his patience. But he did not. He kept his cool. At the airport in Chile, groups of people were waiting expectantly. Others were running around, trying to get onto the runway. They were members of the press corps who had been tipped off about the arrival of the Bolivian aircraft and its cargo, and local authorities and representatives of the socialist President Salvador Allende, who barely 3 months earlier, in September 1970, had won the elections as the candidate for Popular Unity, a coalition of parties from social democratic to the extreme left. We did in fact land in Iquique, a beautiful port city, practically the most northern point of Chile, spread out before the great ocean and cooled by a light sea breeze, with a whiff of shellfish and seaweed, and lulled by a background chorus of seagulls hovering over the beaches and landing on the rooftops. A century earlier, we would have landed in Antofagasta. Now, the aircraft taxied alongside the main airport building, amid roars and whistles, to finally come to rest in front of the crowd. I suddenly stepped out of the looking glass, back into real life. All attention was focused on Debray, of course, who was quickly surrounded by elegant young men with beards who would not allow journalists anywhere near him. They greeted him like a fully accredited ambassador and led him to a waiting car, which swept away with a convoy of vehicles in its wake. I, on other hand, was to be driven to the airport building by the police. But while I was still on the runway, a French journalist welcomed me in perfect Spanish. It was Philippe Gustin, director of Agence France Presse and correspondent in Santiago. He said he had tried more than once to write an article about me in Camaraï but could never get authorization. Now I was in Iquique, a free man, he would like to write an article either today or tomorrow. In immigration I was asked to identify myself. I had asked Ana Maria to smuggle some documents into jail for me so I would have them if I needed them. I had left the Mendoza identity card Cholo had once got for me with Manuel in Buenos Aires, when I changed my identity on my way to Bolivia. Ana Maria had brought me my driver's license and it was that I now showed to the police. The Chileans did not want to accept the document but I had nothing else. Someone reminded them that I had just been a prisoner, not a tourist. A committee of local officials had been appointed to look after me and I remained in their care until all the customs formalities were finished. The real surprise was waiting for me when I left the office. It was the Englishman George Roth, our former compañero. He explained that neither the International nor the Santiago press had had the details of our escape, or rather they had not been informed in time and were misinformed afterwards. The news was managed at presidential level, naturally, and by the French embassy who had passed it on to their own press agency for obvious reasons. Roth should have got a prize for determination because he had always assumed that the news would come out via the French. In fact Philippe Gustin, who had interviewed him in Camaraï when he was released, had given it to him. Apart from Gustin and himself, the only journalists at the airport were the local press and radio reporters who had been alerted by Bolivian radio. It was a very pleasant reunion. I had found a familiar face and Roth was visibly moved. He had already realized there was a plan afoot to stitch me up. He was staying at the hotel where as it happened I was also being taken, so he more or less took charge of me. Being released after nearly 4 years is no easy experience. Your self-defense mechanism has been lowered and things happen at a dizzying pace, faster than your ability to crank up your sluggish psyche. However high your expectations, you still have to face the unknown. The mayor of Iquique was to honor us with a banquet. Roth went to buy me some clothes while I had my first proper bath in years, with perfumed soap and steaming hot water. My room was modest, but to me it seemed exotically luxurious. All I wanted to do was sleep but they came at midday to take me to lunch, by the sea, in the open air. Long tables had been laid for about 100 guests on the promenade, looking towards an infinite horizon. Debray was at the head of the center table, I was on his left and the mayor, a young socialist, was to his right facing me. The atmosphere was very friendly, and the meal washed down with some excellent Mapo wine. Debray was already behaving like a star, due not only to his upper-class roots but also his superior education. He soon withdrew from the table, escorted to a private meeting by members of the Mir. Back at the hotel, I found an indignant Roth listening to the radio. The ball had started rolling. The newspaper account of Debray, the free man, included the sidebar story that, from his document, the airport police had identified the other ex-prisoner as a member of the Argentine Federal Police. Roth rang them to insist on a correction, explaining that the document was my driver's license, issued by the police like everyone else's. But it was not that easy to correct, whether the radio corrected it or not, it would no longer be news. The AFP interview eventually denounced the stunt and cleared things up, but only belatedly. Next morning, the Chilean and international press focused on the manner of our escape, and journalists in Camaraï, fooled by the secrecy of the mission, reported what they could. One apparent witness was the parish priest whose church was next to the cage. In an early rewriting of the story, the flabby old Italian told how he had watched the proud departure of the hero whose confidant he had been. Debray had left bright-eyed, head held high, firm step, applauded as he passed, whereas the other prisoner, pale and disheveled, needed help to walk. Did he bear an eternal grudge because I refused his visits? He had wanted to help me unburden my conscience of its wicked communist thoughts, ideas that harmed the Lord's children, and had brought me here. I replied that of all mankind's vicious inventions, religion was the most perverse, because it subjected us to the idea that suffering in this life guaranteed joy in another. Perhaps I offended him. Amazingly, no one noticed the contradiction between the secrecy of the operation and the priest's views, no doubt illuminated by divine providence. Driven to the airport again by the Chilean intelligence services, we took off for Santiago in a magnificent 10-seater twin-engined police plane. We were the only passengers traveling, as if in a luxury Ferrari or on a flying carpet, down the Pacific coast, with the Andes to our left silhouetted in bluish-violet against the sun. At the police airport in Santiago, a committee was waiting to formally receive the Frenchman on behalf of the president. A car whisked him out of my sight forever, without a backwards look or goodbye on his part. Plainclothes policemen drove me straight to their Central Criminal Investigation Unit where, after a very long softening up period in the corridor, I was subjected to a prolonged interrogation by the unit's deputy head. In the process of setting up the victorious Popular Unity government, power was distributed by quotas to the parties in the coalition. Hence, the balance of power gave the Communist Party second place in a body dominated by the Socialist Party. The other parties made up the cast appropriately. The deputy head of the investigation unit was a communist obsessed with Peronism, an evil beast of a neighbor from the not-too-distant past, and he concentrated his whole interrogation, illegal by the way, on trying to link me to Peronist revolutionary groups he called terrorists. 2 or 3 hours later, when he had exhausted the subject, he announced I could go. I still did not have a valid document, so I had to have my fingerprints taken again for them to issue me with one. I retrieved my bags, was escorted to the exit, and left on the pavement with not so much as a good afternoon. I did not have a cent. I sat on a row of stones round a floorbead in front of Titino's Street Police Station, not knowing what to do or where to go. I finished cleaning the ink off my fingers with the toilet paper kindly provided for me. Naturally, my fond memories of Chile do not include policemen. I was forced to reflect on the circumstances that led me from a military cage in Camaray to a socialist pavement in Santiago, a smooth transition which nonetheless left me with no way home, nowhere to sleep, and on the point of collapse from exhaustion. Just then a taxi stopped at the corner, about 30 meters away, and 2 little girls came skipping towards me, shouting excitedly. They were my daughters, followed by Ana Maria and our lawyer friend Gustavo Roca, effing and blinding at whoever had given them such misleading information about where and when I would arrive. On arriving from Buenos Aires, they had asked for official confirmation of my whereabouts and were sent to Pudahuel, Santiago's international airport. No one knew anything. They took taxis to 2 other airports but found no sign of us until someone gave them an unofficial tip-off. Following the trail, they learned that I was in the hands of the police. Gustavo worked his network of lefties in the government. The Interior Ministry got a grip on this embarrassing situation through its deputy minister, the communist Daniel Vergara. We were put up in the Conquistador Hotel, a few paces from the Moneda Palace, where we spent a sleepless night. Then the media circus began. In the morning, the whole reception area of the hotel was filled with camera crews and reporters, a bit at random because the star of this particular show, Debray, had disappeared, protected by official silence. It was impossible to evade the harassment by saying I was tired, so I agreed to speak to some of them, a local paper, a Bolivian, an Italian, a Swede and an Argentine. Through the Bolivian, Mario Ruda Pina, I took the opportunity of thanking the Bolivian people for their warmth and protection, saying that it was their generosity of spirit that contributed most to our safety and subsequent departure. I had to stick to a bland performance to avoid any indiscreet questions about my political past, which strictly speaking did not exist, or reveal any ideological commitments or militancy, national or international. A Swedish journalist, who said he was from a Stockholm TV channel, showed not only rigorous professionalism but personal respect over and above the current fashionable political story, the guerrillas and the fate of their emblematic leader, Che. Jan Sandqvist began by cordoning off a part of the lounge from other journalists and interested bystanders. He, with a couple of cameramen, Anna Maria, the girls, and I, sat in leather armchairs going through a process of catharsis about the commitments, decisions taken, and moral values blurred by 4 long years. The crowd fell silent and heard the whole conversation on microphone extensions. Debray meanwhile was skating on thin ice with some of the press, having lost the control he exercised from camera. Philippe Gustin, who had covered Debray's prison stay for AFP, was dubbed a capitalist for publishing an article under his own byline, drawing attention to the fact that 2 prisoners had been released, not just a Frenchman, that both had been judged by the same court in Camarai and given the same 30-year sentence, and that both had been released after negotiations with the Gaullist government. Joseph Lambroschini, the new French ambassador in La Paz, had distanced himself from the first declarations Debray made after his release, when he complained of being alone and abandoned in prison. He described him as a spoiled brat who seemed unaware of the care, attention, and constant visits provided by the French embassy and consulate, benefits not extended to other prisoners. On the second day in our luxurious residence, December 23, we managed to shake off the press hounding us and go for a walk round the city. If you ask a prisoner what he yearns for, he would almost certainly reply, "Go for a walk." What a prisoner misses most is being able to cross the street, look in a shop window, retrace his steps, walk in the sun or the rain whenever he feels like it. In the Plaza de Armas, diagonally across from the cathedral under some arches in the old town, was a restaurant which matched our limited budget. Gustavo Roca had some official business after lunch and we arranged to meet there. We sat down at a round table, and were being served by a pleasant waitress, when suddenly the most beautiful, unexpected thing happened. The people eating at the tables next to us began to clap, and gradually people stood up at each table and applauded. I don't think they were applauding anyone in particular, just freedom and our reunion. As if reflecting his client's wishes, the head waiter came over and offered us a free meal. The TV was on a loop showing the release of the prisoners in Camarai and I was the only one available to congratulate. Gustavo said Daniel Vergara, the Deputy Interior Minister, was expecting us. We went straight to La Moneda, the presidential palace. Vergara, a thin man with a face as sharp as a knife, improvised a welcome speech in his office with real warmth. He apologized for the circumstances of my arrival and promised to make our stay in Chile a truly fraternal homecoming from now on. On Christmas Eve our hotel room was filled with presents and balloons for the girls from the local and international press and from the office of the president. I did my interview with the Argentine journalist Miguel Bonasso, a young reporter on Semana Grafica, over lunch in an open-air restaurant on the Alameda. He fitted in quite naturally at our family table and made a fuss of the girls. Keeping certain delicate areas from public knowledge, I told him the story, especially the Bolivian part, which was controversial and being rewritten as we spoke. I told him about the Jewish friend whose features I had used to draw the non-existent person I denounced as my contact in Buenos Aires. As I was saying, Isaquito was a sailor and a socialist, but most of all a wonderful human being. Bonasso sat up in his seat and muttered, "Isaquito? You don't mean Isaac Schusterman by any chance?" "Yes," I said, "that's him. He turned out to be a mutual friend, very much liked by both of us." Not long afterwards, Bonasso sent me the published article. He had hardly changed a word of our conversation. Oscar Del Barco, Kichi Kikskowski, and other members and friends of the Pasado y Present group from Córdoba, arrived on a lightning visit in a whirlwind of emotions. None of them had had any problems. No search warrants had been issued for anyone in the EGP, and no one had been harassed on my account, even though political developments in Argentina had meant reorganizing cadres and militants. I was still the same old compañero. Gustavo Roca went back to Córdoba with them. My brother Avelino arrived at about the same time, and we decided to cut short the show in Santiago and spend time at the coast. Philippe Gustin offered us a cabin by the sea, probably belonging to the Foreign Press Club. Even more surprisingly, and something for which I am eternally in his debt, when we came back he invited to stay us for as long as we liked in his house in Las Condes, an extremely posh area of Santiago. And so it was. We lived in the guest wing of his modern house as if we were with relatives. Moreover, Philippe gave me the keys to his Mini Cooper so we could go round looking for a more permanent solution. This came about via the Popular Unity's Plastic Artists Association, which was controlled by the communists. They offered me room in a building reserved for sculptors and painters, near the Mapaco, where Bombs, Gracia Barrios, and Mesa had their studios. Curiously, or maybe not, the Communist Party, notoriously opposed to the Cuban line on the armed struggle, decided to take us under its wing, all in the name of art. A prominent member of the intellectual left, Miguel Rojas Mix, invited us to stay in his house, a grand villa in a residential neighborhood a few blocks from the Plaza Nuno. We had a bright room on the upper floor for our own private use in a most welcoming atmosphere, complete with wall-to-wall books, and absolute respect for our political ideology. We had long informative chats and spent some wonderful days there until in February we moved to his house on Isla Negra, where Pablo Neruda lived and where most of the party's sculptors, singers, and artists had summer houses. This solidarity even continued for a few days after we returned to Santiago, until another crypto-communist, an old Argentine friend from Mendoza called Domingo Politi, a photographer for the Communist Party newspaper Puro Chile, lent us an apartment for their reporters' use in the popular area of Quinta Normal, the opposite end of the scale to Las Condes. Politi ran the photographers' pool at Quimantu, a publishing project of the Popular Unity government after it acquired the printing works of Zigzag, Chile's most famous publishing house. He also found me work in the future documentation department. We soon rented a larger apartment on the 12th floor of a building in Cienfuegos Street where, before breakfast on the morning Ana Maria's mother arrived to visit her grandchildren, we were hit by a 2-minute earthquake. We could not get to the children's bedroom where they were clinging to each other on one of the beds screaming. It brought us down to earth, all resentment and illusions were jettisoned. The shining light of the Bolivian adventure, which cost its volunteer heroes and innocent victims so dear, slowly lost its brilliance, but concentric circles kept traveling outwards from it, lighting a powder keg that encompassed the whole continent and eventually unleashed the greatest wave of repression and killing since the Conquista, from Guatemala to Tierra del Fuego. It has affected me, to a greater or lesser degree, ever since. On her last visit to Camaray, Ana Maria had brought me a questionnaire from Punto Final, the weekly publication of the Mir in Chile, which had come to her via a journalist friend, Juan Garcia Ilorio, editor of Cristianismo y Revolución in Buenos Aires. Manuel Cabezas, the editor of Punto Final, had suggested I reply to the questionnaire and he promised to publish it. So there in the cage, I combined my artisanal work with literature and, although it did not come easily to me and was limited by my situation, I was writing my version of what had happened when I was overtaken by events. But the draft traveled with me to Chile among my books and personal belongings. Once on Isla Negra, Ana Maria typed a clean copy on Rojas Mix's typewriter, and when we returned to Santiago we went to the Punto Final office to deliver it to Cabezas personally. A few weeks later I was summoned to the editor's office and he returned the manuscript. Cabezas said I should correct the underlined paragraphs for unexplained reasons to do with impartiality and historical coherence. The text was censured and covered by notes in the margin in the tiny handwriting I knew to be Regis Debray's. I had not lived beside him for over 4 years without recognizing his handwriting. I had even read the original of the work he wrote for General Ovando in his small, even and interfering hand, which seemed to write more in the margins and over original lines than in the main text itself, like a second inquisitorial, critical mind. Publication of the questionnaire was apparently subject to the approval of the Savonarola of the Revolution, the only witness, indicating with his hidden finger the true orthodoxy. I made changes, in any case, not because they were right, but because it was important my version of events was known, even though important things had to be hidden. I kept the original censured version, but unfortunately it was burned in San Rafael, Mendoza, when the local Inquisition condemned my modest belongings to a preemptive bonfire, but I still have photocopies of what was published in Punto Final. Then a Bolivian journalist appeared who, although I did not know him personally, was an important piece of the jigsaw. Antonio Peredulig, elder brother of the guerrillas Inti and Coco Peredu, arrived from Bolivia. To my amazement, he had interviewed my compañero and friend Leon in the Beni, where they were both from. When Leon learned Antonio was going to Santiago and would try to see me, he asked him to take a letter. Antonio brought the letter, which also perished in the aforementioned fire, but what I remember most about it was Leon's euphoria, his real joy, at my release, and his own when Lieutenant Ortiz returned to open the padlock and take him to the 4th Division Commander's office. There his friend Camba and the other Bolivian prisoners, Eusebio, Paco, Chingolo, and Solisjo, were all waiting to be released together. Leon went back to his plot of land, eager to see his wife again, only to find her hitched to a man who had helped her when she found herself alone with her children, abandoned by the hand of God, or rather the Communist Party. In the letter, he said that in the early morning after we left, he stood outside in the patio, looking up at the stars, until he heard the rumbling of the plane's engines. Then he took the sheet off his bed and began waving it in the air, in the hope I might see it and know he was saying goodbye. Part 6. Exile. 41. Chile in the time of Allende, 1970 to 1973. Exile means leaving your native land. What you lose are not your possessions, or external trappings. You lose what is under your feet, the land, the landscape that nourishes you. That is why the drama of exile affects everybody, no matter what your social conditions. These days, forced migration driven by poverty and hunger, caused by the developed center to the detriment of the periphery, might seem beneficial for those who manage to reach the shores of the first world. And for their children it is true, relatively speaking. But when you see an African walking along frozen Scandinavian streets, you understand that they have really lost everything. When you leave your country voluntarily, driven by a sense of adventure, you carry your land with you, on the solace of your shoes, and you can retrace your steps whenever you wish. The idea of exile used to mean fleeing for political reasons, not emigrating, which was a supposedly temporary measure until you could return with the means to support your family. Political asylum was always a respected institution in Latin America because continual social upheavals made it essential, today my turn, tomorrow yours. But whether imposed by political activity or driven by hunger, the streets of exile have never been paved with gold. That idea is reserved for the beneficiaries of diplomatic accords, corrupt politicians deposed from power, emptying the public coffers, the top dogs, those who can, because in reality, the poor could never go into exile. I'm not really sure when my exile began. Maybe when I left Argentina. When I left Cuba. Algeria. Bolivia. Or Chile. Argentina for the last time, I think, although each time I left a country I loved, parts of me were wrenched away and I was never entirely whole afterwards. I live with the remains, grafted onto a biological structure that resists. But like a graft on a pear tree, the result is neither one fruit nor another. My political exile, though, began in Chile. The Quimantu Publishing House, which organized my documents, accepted me as a fully fledged member, and I found friends there. One great revolutionary fallacy is that you have compañeros, not friends. Yet without friends, you can do nothing, not revolution, not art, not even love, because a friend is the piece of wood floating on the storm of passion that you cling onto, to lift your head and breathe. You can have companeros whom you respect, but not someone you go beyond the limits of the mission with, or confide your dreams in. Friendship is something else. And then Fidel arrived in Santiago. The visit of the champion of the armed struggle to the reformist parliamentarian caused a huge rumpus in South America because it threatened to extend Cuban influence into virgin territory. The Chilean president, Salvador Allende, could mobilize the support of the masses whenever necessary, sometimes with a bit of persuasion. But the presence of the mythical Cuban leader showed that the revolution crossed national borders and had common roots lying fallow, struggling to grow, coming together to follow in its footsteps. Multitudes gathered for Fidel, shouting themselves hoarse wherever he went on his long tour, and probably sealed the fate of the popular unity government. Nothing would ever be the same in Chile. The Cuban apparatus moved to Chile wholesale, and many Cubans I knew were working in the wings. Yet not one of them contacted me. It was remarkable. Not because of me as a person but because, in their eagerness to reconstruct events, the Cubans sought out and interviewed survivors, their own and others, members of groups of all kinds, soldiers, neighbors, improbable accidental witnesses, deserters, and even chickens pecking around the area. All and sundry, except for me, the only survivor of Che's original project. That was the active and visible face of the order to ignore me. Yet there was always a hidden hand doling out favors. Among the spin-offs of Fidel's visit was an exhibition by the Cuban National Publishing House to promote Cuban books. The former soldier in charge of the exhibition made an official visit to Quemantu and we met. I asked if I could buy some of the books on show and he replied, "Companero, you can have any book you want, they're all yours. All of them. Come and get them when the exhibition is over." So I did. I recovered the books I had abandoned in Holguin, although, of course, they would ultimately end up in a blaze of glory. Borges would say exile is the books you lose when you leave them behind. He's right. The masses in Chile went through a period of heightened politicization under the popular unity government that contrasted with the Cuba I knew. In Cuba the revolution exercised power with the support of the people, but in Chile the masses kept up a constant pressure on the government, mobilized by the grassroots of the different parties in the Popular Unity Coalition and the revolutionary left, sometimes exceeding their mandate and pushing the government further to the left. Society was becoming visibly polarized, and while the left shouted slogans, the right plotted its return with the help of their neighbors in the north. In this frenzied atmosphere, it was impossible not to get involved, and I was no exception. Quemantu had, as did every Chilean workplace, a grassroots organization, the FTR, set up by the mayor, and I was invited to join them. I went to its founding meeting and joined, together with Pancho Nelson Lopes de Oliveira, a young Brazilian journalist with whom I had begun choosing photos to be bought from the Zigzag archive to create our documentation department under the expert guidance of Maria Teresa Moraes, another Brazilian from Rio. Pancho and I were completely absorbed in the FTR and managed some notable achievements. The mayor offered to let me join directly as a cadre, and I happily accepted on condition that my political situation, which was being affected by noises off, was clarified publicly. We were in the middle of discussions when we were overtaken by events. A significant political shift had taken place in Argentina. The military dictatorship of General Onganía was supplanted in March 1971 by a sector of the army headed by General Lanús that was more open to negotiation. It aimed to attract public support by calling free elections, after tough concessions to Peronism. These included the return of Perón and allowing the Peronist party, Justicialismo, to participate in the elections, but only if they put up a candidate other than Perón himself. The political crisis had exploded and the waters of the confrontation between armed leaders were to sweep the Argentine people into the most tragic period of its history. Numerous organizations preached the armed struggle as the people's way of regaining power and recuperating living standards that had been eroded in one of the richest and most developed countries in the Americas. The thousands of potential combatants that Che had envisaged took up arms on Perón's behalf, offering their lives and the lives of others, in the largest clandestine mobilization in the Americas. Workers and students were mainly recruited by the ERP, Montoneros, FAL, FAR, FAP. The armed groups became known internationally in August 1972 when some of their members broke out of prison in Rawson, capital of the Patagonian province of Chubut. The leaders managed to hijack a plane and fly to Chile, while soldiers took the rest, 18 men and women, to the naval base in Trelew and shot them in cold blood. The ERP, the organization with the largest military capacity, contacted me via Dolores Jimenez, one of the members of its political wing, the PRT in exile in Chile. She suggested organizing a meeting with an ERP official in Santiago. They offered me the same as the mayor, to be part of their plans for a guerrilla base in Tucumán, a province in the north of Argentina directly to the south of Salta. My reply to the ERP was the same: everything was conditional on their publicly dispelling all rumors about me. So, things were left up in the air because no one, not even a group as independent as them, wanted to take on positions that were not clear, given Cuba's silence on the subject, although privately they showed solidarity. Months later, a new meeting took place in Argentina, in San Rafael, with a couple of militants, including another ERP officer, who explained their plan for Tucumán. My reaction was negative. Establishing a rural guerrilla base in that area, without a frontier for a bolt hole, surrounded by highways, seemed to me a trap, a dead end. The apparent victory of the masses in Argentina, when Perón's candidate Héctor Campero became president in May 1973, made us think it was time to go home. Ana Maria and the girls would go to Buenos Aires first, since I was still involved in what was happening in Chile. I would wait for even more optimistic news from Argentina. I went to the Popular Unity's last huge march, which was taken over by the radical left. Standing in front of the Moneda Palace under Allende's balcony, I heard the speech in which he rejected extremist pressure from the grassroots. Gustavo Roca then wrote urging me to return, "Come now or you won't be able to fix your legal situation." The process in Argentina was disintegrating too. The Campero People's Government lasted a mere 2 months. Ana Maria sent a plane ticket and I flew to Buenos Aires on the last day of August 1973, 11 days before Pinochet's fascist coup in Chile. I left my friends in Quimantu, with my Chilean family promising to visit us in Mendoza. A year later, I was returning from a visit to Buenos Aires with Ana Maria and the girls in my brother Avelino's car. Crossing the San Luis Desert at noon, we decided to stop for lunch just off the road under the only chinars high enough to protect us from the sun. We followed some car tracks over to the trees. While we were making sandwiches, a little Renault appeared through the heat haze and, following our tracks through the sand, drove towards us blowing the horn. It was Lydia and Claudio. Never has a promise been kept with such punctuality. 42. Argentina, 1973 to 1976. The noble magic of human nature was felt every now and again in Argentina, electrified by the factional war taking place all over the country, as the net closed in around us almost as soon as we arrived in Buenos Aires. We lived with Ana Maria's parents in the plaza once for a while, and in the mornings I used to go down to the baker's on the opposite side of Yrigoyen Street. The baker, a rough but friendly Spaniard standing behind his counter surrounded by different types of wonderful smelling bread, always made the same joke. "Good morning," I said, "a kilo of baguette, please." "There isn't any," he barked, as he weighed the bread. We only ever exchanged those brief words, but one day, looking down as he counted the change, he said, "Señor, you have to leave the city. Bad people are asking after you." When I returned to Argentina, I had contacted my former compañeros again, those who had been released from jail when Campero came to power, and those who had kept safe doing their regular jobs. A meeting was arranged in Córdoba, a sort of general assembly and welcome home for me. In camera I had jotted down some thoughts and my doubts about the possibility of rowing against the present current. I had in mind the example of Peru, where a military coup, supported by the people despite the opposition of the traditional political parties, had brought about an apparent process of transformation, pushed to the left by the spontaneous action of the masses, and the unrestricted political and material support of the Cuban Revolution and the Soviet Union. I meant the government of General Jorge Velasco Alvarado. The question I asked myself was, do we always have to oppose populist processes generated by forces outside the proletariat, or should we accompany them so we have the right to be present when they define themselves ideologically? Should we go on ignoring the fact that the majority of the working class in Argentina is Peronist just because it is not in Lenin's manuals, or should we try to share their experience from within? I thought we should be with the working class, not confronting them. I arrived at the meeting with a copy of my report freshly typed by Ana Maria. It was read out aloud, and the consensus was that there was nothing to discuss and the meeting was adjourned. We all thought the same. Any differences were tactical rather than ideological, and the party line was to stand with the people in the struggle for power, not on the outside. Others had other ideas. When they came out of prison, Bellomo, Carlos Bandoni, Miguel Colina, and Henry Lerner joined the Massetti Brigade, an organization formed to continue the struggle of the EGP, but primarily in the city. Later, Bellomo joined the ERP where, together with Daniel Hopin, he led a splinter group that proposed working with the Peronist grassroots. It was called ERP 22, in memory of the executions in Trelew on August 22, 1972, when both Marxists and Peronists were among the dead. However, by this time the leadership of the Peronist movement had been taken over by its right wing, using its hegemonic presence around Perón, in the Justicialist Party and the CGT. The unions acted like corporatist bodies and were Perón's shock troops, intensified by the direct influence of residual Italian fascists, regrouped in Propaganda 2, the New Order of Lacio Gelli, whose private secretary and pocket wizard José López Rega was general factotum to Perón. This sinister figure, essence of the darkest of dark forces operating at home and abroad, played a central role in destroying the popular myth of Peronism, separating the wheat from the chaff, the hope of the working class deposited illusorily in the leader, the reactionary and fallacious structure of the party and the leader. Like the Nazis, their solution was the physical elimination of the enemy. The attack on the grassroots of the labor movement and their most radical leaders was conceived in the bosom of the Peronist right, allied to the army, which finished off the task. Symbolically, its first action came in June 1973, during the gigantic reception at Ezeiza Airport for the return of Perón. The AAA appeared on the scene under the supervision of López Rega, now Minister of Social Services, with a program of selective but widespread killings, which included anything that moved on the left of the political spectrum or was seen as cultural, student, union or social activity. As their political calling card, they began sending letters to their victims with a deadline to leave the county before the death squads arrived. Union lawyers were the first targets, sending a clear message that intellectuals and professionals would not be immune. Rodolfo Ortega Pina, a lawyer and journalist, who had given Ana Maria support and solidarity in Buenos Aires, was the first on the AAA list to be killed. Oscar del Barco and I had gone to eat in a taverna near his house in Cerro de las Rosas, Córdoba, where any Bol Troilo records provided the background music. It was a simple place, welcoming and cheap, but that night it suddenly filled up with the deputy governor of the province and his court. Atilio López, a former union leader who had run for office on the same ticket as Obregón Quino, was the most progressive governor in the country. The owner of the bar told him we were there and he invited us over to his table for a chat which continued behind closed doors until the early hours. López was assassinated by the Triple a few months later. Q. Ruchet, another labor lawyer friend of Oscar's whom I knew slightly, met the same fate. We went to his funeral at the headquarters of Agustin Tosco's Energy Workers Union, and the oppressive atmosphere of threats was palpable inside the building and adjacent streets. The baker's warning could not be ignored, and we decided to leave Buenos Aires, a city now in the hands of reactionary swine, for my mother's house in San Rafael, a peaceful wine-growing area to the south of Mendoza, far from the fury of the reactionaries. Or so we thought. One night at 3 in the morning, Avellino's wife Alicia knocked on our door and said, "The police want to search the house." Our dog Top's furious barking and dashing about implied we were surrounded. I quickly got dressed, took some money from Anna Maria's bag, undid the butterfly screws holding the mosquito mesh to the window, said goodbye without waking the girls, and climbed out into the side garden. As my feet touched the ground, I thought Top might be a problem since I felt his nervous body against my legs. But wisely he had stopped barking. I went towards the hen house intending to jump the side wall into the next door house, which once belonged to my grandparents and where my cousin Gilberto now lived. I walked through the darkness with Top at my side, silent as a shadow. However, there were police cars shining their headlights into the corners of the garden, and I realized I could not escape that way without causing a shootout. The same applied to my Aunt Maria's house at the other end of the vineyard. So I went back to my window, replaced the mosquito mesh, put the money back in the bag, and, sure I would be detained, went out onto the veranda, pretending to be surprised by the upheaval. The police threatened to shoot the furious Top, so Avellino chained him up and began arguing about letting the police into the bedrooms because of my mother's frail state of health. Avellino's prestige as a doctor, whose patients included army officers and relatives of the local police, saved the situation. We were being searched by the San Rafael police, subordinate to the departmental police who were answerable to the provincial governor who was on the Peronist left. Then, without any explanation, they made us sign a declaration, got into their jeeps and pickups, and headed down the majestic Balafet Avenue, before the astonished eyes of our neighbors. The objective of the operation was obviously to look for weapons, but we knew they would be back, so we quickly moved to a rented apartment in the center of the city. They knew where we were and my mother could sleep in peace. Contacts with doctors and tradespeople meant I could keep earning money by painting. The representative of an electronic equipment multinational, who I will call Omar the Turk, provided solid financial support through his endless chain of contacts with wine growers and wine merchants, who passed clients backwards and forwards and kept me in work. He was not involved in anything political. His story is tragic. While I was busy framing my paintings for an exhibition, with the catalogs printed and the support of the municipality's Secretary for Culture, the police again raided our house. A friend Moises, who was helping me with the frames, answered the imperious knock on the door, and returned shouting a raid. The small apartment was filled with corpulent policemen in riot gear turning everything upside down, while Paula and Andrea looked through the windows, like in the films, and shot imaginary rounds of machine gun fire ra-ta-ta-ta, at them. Perhaps the ludicrousness of raiding a home workshop full of paintings, and facing the comical resistance of 9- and 10-year-old girls, made them again beat a retreat without finding anything. But the next day they detained me in the street, took me to the police station, and typed up a new file on me at the request of the federal police. They were not convinced of my identity. Either I was an idiot or I was hiding something. They cancelled the exhibition, advertised for the following Saturday in the municipal library. The culture secretary, a young man with Montonero inclinations, insisted on hanging the paintings in the town hall itself, changed the date, and organized radio publicity. I was visited by the military intelligence services that night, and when the culture secretary came to tell me that the exhibition was off, he was visibly panicking. "They have tons of proof in your file that you are training the ERP in Valle Grande. None of it is true, of course, but it's your exhibition or my life, Ciro. I have to choose." The exhibition did not happen, but there was no time to lament. A letter came in the post. The address was typewritten as was the sheet of paper inside. It was from the AAA, badly written, recommending I make use of the intelligence I obviously had, and realize it was best to leave the country, for the sake of my wife and daughters. They suggested I make lives for them elsewhere and ended by saying there was no room for people like me in Argentina, or something of the sort. I don't have a copy and I sent the original to Dolores, the friend from the ERP who had come home from Chile only to take her children into exile again. In Cordoba they gave me her new address in Sweden. During those days of gloom, my mother died, peacefully and of old age. We followed the hearse, with all her brothers and sisters, cousins, nephews, nieces, and grandchildren, to the cemetery, where I spied the ominous presence of Secret Service agents among the tombstones. As an emergency measure, the girls went to stay at the farm of Avelino's old friend Don Ramon, while we cleared our apartment and slept in different places. Omar the Turk had some hangars full of televisions and he offered to store my things. I sorted out my books, and the novels went to Don Ramon's farm. I filled a couple of boxes Omar lent me with other quite innocent books and my painting materials. We made a joke about him being able to sell my palettes if his business went broke. What happened, however, it's best to tell it straight, was that after the 1976 coup the army divided San Rafael into zones and searched them with a fine-tooth comb. When Omar saw they were getting near his business, he took the boxes to his house. When the searches reached his neighborhood, he put the boxes in his fair lane again to take them back to the hangar. The army caught him in a pincer movement with the boxes and everything. He was disappeared for about a year, and was badly tortured. He only survived by a miracle. Carlos Braga, another friend from San Rafael who arrived in Sweden after us, told us of Omar's calvary. He spent days hanging from a hook, like an animal in a slaughterhouse or freezing plant, while they destroyed his business and stole his house. One afternoon I was drinking mate in the duty room of the San Rafael hospital with my brother and other doctors, when a nervous nurse said a suspicious-looking guy was asking for Dr. Bustos. It was Alberto Bernichan, an old friend of our group of artists in Mendoza, who always had a bushy beard and tangled hair. He had gone to see the exhibition only to find it closed and the police asking questions. He suggested he could look after the paintings and our other stuff together with the architect Casanati, so we could leave the area quickly. He also suggested I talk to local Communist Party leaders to guarantee our clandestinity. Avelino made the contacts and a meeting with the local party secretary, on behalf of the provincial leadership, was held in the maternity ward of another friend's clinic. I asked for a temporary safe house in Buenos Aires while I made arrangements to leave the country. I had become a known target locally and no one would or could help me. He took my request to Mendoza personally. The following day, he gave me a contact for the national leadership in Buenos Aires. As soon as I arrived in Buenos Aires, I met the contact in an elegant tea room in the Recoleta, as if we were habitués of this extremely posh area. I was surprised at the name of the contact, a member of the Central Committee's political committee. It was Carlos Alonso, but obviously not my friend the painter. I concluded in retrospect that it was a code name to simplify things. They were both painters from Mendoza and, in fact, the same type of tall, handsome, friendly man. An urgent meeting was arranged and I repeated my request for a temporary safe house. A few days later I got the Central Committee's answer. It was negative. According to the alias Alonso, the party needed all its security resources for itself. The situation being as it was, there was no house available for us. The Central Committee did send a confidential message. Because of the common ties uniting us, they could give me some advice: hang in there, comrade. Don't leave the country, wait a bit. And then something memorable: in 2 months things are going to change, because the army is taking over and one of our generals will be in government. This was in January 1976. In March, General Jorge Videla, later guilty of genocide, took power. Che said urban guerrillas have no rearguard, and without it a collective psychosis that separates the rational from the obsession that affects all revolutionary organizations. Those who planned the carnage knew it and watched how people reacted. They began to distance themselves from what was happening on their block and looked the other way. You can't condemn this predictable attitude of self-defense, but you have to take it into account. Having no means of escape generates shared resentment, and only the immediate family responds. Frankly speaking, it makes their home a target, the center of concentric circles of repression. I sent the AAA letter to Dolores in Sweden. The Swedish government took immediate action and, in less than 48 hours, they sent a telegram to their embassy in Buenos Aires granting visas to the 4 members of our family. Meanwhile, Ana Maria and I slept in alojamientos, service hotels which rented rooms by the hour for lovers who had no place of their own. According to Siete Dias, a popular weekly magazine, there were 400 alojamientos in Buenos Aires in those days. We fuck, therefore we exist. They didn't ask for documents and you could spend the whole night quite cheaply. We did this until one night, in an alojamiento in Bartolomé Mitre Street, across from the railway's tracks, the porter insisted on documents because of new laws. We were in bed, looking at ourselves in the ceiling mirror, when I suddenly decided to leave. Before we turned the corner, walking casually, a patrol car was at the door. Luckily, Jelly Walker, an Argentine friend we had made in Chile through Peo Grandina, a journalist and singer/songwriter who I had worked with in Quimantu, came to our rescue. We had got on very well, but there had been no political connection. Nonetheless, she gave us the keys to her apartment while we were waiting, and moved to her mother's. At the weekend, we went to Cholo's house and a nephew of his asked to talk to me privately. He said, "The state of Israel is offering you passports and tickets to Tel Aviv. There's no commitment to stay, so you can carry on to wherever you choose." I was grateful for the offer, really moved, but our papers for Sweden were almost ready. The Swedes seemed even keener than I was and added a sum of money to cover our immediate needs. We discussed how to leave. I did not like the idea of traveling like a normal family, and it was anyway impossible since I didn't have a passport. So we agreed I would go first, by myself, to Rio de Janeiro. I set off by bus one afternoon to cross the Argentina-Brazil border at Paso de los Libres, in the province of Corrientes. Once I was out of the country, Ana Maria would follow with the girls. The trip from Buenos Aires to Rio took 55 hours, but you could pass through customs with a simple ID card. I put my few clothes in a bag, crowning it with 3 LPS I was taking as a palliative to nostalgia, Troilogrilla, the duo Saltino and Baden-Powell, the best in each of their genre. Ana Maria was bringing the more difficult stuff, our daughters, a few belongings, including a few paintings Bernichon had freighted to Buenos Aires, clothes, and keepsakes. The bus left from Plaza once, half a block from her mother's apartment where Ana Maria was staying with the girls, but I went alone. It was terribly humid, so I had a beer in the bar on the corner while I waited. At a neighboring table sat one of my former contacts in the original Trotskyist group that became the ERP, his nickname was Pelado too. The two baldies looked at each other as if they were strangers, and I went to get the bus. For the 10 hours to the border, I could think of nothing but that I was leaving my whole life behind for a second time, perhaps forever. 2 things suggested what the future would be. My whole family was coming with me, and it was time my daughters finally had somewhere to settle down. Besides, the country I was leaving appeared headed for total destruction. Just a few days earlier, the ERP had tried occupying the Arsenal Battalion barracks in an attempt to steal 10 tons of weapons, with disastrous results. Someone inside had betrayed them, and the army was waiting to finish them off. The wind of initiative had changed definitively. 3 material things had connected me to Che, but only one of them, the Minox, accompanied me into exile. The second is a side story, but I want to tell it now. When the EGP group was formed in Havana and we were equipped for departure during the missile crisis in 1962, Che gave us all Rolex watches. Nowadays they are more of a luxury decoration, but back then it was the only watch that worked without wires, or batteries, just the simple movement of the arm. Such advantages apart, I don't know why in Cuba they came to be a sign of rank, recognition of performance, an award for merit, or some such. The fact was that commandantes, intelligence agents, people on special missions, or mere show-offs, wore Rolexes even when they were in fatigues. Massetti already had the one he got when he was made a captain, and we were given the more discreet Rolex Oyster Quartz made of stainless steel. I also don't know why there were so many of these gems in Cuba, as if the manufacturers made bulk loads especially cheaply for Cubans, knowing they were going to scatter them round the world. Che was famous for being tight with the public purse. Anyhow, we left with the Rolexes, trying not to be conspicuous. My watch did not leave my wrist until, on one of my trips out of the Salta jungle, Massetti asked me to swap and take his to be cleaned at the Rolex shop in Buenos Aires. This was not as easy as it sounds, since you had to register as the owner of the gem and declare its origin, etc. Information which guaranteed, in case of theft, that the watch would be sequestered if the data did not match. I never got mine back because the guerrillas were wiped out in Salta, and Massetti's watch, now expensively clean, remained in pride of place on my wrist. When they searched me the day I arrived in Camarai, one officer was telling me to hand over my watch just as the other one found the dollars hidden in the jacket. The ensuing commotion distracted him and miraculously I got to keep the watch. The danger past of losing it in Bolivia, where harvesting Rolexes from dead Cubans was all the rage, and it survived the house searches in San Rafael too. I finally lost it one stifling January day in Buenos Aires, on the underground. The Plaza de Mayo, Liniers line, all 15 kilometers of it, was the longest and most crowded line in the system. Getting on it at all was a feat, although what actually got on was an organic mass of people that spread through into the carriages where they regained their individuality. I was standing awkwardly, steadying myself by clinging to the vertical pole by the door. When the train was about to restart after the first stop, a guy who was propping the door open with his body, grabbed my Rolex and a good part of my skin, and fell out onto the platform as the doors closed and the train picked up speed. It is the only time in my life that I have shouted expletives in public, and to everyone's astonishment I got out at the next stop just to be able to kick a wall silly. 43. Sweden, 1976 to the present. When I arrived in Stockholm and saw the desert of freezing snow, I discovered I had left my third material memory of Che in the house we had fled in San Rafael. It was the jacket he gave me when I left the guerrilla camp. That too I had miraculously saved throughout my odyssey, because each time I had to move in a hurry, day or night while I was a prisoner, it was the first thing I grabbed. When the moment finally came to leave Chile for Argentina, I decided I needed to have my hands free and the jacket stayed with our friends, Claudio and Lydia. They delivered it to me a year later in the middle of the San Luis Pampa. My brother Avelino and his wife Alicia went into exile shortly after us, but they went to Mozambique so did not take the jacket. After several years in charge of health in the north of Mozambique, when democracy returned to Argentina, Avelino had gone back to San Rafael to look after Rosa, our abandoned sister. We met up once in Barcelona for a few days when we rented a house in El Masnou to reunite the family. Avelino brought Ana Maria's mother and aunt from Argentina and we brought them back to Sweden for a visit. Avelino and I did not see each other again and anyway the jacket had disappeared, probably while he was away. I have already told the story of the Minox, bought in Rome to photograph tiny secret documents to send to Che. But its end was quite sad. Once when our budget didn't quite stretch to the end of the month, I took the Minox to the pawnbroker. It was at the very least a technological relic imbued with spy stories from film and literature. The guy behind the counter did not even want to look at it. "We're in the digital age now," he said. I caught up with various other people in Europe. In Spain I saw Gustavo Roca. He had passed through Malmo earlier but we missed each other. He put me in touch with Henry Lerner who by then was in Madrid. He and his father had disappeared in Cordoba. The Israelis managed to rescue him alive, but not his father. We sought out Hector Jauve in a small perfumed lavender-producing valley in the French Alps where his paternal family came from. He had a stone house in a medieval building on the main square, where there was an old communal outdoor bathhouse with a sloping tiled roof. Hector said no one came out of it with their skin intact. We stayed for a few days, reminiscing about our experience. We haven't seen each other since he went back to Argentina. The death squads kidnapped Petiso Belomo, killed him and dynamited his body on some waste ground. They did the same to my friend Alberto Bernichan. In Paris, we met up with Cholo, Berta, and their children, Hugo and Diana, and for several years staying in their house was the most entertaining part of our holidays, until they followed Diana to New York. In Malmö, we were visited by Peo Grandina from East Germany, Umberto Vazquez Viana, Loro's brother, and Alberto Spunberg who stayed with us for a few days. When I arrived in Stockholm, I had to wait a month for Anna Maria and the girls. They were first taken to a hotel because the immigration office had not been able to inform me of their arrival. Like all political refugees in those days, we then went to Mohda, a luxurious concentration camp in Småland where only the meter of snow stopped us moving around freely. The camp aimed to introduce immigrants to the customs and benefits of the welfare state and, especially, to the morality of the consumer society which we found extraordinary. This much was given, this much we had to buy. We were equipped with clothes for the North Pole and, when the 6 months in the camp were over, were given an apartment, furniture, household items, kitchen utensils, student loans, pocket money, and bank accounts. The whole mechanism revolved around your ID, a magic number that represented the individual's very existence as a complex human being of some account. We had wanted to be as close as possible to the Mediterranean. In a country 2,000 kilometers long, the extreme south is still 2,000 kilometers from Barcelona. And that was Malmö, where we ended up. We were desperate to know about the drama unfolding behind us. People were disappearing, but official institutions offered no protection or responded to public outcry. We needed to make 2 essential purchases, a powerful shortwave radio so we could listen to Argentine stations, and a family car because in a country that functions on wheels, you can't go anywhere on foot. The first purchase was the first failure. We had chosen a satellite 2000 with 50 short waves, but on all 50 we could hear nothing but Radio Moscow. It was on every imaginable frequency. It transmitted the repulsive idyll then being constructed between the communist parties of the socialist camp and the criminal dictatorship of the Argentine generals. It was unbelievable. Military missions went to and fro between Moscow and Buenos Aires, both ends receiving medals of merit and friendship with the sacred names of the liberator San Martin or Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. The Argentine Communist Party's general was in power. The Soviet news programs, long and detailed, especially for Latin America, began with an impassioned account of events since the coup in Chile, dramatic invented stories of a resistance that didn't exist, with battle songs incorporated into the world top 10, making the Chilean defeat the best sung and the best seller. Then, the no less tragic news from Bolivia, where the dictator General Banzer, another member of Operation Condor, had put down the miners with brute force. Yet as 30,000 young men and women, mostly workers, students, and professionals, were being disappeared, murdered, and thrown into the sea by our general in Argentina, Radio Moscow was reporting the excellent juicy trade agreements being signed in Buenos Aires with total impunity. According to Radio Moscow, the political climate in Cuba and Argentina was sublime. To add insult to injury, Captain Emilio Aragons, the secretary of the Cuban Communist Party, was named as ambassador to Argentina, and on his watch lucrative business deals were made between the genocidal dictatorship and the Free Territory of America. During this tragic period, of every $10 that entered the country to end up in the pockets of murderers, 8 came from the socialist camp, including Cuba. La lucha continua, says the refrain, but what went on was life with its contingent trials and tribulations. We made friends in Malmö's Latin American colony, the most notorious in Sweden in those days, and 30 years on we still have the same ones. Borges says the bad thing about lists is that they only emphasize what is left out, so I will refrain. But I could not have got this far in my memoirs without the support of Jonas and René, my two friends in Malmo, Juan Carlos Pironi and René Borda. When I first arrived in Malmo, I met a couple of Argentines, Mario and Jose Luis, who were voluntary migrants. Mario told me solemnly, in this country, when you take your first step outside in the morning, you've already committed an offense. Not totally unfair, I must say, given the fondness for the penal code over the circumstances of the perpetrator of the offense. Both artists, and my first friends, they had connections in the immigrant substratum, which operated in the service sector. So I ended up working as a docker in the port of Malmo, on its last legs in those days. There was nothing nice about this so-called romantic activity. I unloaded dredgers, guided cranes, or cleaned floors, and there I found my brilliant future career. Things slowly took on other rhythms, but we always lived among South American exiles. Brazilians like Jose Angelan and, especially the Bolivian, Argentine and Chilean families who welcomed us fraternally and are still our support. When the time came to express myself publicly, Jamie Padilla, a Bolivian journalist, was the generous vehicle. Finally, between language courses and presumed artistic activities, I also traveled the country from end to end. I learned to ski in the Arctic Circle, hiked manicured trails with refuges every 15 kilometers, where your only obligation is to replace the wood you have used. The Lapps in the north have an intrinsic warmth, and still live life for its own sake. There I met their greatest artists, Martin Huruk and Lars Barak, and enjoyed their friendship, albeit all too briefly, in Jokkmokk. I was born on a piece of land that was a mixture of garden and industrial park, with sheds, canvas hangars and workshops. It was the headquarters of the National Highway Administration, a department of the Ministry of Public Works, charged with constructing roads the length and breadth of Argentina's vast geography. My father's job entitled him to a house there, and I grew up with my brothers and sisters among gardens and workshops, carpenters and drivers. The technological enclave was in the northeast corner of an agricultural reserve belonging to the province of Mendoza's School of Viticulture. On one side the boundary was a row of hangars and workshops, and on the other a huge wrought iron railing that gave onto Pedro Molina and Belgrano streets. On the other side of Belgrano were the tracks of the San Martin Railway, not far from the station itself where there was an enormous shunting yard. My first childhood memories were of nighttime noises. Familiar distant sounds became friendlier as the night advanced, like a cat purring on my pillow, police whistles on their nightly rounds, communicating nothing to report, block by block, between themselves, and the noise of trains moving in the station yard. When we arrived in Malmo it was a typical Swedish city, with a port and commercial life, quite hostile to foreigners. But over the years it has changed into a replica of Beirut, losing the neat homogeneity of its citizens, the shipbuilding industry and even the port itself, but gaining the enthusiasm of the bazaar, multicultural vitality and universal gastronomy. I live in a house in the northern outskirts that back onto the railway lines near the motorway to Lund. It is a railway shunting zone. During the day I can't see very much, only the motorway and the turnoff to the brand new bridge joining Sweden to Denmark. But at night, when the hubbub of the traffic calms, with my dog Gemma sleeping at my feet, I hear the train drivers maneuvering the night trains, bumping, banging and tooting, amid the screeching of wheels and blowing of whistles, as if I were back in Mendoza. Epilogue. History as farce, the Rashomon effect. Political and social events all over the world are conditioned by the actions of their principal protagonists, against a background of economic realities that affect the part they play in those events and mobilize sectors of the population in the eventual outcome. The stance that the masses adopt produces changes, and those changes make history. This is easy to say, of course, but the situation is made more complex and hard to define due to the Rashomon effect, whereby there are as many versions as there are participants in the reconstruction of an event. This is because historical situations are manipulated or compartmentalized according to how the actors see them. Interpretations of these events never coincide, since personal viewpoints are only part of the truth, if they are true at all. Whenever people take up their pens, the rewriting of history begins, and their version of the story is told to the detriment of others, for whatever reason, be it ideology, principles, or party line. The Rashomon effect means that each writer obeys not only his editor, but also his ego, his own editorial interests, his psychological projection, and his vanity. The result turns history into a farce, in which the protagonists become caricatures without pity or feelings, people who organize massacres on paper to fit in with the strategic plans of established powers, or play with the destinies of countries, and the lives of people, with impunity. The end justifies the means. That end can be tyranny or democracy, but it can also be revolution or a socialist society, the mythical goal that is the sociological carrot of faith, behind which come the preachers and those they preach to. Even saints can manipulate this coercive weapon, the carrot, because what is important is their inner conviction, the physical certainty of action, the contempt for the role of deviance. It matters little if today's faith is tomorrow's shame. What matters is that faith moves mountains. The evil lies not in the carrot, but in what the theorists can extract from the carrot. In the 20th century, theory triumphed over reality. Theoretical discourse often falsified reality through the structured network of political analysts, with their congresses, seminars, and interchangeable university chairs, who had found their raison d'etre in developed societies through being offered prestigious platforms for their philosophical lucubrations. Even when nothing was true anymore, they continued writing their manuals about the victorious march of socialism and the inexorable fall of crisis-beset capitalism, giving lectures of revolutionary rigor, publishing their crusading tracts, exhorting young people to join a project they themselves no longer believed in, and who paid with their lives for what they saw as the only way to build a new society. When the dust from the collapse of the socialist camp cleared, the prophets of revolutionary theory were still standing there, staring disdainfully at the pile of rubble, one jumping out of a window, another killing his wife, another going over to the enemy camp, denying the Nazi genocide, ignoring genocide itself as if it were a passing accident. The fault, it seemed, was not to have followed to the letter the golden thread of their thoughts, which were as scientific and precise as a theorem. Now nothing stops them describing the globalized world around the former enemy, capital, as a high-speed train that is the only one running, you have to climb aboard or stay on the track. There are others, of course, who had been warning for some time that the train of the revolution had been derailed by sectarianism, and left in the party mire, that the law of dialectic was change as a result of contradictions, evolving from one level to the next in a revolutionary spiral, because revolution is only a desperate emergency measure against totalitarian stagnation, not against the nature of things, and what has to be transformed is the way people think. The trap, to this day, is to accept changes in a line of thought as a sign of evolution. But evolution is like the law of gravity. It only works in one direction. The apple cannot drop to the ground upwards. Political and social evolution, the evolution of ideas, goes from right to left, not from left to right. Human beings have evolved from subjugation to empires and the law of the jungle to coexistence and solidarity, from oligarchic totalitarianism to democracy, from accepting that half the world is prevented from living a decent life to agonizing over it, realizing that their choice is to share the benefits or perish. Lying is revolutionary. In the particular bit of history I have related here, especially relating to Che's aims during the latter stage of his life, everybody lied. Naturally I did too. I lied to the army, to the CIA, to the court and, hence, to public opinion. I lied deliberately and by omission. But I lied to protect the interests of people on the outside and, incidentally, to save my own life, not for personal glorification, quite the opposite, since it cost me my pride and self-esteem. Because lying is a double-edged sword, you lie to defend yourself, but it also destroys you and your reputation. You make a choice, take personal responsibility, balance how much you have to gain against how much you will lose. The events in Bolivia in 1967 unleashed an avalanche of newspaper articles, essays, testimonies, novels, and biographies. All manner of people speculated on the whys and wherefores of the events, deformed them, concealed them, or turned them into something sacred, mythical, and archetypal. It is only natural that people would want to rescue the magic spirit of Greek tragedies, so as to exalt sacrifice, willpower, and the role of example, or, on the contrary, to reveal the innate perversion of conspiracy and its ghosts. The bad thing about this is that it can mask false political objectives and, even worse, individual, venal or servile interests. The majority of what has been published about these events falls into this category. For reasons of international politics, rather than intelligence purposes, the Cuban Revolution maintained a prolonged silence about the events in Bolivia except when it came to eulogizing the figure of the Comandante Heroico and his men who had fallen in the struggle against imperialism, as was their wish. Just as the Stalinist road to socialism choked with thorns and carnivorous plants as it approached the abyss, so too did the Cuban Revolution nosedive through the undergrowth before finally coming to an inevitable halt. At the end of the day, Cuba is an island in all senses of the word and always sought to protect its own achievements and hold to its own principles. I provide one simple example from a bona fide source, the Colombian writer and friend of Fidel, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, who tells an anecdote about the anniversary of the founding of Prensa Latina, the Cuban news agency. Its first director was Massetti, the Argentine journalist who went to the Sierra Maestra to interview the guerrilla leaders. Che had personally invited Massetti to stay in Cuba subsequently, to take the helm of the project to create the revolution's own media outlet. To commemorate the anniversary, Gaba had suggested that he should write an article about Massetti, with whom he himself had worked directly. He went to Cuba expecting to get access, through his contacts, to the detailed information he needed from the revolution's archives. To his surprise, he discovered there was none. No data, no clippings, no reference to the journalistic high spot the creation of Prensa Latina had been, and least of all, any mention of its director, Massetti, who was considered to have performed the most daring exploit in Latin American journalism. The covert chicanery surrounding Massetti's bureaucratic disappearance was preempted at the time by the news of the physical disappearance of this little-known revolutionary hero. But it was exposed by Garcia Marquez, who witnessed the harassment to which Massetti was subjected by the official journalists of the original Cuban Communist Party until they managed to get rid of him. Together with Massetti, all information about Che's guerrilla project in Argentina also disappeared from the Cuban archives, the formation of the group in Cuba, who was in it, Massetti's role, how they were trained, the support given by the Minister of the Interior Ramiro Valdez, formerly Commandante of Che's Cerro Redondo vanguard column, Che's personal independent leadership of the Argentine group from the start, and his intention of taking total command on the ground once the Salta base had been established. Commandante Guevara's independent action was not marginal, but came from a commitment by Fidel Castro, when the Cuban guerrilla war began, to Che's express wish to take the armed struggle to his own country, a commitment that Castro himself has recognized. History would be rewritten. The Revolution's Americas Department, a body subordinate to the reorganized Ministry of the Interior under its minister José Abrants, was supervised by Fidel Castro but administered by Barbaroja Pinero. He handled the relationships with and training of revolutionary groups from all over the continent, and produced a plan to export the armed struggle to Latin America. It was ideologically not very strict as long as the groups were pro-Cuban. Although the plan failed in 99% of the groups that were sent to fight, it successfully mobilized popular support for Cuba and was a pain in the arse for the USSR. But in Barbaroja's hands, the idea of strategic control lost touch with reality. He started introducing cards that were already marked. Realizing he could expect nothing from the official Latin American communist parties except control of ideological orthodoxy, He began to weave his fabric with different colored wools. In the case of Argentina, he visibly favored flirting with Peronism because in the long run it was a political force capable of regaining power, something that was obviously never going to happen with the Communist Party. This position, which contradicted Che's view and belittled his vision, became clear when our group left Cuba. We were given rubbish documents, received false messages purporting to be from Che, were subject to indefinite delays, and ultimately received equipment in the field that was worse than useless. Like the cinema's special effect in which an actor's face morphs into that of a beast, the political roots of the EGP leadership and the support we received throughout Argentina changed in Barbaraja's version from grassroots and cadres who had broken away from the Argentine Communist Party to political and economic support from the branch of Peronism around John W. Cook, Perón's former delegate in Cuba. This was totally untrue. As an organization, the EGP had no relationship with Cook, and my friendship with him when we met in Havana was purely circumstantial. Che himself never told Cook about his Argentina project, despite liking El Gordo personally. Che saw a latent danger in Peronism's heterogeneity, which made working communication unsafe, on top of the risks for him personally of having his name associated with it. My catching a glimpse in the Buenos Aires shopping arcade of our former EGP Corps member Miguel, supposedly dead at the hands of a firing squad in Algeria, was part of Barbaraja's double political game in respect of Argentina. It led to the subsequent deformation, or rather total disappearance, of the project founded by Che and his group. I got to the bottom of Miguel's story when I returned to Argentina from Chile in 1973. He had visited the prisoners in jail in Salta on orders from Barbaraja, for whom he had been working since he was rescued from Algeria. He wanted to sound them out about the possibility of their publicly supporting Peronist grassroots groups and perhaps working together in the future. Given that the EGP contact already existed through me, it was strange that Pinero never mentioned these plans when I met him on that Havana corner at dawn. On the contrary, he suggested that I should help send the communist youth contingent, the future FAL, to Cuba for training. They were subsequently stuck in Havana at a time when Che's guerrillas in Bolivia were in urgent need of reinforcements. For the next 30 years there would be no mention of Che's group in Argentina, not incidentally and even less through historical research, until the anniversaries commemorating Che's death brought it to the fore. Not because people started talking knowledgeably about it but because one of Che's biographers, John Lee Anderson, who had lived in Cuba while writing Che Guevara, A Revolutionary Life, came to Sweden to look for me. He wanted to write about the Argentine episode, so Che's entourage in Havana had pointed him in my direction. Che's wife Aleta told him, "There's someone somewhere, you should go and find him." Orlando Borrego, Che's deputy at the Ministry of Industry, agreed, "Yes, there is someone," and Alberto Castellanos, Che's ex-bodyguard and former Salta prisoner, encouraged him cryptically, "The person who knows the whole story is Pelado, you should talk to him." Anderson went to Argentina, followed various leads to the survivors, and talked to Hector Jauve aka Cordobes. He said, "You need to talk to Pelado about this." He then traveled to Spain and saw Henry Lerner, who got my phone number through Martín Esplita, another Cordoban living in Uppsala. Henry asked Martín to ask me if he could give my number to Anderson, as if I were some state secret. My number is only not in the phone directory by mistake, it used to be, but when we moved house after 15 years I accidentally put a cross in the wrong box and it was removed. Anderson came to Malmo one Monday in the spring of 1995, intending to return to Spain the following day. He called me from the ferry terminal that connects Malmo with Copenhagen and I went to fetch him. He stayed in my house until the Saturday, sleeping on a mattress on the floor, with my dog Gemma standing guard at his door. We talked from morning till midnight for a week. I cooked, he talked and asked questions, tape recorder between us. We continued through a long series of letters and faxes because parts of the tapes were inaudible. He sent me 100 transcribed pages, but ultimately the book did not tell the whole story. One part appeared to be censored, not through any fault of his, but it was as if Cuban confirmation of events published for the first time, Salta, Algeria, was conditional on not talking about other things, Bolivia, Cubans. Anderson agreed under those conditions, I suppose, although it might also have been because of editorial pressures to reduce the almost 400 excess pages. He sent me a postcard from Finland at the launch of the Finnish edition, saying that he wanted to explain the omissions to me personally, and invited me to his house near Malaga on the Costa del Sol, but at the time I was condemned to house arrest, not being able to travel for lack of funds. None of the other biographers contacted me, except Jorge Castañeda, a Mexican art critic, who had caught Anderson's contagious enthusiasm and called me from Princeton wanting to do a telephone interview. I refused. He asked somewhat nastily how I could possibly give an extensive interview to an American and not to him, a Latin American, practically a compatriot. I said, he came here so I could look him in the eyes. He said he would send me his CV and in the meantime I could ask Pierre Scory about him and he would call me again. As if I could pick up the phone and ask the cabinet secretary, tell me, Pierre, who is this Mexican guy? A few days later an envelope arrived containing a literary review heralding the imminent appearance of several biographies of Che, including those of Anderson, Tabo II and Castañeda, all very serious and impeccable in intent. However, the accompanying letter, and I have it here in front of me, showed Castañeda's bad faith. By a slip of the finger it starts, Amigo Bustos. 2 days later he called a second time, but I still refused. I cannot talk about a crucial period of my life down a piece of wire with a stranger at the other end. He said he had no option but to be guided by Debray's version of events which blamed me for everything. I replied that a good biography investigates the truth, it does not parrot abusive versions. With his material already at the printers, Castañeda never called back, although in his book he insists that he tried to contact me for a whole year. Swine of a feather end up together. When he became Mexican foreign minister, I sent him a letter suggesting he use his influence to get nearer the truth. I addressed it to Señor Ministro, but he must not have received it. The weakest of the biographers, Pierre Caffon, does nothing but parrot infamies, and does not even bother to stop and check dates. His sensitivity has also been contaminated by the bad air of Buenos Aires, where he lived for some years breathing in the complex atmosphere of the Argentine left, which was sidelined by history and devoted itself to selling T-shirts. A letter of mine to Caffon Quitado circled the world for nearly a year without anyone being willing to publish it, until Cholo managed to get it published by Diogenes, a cultural journal in Mendoza. Another biography, by Paco Tabo II, is much cleaner, although it does have some imprecise and fictitious moments. In the first Spanish edition, he mentions an anecdote told to him by Juan Gelman about a certain Lieutenant Laureano who asked him to take a report to Che who, caught off guard by this poet that he admired, accepts it saying let's suppose a Lieutenant Laureano who is sending me this report exists. In Tabo's book, the one closest to the Cuban version of events, the hand of that great weaver of tales Baroja Pinero emerges. Hence, Cuba organized everything in Bolivia, before and after Salta, as part of its strategic plan for the continent, to give us cover, using the same Communist Party people later mobilized, the Pareto brothers, Loyola Guzman, etc. Nothing could be further from the truth. Apart from the schoolteacher in La Paz and Don Benito in the finca, only Loro Vázquez Viana and Rodolfo Saldana helped us. Even Fidel himself declared it was his operation, which he planned to join at the second stage. Tabo's version of events is the Cuban official version, it does not include all those who took part and includes some who did not. I make an appearance only in its 35th edition in Spanish, 6 years after Anderson's book had taken the lid off the pot. But the efforts of the Cubans in the Americas Department to Peronize our experience do not stop there, despite testimonies to the contrary. For over a year, I replied by fax to the questions of a historian who reached me by phone on behalf of my compañeros in the EGP. he solemnly swore that it was time to write the truth and pay tribute to those who had died in that utopian adventure. Technology is a chilly but irrefutable witness. I have kept all his faxes, in his handwriting, and all my frank and detailed answers in which I recount the secret history of the EGP. In response to particular questions, I stressed that we worked exclusively with young people disenchanted with the Communist Party and groups that had split off from the party. Che gave express orders that no Peronists were to be accepted. Before the author of the book The Lost Origins of the Argentine Guerrillas wiped my name from the list of participants in the Salta operation, he used part of my written statements to describe Massetti's confrontation with the Communist Party, but only up to the point where they began to contradict Barbara's version, that moment when the guerrillas were miraculously supported by grassroots Peronism and financed by Cook's group, while Massetti had an attack of anti-Semitism and began shooting Jews just for being Jews, a fallacy I had specifically rejected in my dealings with the book's author, Senor Gabriel Roth. There is another more recent biography by the Argentine writer Pacho O'Donnell, who rang me twice from Buenos Aires. I used the same arguments with him but agreed to answer some concrete questions. I haven't got his book but I don't think he could have said much with so little. Of course, there must be hundreds of biographical essays that I don't know about. I'm sure they all claim to tell the truth but they probably all do the opposite by accepting as valid the strategic manipulations of revolutionaries or the deformations the enemy uses to further its own interests. Sometimes they commit infantile errors, as in the case of a quite serious and respected Italian, Roberto Massari, who made a fool of himself when, as an example of the moral decline of Che's guerrillas, he wrote that one campanero beat another to death with a rifle but in a quarrel over food. The person in question was actually Lolo, the deer the guerrillas had adopted as a pet. As Che notes in his diary on April 30, Lolo died, a victim of Urbano's impulsiveness when he threw a rifle at its head. No mention of food. These tales are all a continuation of the distortion that began in Camaray, encouraged by official Cuban silence, furthered by others who wanted to show off, and those whose tongues loosened as the general line of deception took shape. It made it possible for Comandante Jorge Pepito Cergura, our Cuban support in Czechoslovakia and Algeria, to invent in his memoirs the story that he had gone to Argentina on Che's orders to save Massetti, and had then searched for his body for 2 months with the help of 2 Catholic nuns who traveled round the area, but found no trace of him. At a time when Che summoned me to Havana and told me to carry on with our work, and when he had 2 first-class Cuban officers like Poppy and Furry who knew the region as well as I did, it was unlikely Che would introduce somebody new to the area, an ex-diplomat in combat zones in Africa. It was even harder to believe that he would use Cergura as an intermediary with Perón, to try and convince the general that it would be a good idea for him to live in Cuba, as he claims. The abundance of fantasies of this kind are no more than politically expedient lies that change the letter and spirit of the slogan, "Lying is revolutionary." Left dependency syndrome. The institutionalized lie produced a sequence of secondary effects that disempowered the Argentine intellectual left, incapable of overcoming the vertical functioning of a party that had conditioned their reflexes and even their respiratory system all their lives. Arguably, they denied and eradicated the significance of the attempt to establish a guerrilla base, planned and led by the only Argentine to have taken part in an exemplary revolutionary triumph, as the Cuba of Fidel and his Barbudos undoubtedly was. It not only disappeared from the analyses of national politics, but also from the chronologies of social and political events in the last half of the century. The EGP had turned the needle to the magnetic pole of armed action, fighting imperialism and abandoning the electoral discourses and doctrinal adjustments of the Central Committee, yet they were deleted from history as if none of them had ever existed, as if there had been no real people among the dead, the prisoners or the survivors. The ridiculous eulogies or criticisms ranged from memories of scouts at weekend camp to the agonies of a generation that bathed the transitional period of world history in their blood, providing the pretext for a savage genocide organized by the traditional power elite, and which achieved nothing but their own disappearance. Yet the experience of the EGP is not even acknowledged as having been at the heart of that tremendous mess. On the contrary, it is ignored or mentioned in passing as a crazy petty bourgeois adventure, born in the cafés of Corrientes Avenue, where the sacrificial lambs gathered with their backpacks and boots and incipient beards, according to the Communist Party's shameful version. I am not making it up. One night in a Stockholm taxi going out with friends to eat gnocchi, I silenced a refugee from the Argentine Communist Party who was trying to mock the EGP enterprise, without knowing me or that I had been there. In a country with a passion for investigating, analyzing, dissecting, reconstructing and, in the worst-case scenario, carrying out autopsies on political events in order to apportion blame, no one, not participants, researchers or writers, took the trouble to examine the sacrifice behind the utopia sought by a group of young idealists united by Che's aura. A collective amnesia accepted the black hole decreed in Havana for the Salta events as a non-existent or hard-to-prove phenomenon which it was better to keep quiet about until all the martyrs had been given their last rites. For 30 years, the official historians of the left remembered the events as purely marginal, referring only to military errors and executions, and the futility of voluntarism outside the norms of the labor movement. The serious militants and intellectuals of the united left abandoned their critical faculties and adopted the two faces of the same fallacy. First, that criticism should only be done internally, something that can never be done without finding the critic's bones in the dungeons, so it is not done. Second, that you must not give succor to the enemy by airing internal mistakes. So that, compañeros, is that. It was terrifying to watch the pathetic spectacle of old, honest, fiery communists after the collapse of the socialist camp, and the morphing of the Soviet Union Communist Party Secretariat into gangsters taking over the reins of the Russian economy. Nothing has happened, it is merely a cybernetic illusion. The cause and the party will be reborn and, opportunely, bring order to the chaos of the capitalist catastrophe. Until the day my brother Avellino died, he yearned for the unstoppable offensive of the Red Army that once liberated the world from Nazism, and the iron hand that guided our brothers in arms to victory. For him, the fact that although Cubans live in shared poverty, they can all read in the waiting rooms of free hospitals, was the only tangible victory of the long-suffering human race. Acknowledgements. To Richard Gott, who said I did not need anyone's help in writing this book. To the poet Juan Gelman, who on reading the first few chapters dissipated my fears and gave me enormous encouragement, as well as the pleasure of seeing him again after 30 years. To the writer Tomas Eloy Martinez, who praised those same chapters and supported me by writing an article even though he did not know me. To Lydia Balta and Claudio Verdugo in Chile, for 30 years of unwavering friendship. To Eric Gandini and Tarek Saleh, who made the idea of this book possible. To Isaac Marchevsky, El Cholo, reader-in-chief and friend, who has supported me politically and morally the whole time from New York, analyzing the book's progress every step of the way. To René Borda, my cybernetic friend, a member of my Bolivian family here in Malmo, in charge of my computer, which makes everything disappear, including René, at the slightest lapse in concentration. To Juan Carlos Pironi, Jonas, artist and architect of the largest group of Argentine friends in Lund, Cordoban capital. To all those who have been loyal friends, whether readers of these pages as they evolved or not. To Magali Calderon and family, Jamie Padilla, Jorge Varas, Maria Udriat, Maria Dahl and her family, Nina Olsen Borda, Beto Carbonari and Graciela Ratti, who always offered their warm hospitality. To Diana Mulinari, who printed copies of the original when it was ready, and to La Negra Amanda Peralta, who made pertinent observations when the original manuscript was about to become a book. To Alberto Spunberg and the Compañeros. To my beloved dog, Gemma, who did not see the book completed.